It's good.
Amy's good. Thank you. Hey. Welcome. Yeah. Good. Good. All right. Thank you. Welcome. Today is Tuesday, September 7th, 2021. This is the first day of the first reading of the Johnson County Council budget hearings, and we're going to open up with our fiscal advisor, Mr. Mike Reuter, to provide an overview of our financial condition heading into this process.
Very
Welcome,
good.
Mike.
Well, thank you, and good morning. And it's been a couple months since I've been before you. We do obviously a little farther now into the budget process, and we have some certified numbers now. Where before in June when I appeared, we were dealing with a number of estimates yet. But what the fiscal plan I've provided includes all of the department requests as they were submitted, obviously with no changes. So you're getting a gross number there. The revenue has been updated for the first 6 months actual 2021. Then I've revised any estimates for the last half of the year and then reforecasted for 2022. What it doesn't include, when we advertised the budget, we did want to provide you some flexibility to move some dollars around. And so if you were to compare the advertisement to what's in the fiscal plan, you would find that the advertised budget was about $1 million more on the general fund and $500,000 more on the food and beverage fund than what's in the fiscal plan. But that's to allow you flexibility if you want to move some expense from one fund to the other, or if you wanted to add some expense. At the budget adoption, you'll adopt it with whatever the final numbers are that you decide on. But we can always go down, but we can't go up when we advertise. We've also included, now that this actually is in the plan, just so I could show you, we did also include $2.5 million in the jail lit fund of expense if you decide to put some expense there this year. Again, so beyond the bond payment, that's all we've been paying out of there is the bond payment. But if you so choose to move some expense into that, then we're prepared for you to do that. If you decide not to do it, you don't have to do it. But again, we can always go down, but we can't go up. So, yes, sir.
What page is that?
I'm going to walk through all those pages a little bit later, if you don't mind. I'm going to actually start on page 25. If you're looking at the hard copy, it's page 25. If you're looking at electronic version, it might be page 27 of the PDF. At the time, in June, this was not certified, but I had a pretty good handle on what was going to happen with the income tax, and it came out exactly to the mill. I was using 4.3% when I shared that with you in June, and it came in exactly at 4.3%. So property tax, as I said last time, remained stable. And so that was encouraging, because I could tell you a year ago, I wasn't so optimistic about what that was going to look like, but the stimulus money obviously propped up much of that. And so that continues to remain stable. The next page, which was a pleasant surprise, is page 24. So go back one page and talk about the assessed valuation. This was very strong this year. And I had been using a fairly conservative assumption of 4.5% as just a number to forecast there. And it came in at 9.64% countywide. That is really strong when you consider how big the county tax base is. To get that to grow 10% is a pretty big jump. Yes, Ron.
Does that increased AV count for the TIF districts that the cities and towns have? So we don't really get any additional revenue.
Right. This is net of all the TIFs.
So
Yeah. So this is anything outside the TIF area.
okay.
Yeah. This is the net AV. But what it's done is we haven't talked about this for a number of years. It's going to, it doesn't affect the 2022 levy. It affects tax rates. But what it's going to do actually is provide you an opportunity for what's called a growth appeal. Your assessed valuation is growing so fast that if it grows faster than 2% of the, greater than 2% of what the state's doing, it provides you an opportunity to appeal for a little bit higher levy. And so if you go to page 26, fiscal plan, I folded off the page here. In 2023, we will actually qualify for a higher levy. So again, what they will look at is our last 3 years of assessed valuation growth and compare it to the state. If it's growing more than 2%, we qualify for the appeal. Then if our assessed valuation is growing fast enough that exceeds the 6-year non-farm personal income factor, that's an appealable amount. And so I'm noting that to you because I assume that you would want to consider that next year when you're doing the budget. It's not something you have to decide today, but as you're looking at that extended forecast beyond 2022, I've included that assumption that we would.
26.
The thing is, you can't go back and get it. So if you don't do it the year that you grow or the year you qualify, you can't go back and get it later. So, so I just wanted to point that out. There's not too many places for that kind of growth. So,
And what action generates that next year? Who does what?
it's called an excessive levy appeal, and you would simply adopt a resolution to appeal the maximum levy. I would provide you the paperwork that you would
So
file.
it's a council responsibility.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's council responsibility as part of the budget process. So it's something you would have to do before October 20th next year. So we have lots of time to have more conversations about that, but in the modeling that I'm doing here, that assumption is built in that we would do that. We haven't qualified that for a number of years. A little bit disappointing news on page 40. Local option income tax did not come in as strong as I had hoped. I believe there's a couple things happening. There's a timing issue in that at the pandemic last year, the governor issued an executive order that said we're going to delay any income taxes due to July 15th. Our distribution is based on a July 1 to June 30th fiscal year. Well, what that was doing is pushing the bulk of those returns beyond that fiscal year and would have really hurt our 2021 distributions. But instead, what he did then is issue another executive order that extended that processed returns period by another 2 months. So when we got our distribution in 2021, it included 2 extra months in that 2021 number than should have been there. Now, there's not a lot of returns typically processed in July and August. Those are the 2 months that were included. But there were some. There always are some returns processed. And so that inflated our 21 number some. Now we're going, so that was 14 months. Now we're going back to 10 months. So we're going back to a normal cycle, but it's going to be September through June is what our 2022 number is. I wish they would have stepped that back, to be honest, but they're saying they want to get it back on track. And so we had 14 months in our 2021 number, and our 2022 number now is only 10 months. Then next year, we're going to go back to 12 months. But what I've also uncovered is Hamilton County's number was a little worse than yours. Your number is only down 1.3%. Hamilton County was down 3.6%. I was in the middle of their budget hearings when this new news came out, and I thought, wow, if Hamilton County's down 3.6%, what's happening to all the surrounding counties? What's happening with everyone else? So it's interesting enough. I started to peel that back a little bit, but Hancock was up a little bit, not a lot. They were up a little bit. Hendricks County was up a little bit. Interesting enough, Marion County was only down 2%. I would have expected them to be down much more than that. And so in your case, you were down 1.3%, which wasn't as bad. But there's been some strange things happening across the state as it relates to the pandemic in terms of timing and how some of the taxpayers have been filing. And so what happened again this year, you might recall, is the governor didn't extend it to July, but he did extend your income tax returns to May 15th this year. And in part of my trying to uncover what happened this year, what I noticed is that July this year, July 2021, is higher than the typical Julys. And my theory behind that is that when they delayed till May, the Department of Revenue has, it's a workflow issue for them. I don't think they could get all those returns processed. And so I think some of those returns have fallen outside that period. So you'll note that when you're looking at my forecast in 2023, I'm at 7.4%, which is a big bump in comparison to what we're seeing this year. But it's because I'm seeing about 1.8 million of processed returns in July 2021 that I didn't see in prior years. So we're going to be going back to 12 months next year. Plus, we're going to have those returns that may not have just gotten processed in time. And that's the important thing. It's not when Mike Reuter or anyone else files their return. It's when the Department of Revenue processes the return. And so maybe a bit of a workflow issue at the Department of Revenue. Of course, they're dealing with COVID too, right? I mean, workflow has been affected in all areas. So
we experience that in our food and beverage collection.
Right.
Some months they just don't process enough for whatever reason.
And so you're somewhat hostage to their workflow, right? And so that's uncovered something. I've been working with David Bonner quite a bit on this issue. And so this has brought some things to light that we may need to work on in the future. So I really see some of this as a timing issue. So it's thrown off your budget some in 2022, but nothing that I would foresee is prolonged, like I may have been concerned about last year when I was before you, like, how long is this going to go? So
how does that impact the budget?
So local option income tax is collected at the county level, and then the county gets a portion of that. And that revenue is used to fund essentially your general fund. And so that number is now lower than what I had used in June, but I expect it to recover more in 2023. So it's hurting, it's leaving our 2022 budget more out of balance because our revenue estimate is lower for 2000. And by the way, what I have in here now is a certified number. So it's not a forecasted number anymore. It's what the state has actually certified as the county portion. The special distribution I have built in is still an estimate, but the 2022 regular lit distribution is a firm number now.
But that's only about 700,000 difference. We got 21, right?
Yeah, I have to look at that a little closer. Without saying that off the top of my head. Okay, with all that said, then, and what's that mean, in terms of the budget itself? So let's go to page 1, the general fund. Talk about it. So here, Ron, is where I hold it across the page here.
Mm-hmm.
Where what that lit distribution is doing, the regular
That's
lit.
almost $1 million there.
Well, so 14,143,000 to 13,964,000 and 22. But then you can see where I show the recovery then going into 23. So all the things considered that I just shared with you in terms of revenues, in terms of gross budget numbers that you're looking at, obviously that's part of your budget process. You're going to review all the departments and you're going to make adjustments to those numbers. And as you do that, you'll be bringing this budget in balance. But as I mentioned too, if there are any expenses in the general fund that ultimately end up getting moved either to food and beverage or to jail lit, that number gets better. Now, I will tell you, we don't have quite as much room in the food and beverage. You'll see that in a moment. I mean, we have cash there. And we've done that where we've spent some cash out of there, but in terms of the budget being in balance, it's pretty close to balance in that fund. So you may not want to do that, only if you want to spend cash. But when, as you know, the most important line on here is about 3/4 of the way down, where it shows whether your budget's in or out of balance. And as I said, just as is right now, it's out of balance $1.3 million. You have more than sufficient cash on hand. You can approve the budget, without any adjustments. It's just whether you want to balance the budget for 2022. But as you look at the end of 2022, if you approve it just as is, you can see it'd be about $17.1 million in cash. In the next year's property tax levy forecast for 23/17/3. So, I've always said if you have about half of that as a reserve, you don't have cash flow problems at the auditor's office. So to give you some kind of benchmark, you're well above that threshold. You're in a good, strong cash position. Is any questions about the general fund?
Yeah, Mike, kind of give us the overview, if you would, when you look at the history of the special lit distribution, the fluctuations there, kind of talk to us about that, remind us the timing and the criteria. And then also in that revenue section, the other financing sources. Talk to us about that, please.
Sure. Let me start with the special distribution. That goes back to that lit page I was referring to earlier. Mm-hmm. If you have a balance of greater than 15% of the distribution, the state by law is required to send that back out to you. And so right now I'm still forecasting special distributions in the future. And it's because of the timing, because what's happening, we don't know the 2020 calendar year number yet. And that's what it always gets reconciled to. And that's actually why it doesn't bother me as much about the 2022 lit distribution, because that's actually just a budget number. It always gets reconciled to the calendar year. And if the calendar year numbers come in strong and they compare it to your current distribution, and if the balance is more than 15%, they're kicking out these special distributions to you. And this is happening fairly regularly across the state now, just the way the formula is working. And there are some conversations going on out there, is 15% too high, just the way this is working right now. Larry DeBoer, you've heard me refer to him before, he has actually shown in graph form how the special distributions continue to exceed the regular lit distributions, which is kicking out all these special distributions across the state. So that is not a firm number in 2022, and we will not know that until May 2022. That's when we'll know the official special distribution number that you actually receive.
Do you have an estimated special distribution number that you will plug in?
Yes, I do. Yes, it's 2 million. It's not quite as high as this year. This year's special distribution was 2. It's right below that one that's boxed off the page here. If you look at the 2022, right below the 13,964,000, I'm using 2,065,000 as the special distribution there. My estimate of it right now. And we won't know that again. We'll start to get early indications of it this spring, but the official number will be certified. They have to certify it by May 1 of 2022.
If we do the excess levy appeal in 23, will that show up in 23 or 24? Do you have it in here?
I do. It shows up in the 23 levy, the property tax levy, okay, in 23. But also what it does, it will also draw a portion of lit with it. Lit distributions within the county are distributed based on your prior levy, property tax levy, and your prior year distribution. Well, if we have the appeal, that appeal won't just draw levy, it'll draw lit, but property tax will come in 23, the lit, because it's all based on the prior year, doesn't start showing up until 2024. So there's always that lag. But there's also that benefit of that appeal is that you'll get some additional lit of the lit pie.
The lit is, please, all of you bear, there's two newbies here that, you know, this is a lot to try to understand. And I will ask as specific as I can on the question. So there's a lit here, but there's a lit in food and beverage, or somewhere else you said there was
Yeah, there's
2.5 million.
Yeah, so there's two, you have two lit rates. And you have one what's called the expenditure rate, which is 1%. And that is one lit that goes to fund the general fund.
Okay, that's this one you're
That's
talking
this
about.
one.
Okay.
And then you have a jail lit at 0.2%.
Okay.
And that goes into jail lit fund separate from the operating fund.
Okay, I got it.
And food and beverage does not have lit in it. It is just purely a sales tax on food and beverage.
Okay.
Tax on food and
Thank you.
beverage.
Yeah, and Ron, what Mike is talking to, or answering my question about the special lit, if you just see the line history here going back to 2016. My point has always been about special lit is it's not guaranteed. And it's not known until about halfway through our calendar year. So there's always a little apprehension on my part to kind of count that before it comes in. But Mike has also done a great job in forecasting and it's been very accurate in that. So we kind of hedge that risk with Mike's knowledge and expertise.
It is not a guarantee. And lit has been the most difficult number to forecast over the years because there's been problems with it, with errors that have occurred in that certification process. And so it's been a bit of a roller coaster, to be real frank. Property tax, you know, that's one pretty solid. I can get pretty close on that. Lit can give me fits at times.
Yeah.
So, but you're right. It's not a guarantee till May. Now, if you weren't in the cash position that you're in,
yeah,
I'd be a little more concerned, but you've got some room there that if it's off much, you would be able to absorb most of that. Page 2 is the property reassessment fund.
Real quick,
Sorry.
other financing sources.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you go to page, let me take you to the see page 45. It's actually 2 pages. And so when you look, these are all your general fund revenues. And so when you look at, you have taxes, license and permits, intergovernmental revenue, services and charges. And then the next page, you have fines and forfeitures, miscellaneous revenue, and then other financing sources.
Got it.
So there's a number of them there.
Yeah. And it would appear reviewing these numbers, there's not really much you can do from a forecasting here. I mean, you just look at the prior year and a little bit of history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I work with the auditor's office to talk about some of those. So I come up with a rough estimate. I send it to the auditor's office. They have greater detail to some of those numbers. And we work it back and forth by looking at what we actually collected the first half of the year. And then forecast that second half of the year based on what they know and what we've seen as a historical pattern to those numbers. And again, sometimes there's timing issues to that. Sometimes you don't have any of it the first half and a lot of it comes the second half. And then sometimes more of it comes the first half and not the second half. And so that's where I work with the auditor's office to talk through those revenues and fine tune those.
Yep.
But you can see historically what some of these revenues have been. They can fluctuate, but they don't tend to fluctuate as much as maybe something like lit might fluctuate.
Thank you.
Our
Yeah, I've noticed
cash
our,
position really doesn't change a whole lot, but I noticed in 23, you got interest down about 80%.
Yeah, it's, you know, some of the interest that you've been earning, you had investments that were there. Now, I'll work with Michelle and continue to refine that as we go along, but I mean, we're kind of living off of some of those longer term investments that we have, and now those interest rates are down going forward. I don't know if they'll come up or not, so I'm not banking on it. So I'm probably hedged low there.
Yeah, I would think so.
I hope low.
Yeah, I just noted of that 2.4 million, about 1.55 million, give or take, relates to juvenile detention, the receipts there, and the DOC prisoner revenue. Those two being the largest line items in that particular category, any thoughts or concerns about those, any changes to that revenue stream? Meaning the DOC is going to change their payment structure, any clue about that? Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a really in the weeds
I'm
question.
really basing it off of historical pattern of those revenues. If they change something from a process that's sometimes beyond our control, obviously we would have to adjust for anything.
Yep.
Going forward.
Thank you. And my final question on page 1, general fund, I noticed we just flatlined group insurance, which that'll be, I'm sure, a conversation throughout the next, few days of hearings, but just to note that our group insurance is 5.5 million is flatlined. So as you read through this, council and others, Mike's overall estimated, if nothing else changes, loss in the general fund of 1.3 million is with a flatline insurance, which we all probably think is certainly up for discussion. It'll be interesting to hear how the commissioners feel about that. So that was my page 1 stuff.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
Page 2, the reassessment fund, not a lot to talk about here. I mean, the budget is out of balance and sync with revenue, but it has been like that for a number of years, and it always ends up in balance. But there's more than sufficient cash into this fund that you could approve this budget. If you agree with the expenditures and the request, you could approve this budget as is, and you're not leaving yourself in some bad future position or cash position that would cause problems. This has a lot of cash in it, so it has actually grown over the years. 2020 didn't grow much, but if the entire budget was spent in 2022, we'd be spending about 210,000 more than what we're taking in. Animal shelter, page 5. I'm only going to mention this in the sense that for the new folks, think of animal shelter as being in your general fund, even though it's got its own separate rate and levy. It shares a part of the maximum levy. And so if you were to reduce this budget, it would be like reducing a general fund budget, because we put less levy in here and it would push more back to the general fund. So this and the health department, those two budgets are a push and pull on the general fund levy. So so that maximum levy where I showed that appeal, that levy is then prorated between general fund, animal control, food or animal control, health fund, and cumulative bridge. And I'm going to talk about cumulative bridge in a minute. It had kind of an interesting twist with the bump and the assessed valuation on that one. So in this case, what I do is I just simply run enough levy in here to balance the budget. And so I leave everything out of balance on the general fund. So you can, instead of looking at different funds, you're looking at one fund to see how much you're out of balance. So page 6, not much to talk about there. I touched on this in June. Your rainy day fund balance. I don't have any more. I mean, you could choose to do that this year before the end of the year. If you would want to move, if you want to move some additional cash at the end of 2021, you could actually move up to 10% of your total budget, which is a large number. I'm not saying you'd want to do that, but right now you have a cash balance here. We don't have anything appropriated in it. And so it's also sitting there for your availability of some future rainy day. Page 7 is the highway fund. And I worked with Lucas a little bit on this. I'm probably using a little bit higher estimate on the wheel surtax line than he might be. And so I'm kicking out a surplus budget in 2022. But the bottom line is what he has submitted is can be funded with the anticipated revenues. But I'm showing a slight surplus there in 2022. And you would still have about $2.3 million available in cash beyond that. Page 8 is the wheel surtax fund, the old one that got converted into the highway fund. Page 9 is the local road and streets fund.
Just a second. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What'd you say about wheel surtax? We don't
Well,
collect it anymore?
we used to have it in a separate fund,
Okay,
and we've closed out that fund and moved it all the way to all to the highway fund.
okay.
So now your highway fund includes the state distribution for the most part and the wheel surtax.
Okay.
Page 9 is the local roads and streets fund. And as you can see, that budget is in balance. So if you agree with what's being requested, that can be funded. That's another revenue that, you know, was initially hit by the pandemic, but quickly recovered. And so I'm keeping those revenue forecasts going forward up because I don't see that dropping again at this point. Page 10, this was an interesting result this year. So when you look at the 2022 budget, this is a rate-driven fund. It's part of your maximum levy that shares with the general fund, but your rate is 0.0082. With the higher assessed valuation, because it's a rate-driven fund, you see that levy jumped about 10%, which is your assessed valuation growth. And so this actually ended up pulling some dollars away from the general fund, the higher assessed valuation, because our levy only went up 4.3%. Okay, so that's what the general fund essentially got is 4.3%. But this fund got almost 10% because it's a rate-driven fund. And so that pulled some dollars away from the general fund. Now, yeah, that produced an interesting result this year. So had it grown 4.3%, it would have been consistent. But in this case, because the assessed valuation is growing so fast, it's pulling more dollars into it. You can lower the rate in this. My only caution to you, if you do that, and if you lower the rate on this, this would push money back to the general fund. My only caution you doing that, if you lower this rate, you can't just decide next year to raise it. You've got to reestablish the rate between January and May for the 23 budget. So just keep in mind, if you would lower this for whatever reason, not saying you should, I'm just saying that would have an impact on having to reestablish it if you ever wanted to take it up higher. But this fund, because of that 10%, is surplusing now. That's surplusing revenue in there. Not a huge amount, but $75,000 roughly. The next page, page 11, is the health fund. And as I mentioned, this is just like the animal control. But you'll see that the levy, I've increased that levy because the budget's higher. So we'd be going from 752 to 869. And so that's pulling additional dollars. We do have a good cash balance in this fund, in the sense that, you know, we have $766,000. You would probably only really need $450,000 in here. So now that doesn't balance your budget. That simply means if you lowered the levy here, you'd simply be, now if you cut the budget, you'd be lowering the levy. But if you didn't cut the budget, just wanted to lower the levy, then we're just moving cash from the general fund, or excuse me, from health fund to the general fund. But again, I put enough property tax in it just to balance it so you can see everything in the general fund. Page 13 is the CCD fund. Now, this was a direct benefit of your assessed valuation because this is a rate-driven fund, a 0.0333. That higher assessed valuation comes in, it is pulling a higher levy into it. So it doesn't affect your general fund. It just pulls additional dollars in. And as you can see that the budget levy is jumping almost 10%, but then the budget itself is in balance by $421,000. So if you agree with expenses, you can approve that budget and still be in balance. Page 15. This one is getting ready to come before you. We've budgeted for it. I believe, Amy, I think you said the 13th. or Barb, I think Barb said 13th, I'm sorry. Barb said the 13th is coming before you for a bond. You have been in a pattern every year of doing short-term bonds to manage the tax rate. And so we kept with that strategy to manage the tax rate. We've raised this levy to keep the tax rate of the county flat. Matter of fact, I got a slight decrease in here, but that was the goal, is just to issue enough short-term bonds to keep that tax rate flat. So you're seeing a jump in the levy, but that levy can go up because the assessed valuation went up. And so, so now we've got bonds that are, these are short-term, they pay off pretty quick. So we'd want to do more bonds again next year, otherwise that rate will fall pretty drastically. But it's been the past practice of the county to try and manage to the flat rate.
Mike, going back to 2020, in those prior years, under loss from circuit breaker, it's actually a positive number. Is that right?
Yeah.
How's that work?
So debt funds don't take loss of circuit breaker. It all happens in your general fund, CCD, in health and animal control. And so there's always an assessed valuation that's certified and used for budget purposes, but it's possible that you collect more than 100%. Maybe the appeals weren't as high, or however, when the abstract's finally computed and when the taxes are finally collected, it's possible to collect more than 100% in these funds.
Yeah.
So,
But you show zeros going.
because yeah, that's, you hope that that's not what's happening. You really want to, you typically, we don't want surplus or drop. We want it to be right where we want it. So,
I'm just curious.
yeah. So this anticipates that you will approve another bond yet this year. And if we don't, that rate would drop this year. Page 18. And this was a question a while ago, what page number, is the jail lit where we built that extra. Jonathan, I think you had asked that question. This is the page I was referring to, page 18. And so when you're looking at the 2022 budget, that includes the debt payment and $2.5 million in this one. And so even with that, the budget is in balance. So that's your flexibility. You don't have to do that. It's just something for your conversations. You're early in the budget process, and obviously keeping as much flexibility for you to move things is what we try to do at this step. And so that's in there. Page 19 is the E911 fund. It's actually showing out of bounds based on that E911 fee amount, but this is another one for some reason at the end of every year, it seems like we're always surplusing. So we budget higher, but at the end of the day, it seems like we're always gaining cash there. So, but you have sufficient cash to approve that budget as is and still have almost $1 million in that fund. So page 21 is the food and beverage fund. Just a couple things to note about this one. This is one where we advertise $500,000 extra in the advertisement, but it's not in here. Okay, so you could see health insurance has been built in here the last couple of years, and that is not in this budget. And so, but you would have flexibility if you wanted to add budget back to this, but you'd be taking off the cash. So in this case, this budget's out of balance by about $96,000 as submitted. And if you approved it as is, you'd have $826,000 in cash at the end of 22. So good cash balance, because this money comes in monthly. This isn't something that you have to have a large cash balance in, but it's not huge like we had it up to $1.4 million at one point. So we've spent some of that now, which is fine.
I have a question on this one. We received a projected report that showed that the collections were up, I believe, 47% compared, and you've not included that in here. Is that correct?
Well, I'd have to compare that report, but what you would see here is actual 2020, we collected actual number 2,446,000. In 2021, I've revised that estimate upward to 2,000,008. So I've captured a pretty good chunk of it based on what we collected the first half and what we anticipate to collect the last half. We don't collect as much the last half of the year. This is one of those odd revenues because you're paying some of those dollars. You actually collect more in the first half of a calendar year than you do in the last half because of the way the state takes their money. But I do have a pretty sizable increase in my forecast as well, but I have not seen that report. I'd have to make a comparison.
Am I correct on those numbers? You,
Those are actual figures, so there was no forecasting in it, those were actual numbers as they happen.
right.
So if you're seeing a 40% increase in those numbers,
Well, you didn't compute it. I took your numbers and what the difference was. And if that maintained through the year, it was about a 40% increase. But I didn't know about the second half being lower than the first half.
Yeah, the second half tends to be lower just because the state's taking their money. And once they hit their cap, then you start getting 100% of it. And that happens in the first half of the calendar year. So it's a weird.
That's for
cycle.
the stadium, correct?
Or yes,
For the
well,
stadium.
it's collected here locally, but
Right.
but the state gets a portion of
Portion
that
of it, Until we meet a certain,
until you hit the cap.
right.
And then when you hit the cap, then you start getting 100%. So the pattern has been is you get a lot more the second half. First half of the calendar year. is where you
Okay,
get-
so my point being is that the projection is lower than what real numbers are showing, which is good.
Yeah, now I've accounted for the first 6 months real numbers. But I've used a lower estimate for the last half just because the state's gonna start taking a cut of that.
All right, thank you.
Ron, historically, Mike has been pretty conservative, which has worked out really well for us.
Thank you. Page 22. Now this fund combines, it used to combine the Cadget Fund. And now it's really food and beverage and the general fund combined. So that roughly 96,000, we were out of balance in the general or in the food and beverage and then the 1,000,003 we were out of balance in general. That's what it shows here. So in total, the budget's out of balance, 1,410,000 when you look at those two funds combined. And the last thing I have, and I'll wrap up here, is page 23, tax rates. And if you look to the far left and see capital bond fund, and then slide over to 2021, you'll see that that's where we're capturing that flat tax rate, where the bond rate is 0.0261 this year. I'm forecasting that to be 0.00376 in 22, and that's where we're capturing to maintain that flat tax rate.
Mike,
So-
does inflation, is it going to have any bearing on bonds?
Not right. Bond rates have been really good right now. So especially short-term bonds have been. So we'll wait and see what starts happening with the feds and if they start bumping rates to try and address inflation. It will affect bond rates in some way, but right now it's still a really good time to issue short-term bonds. So in my model here, you can see that I'm forecasting the rate drops just slightly, but it's because we're backfilling most of that debt rate with it. If we didn't do that, you can see what happens to the tax rate as if we pay off that debt. You can see in those future years that it would decrease in 23 and then again, pretty hard then decrease. But again, we've been using that short-term debt model to kind of keep things flat. That's all I have for you this morning.
What page is it that has the examples of how it impacts, all of this impacts the taxpayer?
Page 85.
in my review of the budget, this was the page that the other 85 pages. Just a lot of information. But this page is the one that I don't think we talked a lot about.
Now, yeah, one caution about this page, if someone's assessed valuation remains flat, in other words, if somebody's assessed valuation remains flat and you keep your tax rate flat, there's no increase. But if somebody's property tax assessment went up 5% and your tax rate's flat, they're going to feel 5% more on their taxes because of the higher assessment, not because of the tax rate.
Correct, but that's not an action that is driven by budget, by what we do in the community as far as services. It's a action of assessment.
Yeah.
That
There are years it goes down. There's,
Yeah.
I mean, people experience this depending on where they live. Now, obviously, home values have been doing very, very well. And so, and I would think we're probably going to see another good year. If we get to January 2022, that's going to affect the 23 budget again. So the housing market, although they're saying it may be slowing down, the values aren't slowing down. It's maybe not as much inventory out there. But yeah, so I just want to be cautious about this page, just as if their assessment doesn't change and no tax rate increase, then there's no increase.
Right, but the council's action and the services that are provided in the community that we're funding goes to the what you're displaying here. And I think, that's the confusion that most people who don't have a knowledge of how the system works become confused that, yes, their assessment goes up, so their taxes went up. And they say, well, you raised my taxes. No, we didn't raise the taxes as far as the rates are concerned. The assessment value is what raised it. So, but I wanted to point out, if you use the sample calculation of $150,000 market value, that the action, if we took and just changed nothing, is a 1% decrease. If I'm reading this correct, $1 decrease.
$1, yeah.
If we did nothing, if we just approved the budget and said, okay, let's approve it and go home. And that sometimes is missed in people understanding about, where you raise my taxes. This sheet shows that our actions wouldn't be raising the taxes. It would be the reassessment that would raise the actual paid.
Yeah, and there are years, there are good years and there are bad years. So it's called trending. When we came out of 2008, trending was going the opposite way, and we were managing the tax rate then as well. And so then we weren't collecting as much. Now the assessed valuations are going up and it collects more. So because of the higher values. So the next step for me would be after you conclude your hearings, the auditor's office will send me an updated budget, and I will put that in to the model and give you another model that will show you what happened, at the end of the day after the dust settles.
Very good. Mike, as always, thank you for your insight, your guidance throughout the years. And again, this year has been very informative. Any questions before Mike leaves our audience?
Before what?
Before Mike leaves
no.
our audience. All right.
Thank you all.
Mike, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
great day.
Thanks for the good numbers.
All right, it is 9:20 a.m. We're going to take a break until 9:30. Let everybody get more coffee and or get rid of some coffee, however you guys want it. Thank you, everyone. It is about that time, about 9:30 to kick off the 2022 budget hearings, readings. I'm going to open up with a couple, I guess, procedural comments or maybe logistics. Our goal is to about 11:30ish, we'll kind of evaluate if we want to break for lunch, if we want to try to push through a few more budgets or break for lunch. So be mindful of that as we get close to that 11:30 hour. Second thing, I want to address what I take accountability for and maybe miscommunicating on the whole percent increase for salaries. And I'm gonna, after I say this, I'm gonna let folks up here kind of weigh in, and my goal would be to move forward and together, whatever, if it's split or what. But so when we last year brought some people up to midpoints, and we brought those who were already at a midpoint received a stipend. And for purposes of the 2022% increase, it was my intent that that stipend be included for just solely for the purposes of the calculating the increase. So 4% of 750 would be $30. So a person who got moved up to a midpoint, and then a person who was already at or near the midpoint and received the stipend, by adding the 750 back in to that individual salary, now creates that disparity that we just tried to fix with the salary study and the efforts we made. So there was confusion with the guidance. That's on me. And that is my intent with respect to how the percent increases were to be. So, and a person using, an employee who was raised to 30,000 to a midpoint, and an individual who was at or near that midpoint of 30,000 and received the stipend, 4% of that would be $1,200. Then the person who got the stipend, in my opinion, should have received the extra $30 because that was kind of part of their compensation and not added back into their base plus 4% on that. So I understand there's confusion. We have ways to remedy that throughout this process, but that was my thought. And I'm going to go down the line here and let people weigh in, and then we may make a decision to move forward, hopefully, one way or another. The stipend's added in or the stipend's not added in is the intent of this. So let's take a few minutes and start down here, Melinda, but no particular order, but just weigh in if you would, please.
The way that we received our budget books here, is it kind of both methods within this, or is it one or the other?
It's mostly plus the 750.
It's mostly.
Say it again.
It's mostly includes the 750.
Okay.
And that's what we were instructing people to do. So that was our understanding. Of the guidance.
I take account, Amy and I worked on that language, and it was, I had a disconnect from the meeting, and I'll let that language go out. So that's on me, and that's why I want to clear it up right now.
However, the way it impacted was the person who was below and was brought to the base. Example he used, the person was at 28,000, was brought to 30,000. The computations were 4% of the 30,000. The person who was at 30,000, he got 750. The computation was on 30,750. So that it's not, and I take issue, it's not, the difference is 30 on the 750, but the base has been changed. So the base is now 30,750 as opposed to 30,000.
Yeah.
And that was where I was confused. And when I brought it up to Rob, that it did not maintain the equalization that I thought the salary study was trying to do. And so the computations were done that if a person was at the 30,000 because they were brought there, then they were given 4% of the 30,000, $1,200. The person who was already at 30,000 it was 750 added to that, and the raise computed on top of the 30,750. So they received a larger raise than the person who was at 30,000. It's not the $30. It was 750 plus 4% of 30,750. So that's what it did. If that was not the intent, or if it was the intent, was the question that I asked.
And that's what I'm asking right now.
Yes.
So you just heard that most budgets submitted for the individual who received the 750 stipend, that 750 has been included into their base for 2022 plus 4%. Correct?
Correct.
And you heard my explanation of how I felt the intent should be for purposes of calculating the dollar increase for 2022. My question posed here is, how do we want to move forward?
I think we should just move forward as is.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, I agree.
these are weird times and we know the direction of our country. We know who our president is, and I think it's okay just to move forward and
I think
let
when
it go.
we did the salary study last year, we had two primary focuses with it. Number one, we've all sat up here and agreed that the pay for our county employees is lacking a bit, has been for a long time. We've tried to take the steps in the right direction to right that ship. So raising the salaries to where we felt they should be in comparison to their counterparts internally or externally, however that worked out, depending on which position it was one goal. The second was to shore up some disparity between like positions within the county offices. So yes, I think that maybe we sacrifice a little on the second goal, but we are in a financial position to make right by the employees. It was always my interpretation of what was being explained, that it would be $750 added to their salary and then 4% on top of that number. So that's what I'm prepared to stick with.
Thank you.
I'm the same. I believe moving forward, it should stay at the 750. I think we get down into the weeds a little bit too much. We paint with broad strokes, and I don't find fault with what was done prior, with the 750 stipend. And the reason we did a stipend was because of the pandemic. We didn't know where our revenue was going to be in 18 months, and now we do. And we're in pretty good financial shape. So I'm for the 750, and I think that any discrepancies moving forward, down in the weeds, that's why we have elected officials and department heads and commissioners to rectify that.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I agree with the last three speakers.
All right.
I agree also.
All right. Ron.
I agree. I just found the discrepancy and I wanted
Okay.
to make note of.
Very good. So that's the matter in which we'll move forward.
Okay, Mr. President, before we move forward, since we have two newbies, could you give just an elevator speech of what we're doing as far as the process?
I will do my best and ask others who have been here longer than I to also chime in. So what we'll do, day one readings are in are yellow in our binders. We just take each budget. The elected official or department head or representative will come before us. We can, for Q&A, they may also provide additional insight. And then we can make a motion to approve on first reading. We can ask them to come back with additional information by the time for the second reading. And anywhere in between can occur today. Okay, very good. And the recap on a combined general fund food and beverage budget, I think we're minus 1.4 million. So that's something to keep in mind. We have some tools or levers to pull to help fix that. So as we kick things off, we'll just be mindful. Thank you. All right, first up, are we ready to go, Amy? Everybody, Chris? I guess if somebody pops in to Zoom, you'll let me know, I guess. Yeah.
Could you please ask everyone to be aware of speaking into the microphone,
Yeah.
speaking clearly? It's really important when it comes to minutes later on, trying to understand things.
Absolutely. So a friendly reminder from our auditor to speak into the microphone and speak clearly. Please state your name and who you're with. And with that, first up is adult child mental health. And the microphone thing goes for council members too. It's easier to, not just our guests today.
Well, good morning. My name is Dan Aarons. I'm the COO of Adult and Child Health. Thank you for taking the time to listen to what we have to say. For those of you who are not familiar with Adult and Child, we are a mix of acronyms. We're an FQHC, which is Federally Qualified Health Center. We're a CMHC, which is a Community Mental Health Center, and we're an LCPA, which is a Licensed Child Placing Agency. What that means is we're a safety net provider for people who suffer from multiple disadvantages, be it mental health, primary care, or caught up in the child welfare system. I've given you guys kind of a handout of the slideshow. I'm going to kind of breeze through it, if that's okay. And that way we can leave some time for questions. And also, I have with me Laura Barrett and Lauren Kennedy, who are going to talk a little bit about some of the new programs we have around mobile crisis and services we've invested in to improve access to care for Johnson County. Does this control it? Okay, work.
We'll get it back.
Okay. So we'll start some of our belief statements. We believe mental health works, prevention works, and we believe people can recover from mental health. Slide 4 talks about some of the wages in Johnson County that we pay. The summary slide is $9.82 million for 215 FTEs that live or work in Johnson County. So we have a significant workforce in Johnson County. And just as a total, we have about 550 FTEs center-wide. Roughly 200 of those positions are down here. Some service highlights. Yeah. Okay. Some service highlights. We obviously do mental health. We have emergency services, primary care. We do a lot of our work in the schools, and I have a slide later that speaks to exactly what those school services look like. We do provide evidence-based practices whenever we can. Obviously, those are research-based. We want to make sure whatever counseling and services we're providing are proven to work. So that is really important to us. 2 slides ahead, please. Our county funding is written into Indiana code, and I've cited the code there. Essentially, the county funding we use for a couple of things. To leverage an MRO match, Medicaid Rehab Option Match, which is a subset of the general Medicaid fund that does require mental health centers. And actually, Indiana is the only state that I'm aware of that requires mental health centers pay that match to draw down the federal funds. Next slide, please. For right now, roughly every $1 of county funding allows us to leverage $3 in federal funding. And as I mentioned there, it kind of outlines MRO. So there's Medicaid, and then there's MRO. MRO is the one that's unique to mental health centers that allows us to provide in-home community-based services to help engage people in the community and where they live and help them transition out of jails, hospitals, and make sure that we provide them the extra support they need to maintain and not relapse. Next slide, please. Last year, the Johnson County contribution was just over $900,000. And what that did was help us leverage, again, the federal funding to pay for 58% of the MRO services we provided. So let me say that a different way. We provided $4.5 million in MRO services in Johnson County last year. The county funding allowed us to pull down 2.6 of that. So without that county funding, we would have fallen short on being able to pull down that federal funding, which would have then in turn provided fewer services. We've also provided about $176,000 in charity care. That is people who are uninsured, underinsured. And that is a relatively small number because we have a team of what we call benefits navigators who work with patients to get on insurance. And we're, as you can see, 75% success rate is a really good success rate in getting people connected when they need services, get them connected to benefits. This is a really small version of our sliding fee scale. As I mentioned, we are income based. So if somebody comes into us uninsured or underinsured, we will work with their family size and their income levels and basically give them a discount. The large majority of the people that come to us uninsured do fall to 100% discount. And in fact, the next slide talks a little bit about who we serve. So 2 years ago, before the pandemic, we served about 3,100 unique people in Johnson County. Last year, we saw that uptick quite a bit. So we served about 3,800 now. Last year, unique individuals to Johnson County, which is a 22% increase. When you look at the median household income, it's just about $11,000 per year. Average family size is about 2.5 people. So that would, if they were uninsured, that ties over to pretty close to 0% fee for our sliding fee. If you have your readers, you can see that the pie graph there talks about age distribution. We provide a lot of services in Johnson County to that 18 to 44-year-old population. Our second biggest is the 13 to 17, which is more towards our school-based services. Next slide. When you talk about people who experience mental health issues, we can put them into several different categories. The top category, which is 20% of the people we serve in Johnson County, are what I call general mental health, or the worried well, the outpatient kind of focused population who are in for 6 or 8 sessions and then feel better and go on with their merry lives. 65% of our population are what we call SMI and SED, serious mental illness and serious emotional disturbance. So those are people who have a significant impairment in their daily functioning, enough that they need that extra support and recovery to maintain and prevent hospitalization, law enforcement involvement. We have a small subset that are chemical addicted only, and we have a larger subset, 13% are people who have what we call co-occurring disorder, which is the presence of a mental illness and a substance abuse problem. The two charts below, the left side are kids, the right side are adults. And you don't need to read too much detail, roughly, because it's really small. But that's what we call our level of need. So when people come in, we assess them on a level of need. On kids, it's 1 through 6. For adults, it's 1 through 5. That level of need of a 3 or above, 3, 4, 5, or 6, is where people start really having challenge. It's that level of need that shows significant impairment at school, at work. And you can see with kids, we have a whole lot of level 3s, which is that kind of starting point for serious impairment in schools. For adults, you can see the 3, 4, 5s are most of our population. So what that tells us is we deal with a lot of people who have homelessness issues, employment issues, law enforcement issues, and they tend to be the ones that fill up our caseloads, if you will. And then we do obviously have the 1s and 2s that are focused on the outpatient services. When I talk about schools, you can see the list of schools that we currently have staff embedded in. So these are staff that are going to that school every day, working with the parents, working with the teachers, working with the kids to keep them on track, identify any behavioral health issues, intervene with those behavioral health issues, link them to psychiatry if needed, and provide behavioral health interventions in the home, in the schools. When you talk about the total for the year, we served 726 of that 3,800 we served in Johnson County were kids. And then we provided those kids roughly 40,000 hours worth of service in a year. So it's pretty intense. Lots of work to get people, kids especially, on the right track. Next slide. These are just kind of a list of some of the, not all of, but some of the outreach and engagement and committees were involved in Johnson County. Next slide. And now I wanted to spend a little time talking about what's next for us. We've been an agency that has been under some change for the last 18 to 20 months, 24 months. and really trying to invest on improving access to care for everybody, but especially in Johnson County. And we've added some staff there that will help with our calls, incoming calls. And the funny thing about getting access to care is somebody's got to pick up the phone and be ready to actually work with you. So we've invested in adding more staff to answer our phones quicker. We've bumped up the screening process so people can get screened. Most of the time it's a live screen. So if you call for help, we're there to help. We don't schedule you out a month for the most part. And we've kind of redone that process, which Lauren will speak to. And then Laura is going to speak to our CCBHC, which is really our mobile crisis unit that is new for us.
Hi, like Dan said, I'm Lauren Kennedy. We have really worked to improve access to care from that first point of contact. So we have developed the process at triage where we identify kind of what your needs are, ask some initial questions that helps us figure out one, two, if you're in a state of crisis and do we need to help you immediately, which Laura will go in more depth to, but two, how do we get you in sooner? And it really increased our guidelines in terms of shorting how fast it takes to get you in services, increasing the number of staff we have that are initial clinical therapists that can tell us where we need to go. So like Dan mentioned, are they better served in the school system? Are they better served in outpatient or our addictions programs? So those staff have been increased over the last 18 months and have sped up that process so that you're not sitting out waiting for 6 months to get involved in services, so that we can work with our partners better, so that we can get people in recovery and work into systems faster. We've significantly increased our care management team so that once you're in with us, that we don't lose you in services. The medical system in general is complicated. It's hard to navigate even for the most successful person in the community. And so our goal is to help make sure we help guide them along the way. So we have patients that have identified care management teams that are working with them, having regular contact with them on top of their therapy sessions to make sure that we access the care they need, prevent barriers that might be preventing them from getting into care, and that we proactively problem solve what their needs are. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So we've really worked a lot too at that first point of contact. When you call in for services, there's somebody there that answered the phone. You're not sitting on hold. As you can see over the last year, our calls have gone up, but so is our percentage of live call answer rate has actually gone up. And now at the point, if you call into our system, for the most part, you're under a hold time of less than a minute, where somebody live answers the calls, helps identify what you need, helps connect you to the right aspect of persons, or helps problem solve right then and there on the phone. As part of our discussion with crisis that Laura's going to talk about, we did have seen an increase in our number of crisis that has called into the agency over the last year, about a 12% increase, which is, in light of everything that's going on, is not necessarily surprising. Next slide, please. So this data is really a little rough. It's only about 2 months for our fiscal year. But if you look at the triage screening over the last 2 years, in 2019, we did about 1073 in Johnson County. Over 2021, we screened 1,456 Johnson County residents. And we did assessments on 842. So after we screened them and connected them with services, they decided to either stay with us or engage in services based on whatever was going on with them at the time. In fiscal year 21, we are 2 months worth of data, so it's pretty skewed right now because we just started in our data collection for the year, but have seen an increase in those triage in getting people connected to services faster, just in the short time frame that we've been working with some of our changes. I will let Laura talk about the mobile crisis response. We're very excited to be able to introduce this.
Hi there, I'm Laura Barrett. I'm very excited to talk about this scheme. So Adult and Child was awarded a CCBHC grant earlier this year, and that is a grant through SAMHSA. And the goal of that grant is to increase access to care and increase accessibility to care. And one of the parts of that grant was to create a mobile crisis unit, or a 24/7 response unit. We've been able to implement that this year. We've had a soft opening with Johnson County Sheriff's Department in the last month. It is fully staffed with 5 clinicians and a team leader to make 6. Those are all the folks right there. The goal is to be able to respond to a crisis in the community with law enforcement. So if law enforcement calls, we are available to do a consult either with them and kind of walk them through what the best steps would be, or to respond in person with that officer. Our goal is to decrease overutilization of emergency rooms, decrease hospitalization if not necessary, or facilitate that process in a way that's easier for both law enforcement and the client if hospitalization is necessary. The other goal is to decrease utilization of the jails. If somebody's in a mental health crisis and we can facilitate de-escalate that situation and it doesn't escalate into somebody being arrested, that's really a fabulous goal. So that is one of the team's hopes. We have a dedicated number for Johnson County law enforcement that if a law enforcement officer from Johnson County calls, they will get a live human on the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, and then we have a new process that we've implemented with the Sheriff's Department and Greenwood Police to, if there's been a mental health call in a previous shift that didn't need a mobile crisis response, they're able to get those reports to us. And then we are following up with those families or individuals the next day. In terms of calling them and kind of determining if they need to be in services, how we can facilitate them getting into services. At this point, the mental health follow-up calls have, we've engaged 100% of those clients in treatment on some level. So our hope is that they will not be repeatedly calling law enforcement, that we'll be able to get them in treatment and get them stabilized. So it is a new team, but it's very exciting. It's a wonderful opportunity to respond to the community. We're excited about it.
You guys have any questions?
Dan, Laura, thank you for attending. My only question, I just want to, on page 3 of the handout, the top slide, I guess would be slide number 5, the service highlights.
Yep.
All of those are available in Johnson County to our residents. Very good. Thank you.
No question. Dan, as you know, one of our concerns that we've tried to address for the last 2, maybe 3 years is the providing a psychiatric analysis on an individual, which would allow the judge to send them to Community North or some treatment facility instead of going to the jail. We haven't been successful in pulling that together. I'd just like to hear your response to that again, and if there's a possibility of us being able to do that.
Yeah, so that you actually just need a therapeutic assessment, not a psychiatrist in that, but that's what the mobile crisis team is designed to do.
So they're able to do that now?
They're able to do that assessment. The challenge historically has been finding a bed in the system, in the hospitals. That's been the holdup. So we can do the assessment. The bottleneck tends to be, is there a psychiatric bed in the hospital? And that's actually the next step for ANC, is to look at what we can do to help in that system.
And is that under your 24/7 mobile crisis response people?
Yes, sir.
That's who we would have to do that. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Yes. You list school services in here, all the schools in Johnson County. Do you bill them?
No, well, some of them do pay for the uninsured. That's a very small subsect of what we do. And those are typically grants. We have a couple of grants that are running through the schools, but most of it is Medicaid or commercial.
So you don't receive anything from like the school corporation itself?
We do have some contracts, but it changes by district.
Okay.
So some of them are a per year, per student rate that we will do, like 2 free sessions. It's really up to the district.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with our contract with you. I'll have to find out about that. In funding this, Adult and Child is the name of your organization, correct?
It's Adult and Child Mental Health Incorporated. DBA is Adult and Child Health. Yeah.
Okay. The Indiana code requires a certain amount of these funds to go towards mental health,
It's towards the operation of the mental health center, yes.
right? But it doesn't have to go to you, correct?
That I don't know. If there's a formula on the back end that works out with the state certified through DMHA, Department of Mental Health, identifies which CMHCs in the county use those funds.
Okay,
So short answer is you're right, probably.
okay. So what we're doing today is we're approving an amount or appropriating an amount in the budget, but not to a specific entity. That would be up to the commissioners, correct?
Yeah, I believe that, I'm gonna look to legal here, but I do believe it's the commissioners that contract with the organization, and then we appropriate the funding of that contract. Would that be accurate?
Okay. I don't think it's enough money overall, but I do think that there are other entities out there. Do you have competition?
Oh, yeah.
And to your knowledge, the county doesn't provide this to any other of your competition, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, not this funding. And I think what we may need to look at is the Indiana code itself. And I don't know, I'm confused by the government financing this morning already, so I don't know how to give you any advice on that.
Yeah, it's Indiana Code 1229-2-2. But one of the other problems I have is we don't know, we appropriate this money and it goes to adult and child. And then we don't know how much goes back into Johnson County of those funds.
Well, all of it does. So one of the slides I showed on, looks like slide 9. We're leveraging that money to pay the match. So the state Medicaid pays us a fee, but we have to pay roughly 35-38%, which is what we call the MRO match, in order to draw that funding down.
So your match is part of that.
Yes.
That you're saying is coming back to us.
Right.
But that match would be coming back to us if another organization did it, correct?
Theoretically, yeah.
Okay. And I had an email from Mr. Brown of your organization that said, we do not isolate revenue or expense at the county level.
He's our CEO, and so I think that the debate is if you want to get to how we spend that $913,000, that would be a question for our CFO, and I'm happy to connect you guys.
Okay. Well, and that's, I think, one of the things we'll have to look at, we'll have to talk with the commissioners about, but I want to thank you for what you're doing. I think what you're doing is great as far as your community outreach and the mobile services. What made you come to that decision 2 months ago?
Some of it was the federal funding that we received. Some of it was we've just had some changes in our agency mission and focus. We want to do better.
Okay. All right, but thank you very much.
I have a similar question and I don't know who to ask it then. It's almost $1 million budget that we don't know how it's spent. And I have probably the same concern that John has, that the answer is that it's spent in Johnson County and covers it 58% of the federal match. But what the question you asked was what, John?
Or what portion of that goes to Johnson County?
Well, we got that answer.
And then the federal match, if another company were to provide the service, would they also get the federal match?
Right, but you said you asked the CEO about that they couldn't provide what?
Cannot isolate revenue or expense at the county level.
Gentlemen, I would say, and Dan, I'm gonna look to you, but my question about slide 5. So yes, we appropriate money to this organization, which they use in the MRO process to provide all the services on slide 5. And by their own math, now we're taking this at face value, but at their own math on slide 4, they reinvest in wages to those who live and work in the county.
Well, I
think there is some element to the answer there.
But I take exception to that. We're appropriating the money, but not to a specific organization.
No,
We need to do it per the Indiana code, but it doesn't require us to do it to adult and child. And, Rob, what I'm saying is, we might decide that, we want to appropriate more money, and adult and child receives the same amount. Or we might want to appropriate less money, and then they get less, and maybe what I'm trying to do is get to a point where we have a choice. Competition is good.
I think I'd be the commissioners, right?
that's my understanding, yes. And there is competition out there, and this has been, for lack of a better term, our service provider to fill this statutory requirement. So I understand that, and I don't know. We are appropriating funds, and I would say we are appropriating at this point in time to adult child mental health is the service provider at the moment. And until there's a change in that, that's who we're appropriating funds to. So I appreciate what you're trying to do. I do. And agree, it could be more, maybe should be more, and possibly a different provider could provide more for the same dollar or some other, by metric or measurement. But I think I take exception that today it's an appropriation of this funds to this organization to meet our statutory requirement to provide these services in our community. I think that's rather clear. Is it not?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I mean, I'm looking to those that oversee contracts and legalese and different things, but that has been my understanding of this arrangement since joining the council in 2015.
So it is an appropriation that is company specific. But the question that I have is sort of piggybacks on John's comment. If the commissioners do it, are they obligated to once every 3 years put it out for competition, or is it just automatically go, do you have to do annual RFPs, or how long does this go on without looking for if we're getting the most bang for our buck? And that is not questioning the validity of the services and the need and everything else. It's just, are we getting the best bang for our buck if there is competition within the world of mental health?
And I'd like to say something here. Having worked in this field, and I see firsthand in the county, mental health and addictions is a big problem. I mean, without it, it becomes more of a strain on law enforcement, and this kind of service crosses all the lines. It affects rich, the poor, Republican, Democrat, kids, adults. I mean, it's something we desperately need. And personally, because I've been on the front lines, I kind of feel like we need to allot more money for it, but I'd also like to see maybe some development and I do appreciate the crisis response team that you have. I would like to see some of our county money used towards some overnight crisis intervention. Like we just don't have enough places in the county we got Bella Vista where they can go for a few days to go through detox, but we don't have anything to go beyond that. And I think that would be a good investment. I don't know if you guys even offer something like that, or I know Tara Treatment Center has that, but mental health and addictions, they just go hand in hand.
Yeah,
So-
we don't have any crisis beds per se right now. We're actually looking at that as a next step called the living room model. That'll be a short-term place to go for de-escalation and then transition back to the community. But right now we partner with Community Hospital and Valley Vista and those kinds of places for those short-term beds.
So Mr. West, do you have a response to my question?
Well, and I agree with Rob, this budget proposal is specific to adult and child, because that's who we're currently contract with to provide services under the Indiana code. And we've looked in the past and talked about maybe some other providers and have not opted to change. Obviously, if this body would vote not to fund this provider, then the question becomes, how quickly could we get another provider? You're still obligated under Indiana code to appropriate this amount given the formula that they use. But this budget is specific to adult and child mental health. And until you decide, or we decide, to change vendors or providers, we're going to use adult and child. Again, I say, if you were to decide not to fund this budget, in other words, you're saying, no, we're not going to fund adult and child, then we would have to seek another provider, and then you would have to appropriate those funds. But given the experience level that we've had in the past, and we've looked at this every year, and on numerous occasions, I've voiced my opinion on services that I thought adult child should be providing to the county that we're currently not getting. And almost in every instance, they've responded in a positive fashion to provide them, except for the one I just mentioned earlier. And now I hear that we have that available. That's great news. But
So
when you look
you,
at the overall service they provide, and the question, I guess, to me would always have been, if we didn't fund adult and child and we funded another provider, would you still have to provide the services you're providing to the people in Johnson County? So that to me is a critical issue, given that they have facilities already here. I don't know of another provider that has the kind of extensive service availability in Johnson County that adult child has.
I understand, and I'm not questioning, again, I'm not questioning what they do. I'm questioning, we don't have an obligation, which we typically do on a lot of things, to say, are we getting the best service at the dollar amount? Every 3 years, we have to bid something out, or we have to bid it every year for, I mean, when we do $1 million worth of roads, we've got to put it out for bid. And we have to take the lowest and best bid. But on this, we don't ever have to see if this is the best bang for the buck, not questioning their provider of service.
And that's what I said when I mentioned that we have looked in the past at maybe some other providers. We have not found a provider that can provide the services as extensively as the adult child mental health does here in Johnson County.
Well, so this is the only part in the budget where we fund for a not-for-profit.
Within the commissioner's budget, there are other nonprofits and agencies, if you will, that we assist.
Okay, then here's what I would like to do. Are you ready for a motion?
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion for number 1001-129, adult, child, and mental health. The budget as approved and as awarded by the commissioners.
I guess I just still kind of want to talk about this a little bit. I'm okay with approving it, but I just feel like, what are the chances?
We have a motion. We can, after a second, we can move to discuss further discussion.
Okay.
If somebody wants to throw a
Second.
second. We have a second, further discussion.
So what can you do, or is there something you can do to expand your service? I know you're doing a lot, but like, this is something that's been talked about in your future to offer long-term.
Expanded into psych beds.
Yes.
Yeah, the cost is typically the issue there and the demand. So we've actually had conversations with hospitals to expand and go into joint ventures. Typically, the annual budget to operate a 16 bed or less, which is where you'd want to be, is several $1,000,000 and
Yeah.
they don't turn a profit, if ever, for a while. So it's demand, it's workforce, it's several barriers. And that's why we're looking at not the level of an acute psych bed, but something that they call it the living room model. It's something that you look, you have a team of 24-hour people that there's a place to go, kind of not a clubhouse, but a place to go for de-escalation, get them out of their home environment if they need to as a trigger, and then move them back in. So the short answer is yes, we've looked at filling that gap as much as possible. The challenge always comes to how to pay for it.
Do you have community outreach meetings that like AA that people go to, but not necessarily for AA, but just kind of like coping skills for the general public?
Not for the general public. They have to be patients of ours because it's a healthcare service. But we do have groups like that for patients.
Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion from Jonathan T. and a second from Ron. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. That motion to approve upon first reading is passed. And gentlemen, Melinda, I would encourage you, our role, we have that ad hoc committee is my favorite term ever that legal came up with, to work with the commissioners on this. If that is something you want to approach them with, it's obviously very near and dear and you have a passion for it, and maybe more investment is warranted. So I think if that's of interest, you certainly have the latitude to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. To the co-op extension service.
Hi, Sarah Hanson, County Extension Director and Educator for Johnson County Purdue Extension. So you have in front of you our requested 22 budget. I'm here for questions. Also, I can provide a little bit of insight if it helps. 21 didn't go exactly like we thought. We had a gal quit in January, a full-time person. So we did some shifting around. We took a part-time person, made them full-time. And so normally we'd have a part-time person all year long. We decided not to fill it until now. We're kind of on the edge of making a phone call and we have somebody we'd like to hire. But we didn't know that going into it, the previous time that we did budget hearings. So you may see that right now there's a decent chunk still sitting in part-time. We only used it this year for summer interns.
Looks like their overall increase is below the guidelines at 3.51%. I'll move to approve
Second.
as presented.
Motion from Jim, a second from Jonathan T. Any further discussion?
Could I ask you a question here real quick? Because this is going to come up in other budgets. Sir, they just did a 4% increase without the 750 stipend factored in. How are you going to handle that on this one and some of the others going forward?
They didn't get a stipend.
The two full-time people we have here were not in the stipend. They were brought up to their midpoint base, whatever you want to call it. So there was no 750 given to those people.
Okay.
I do have a question though, if I could ask, it's kind of for everybody and Amy and Pam. A little bit of maybe my oversight, looking at the part-time position again, that's the biggest thing that keeps me up at night. Like I said, we have a person that we'd like to hire and she's willing to come in at $10.75 per hour. If in the future, let's say sometime in 22, we decide we'd like to give her a raise, $11.50 or whatever, I don't know. Is this the time that we would make that change or is that something later on that we could change it?
Yeah.
Establish part-time rates at the end and you have a minimum and a maximum.
So you can ask for an increase now, or you can do it during the year next year.
Okay, so at any point you could do like one of the monthly county council meetings. Okay, I just want to make sure that if I've got a window and I
Yeah.
need to jump through it, And, you know,
I need a clarification on that because this impacts every budget. And I see the blue sheet back here that has part-time rates. And of course, we all know this is a major issue for many communities, including our own. When I see an $8.75 part-time rate, and we know that anybody at any skill level can go and make $11 at White Castle, how can we possibly be approving a budget that has a rate of $8.75?
so the lower
Somebody-
end, I will tell you, the lower end is our summer interns. And I'm a little bit surprised as well. Every year we get young college students who are willing to jump in there. Bless their heart for taking such a low rate. But I agree, as far as this other person we'd like to bring in for part-time, it's
Yeah, well,
not very attractive at all
sure.
what we're giving her. And I
When I'm
feel,
talking about your budget in particular, I'm talking about how it impacts every one of these budgets. That let's say we had an agreement of a $13 an hour minimum wage. How do we do that in this budget process? Because I don't get what do we do with part-time? You said at the end, what do you mean it's at the end? And what do we do?
We traditionally set our part-time rates and our per diems for those who serve on our boards at the end of the meeting. And then Amy, if they're adopted as presented, or if there are changes, then Amy would run the math, and we have a number of them before budget adoption in October.
So if we, for sake of discussion, if we agreed that there was a minimum wage in the county of, let's say, $13 an hour, I understand the wage where you can pay 13 to whatever, 20 or whatever it might be. Then that impact on the budget goes back to the line item for every budget where they put in, they still would have $100,000 or $50,000 in part-time would be the max that they could spend. But then they would be responsible for spending it at $13, no less than 13 part-time, but no greater than 20, for example. Is that how that works? Budget-wise?
Right.
Yeah.
We set ranges.
Right.
Right.
And the ranges are approved when we do the part-time at the end. And then if that changes like her line item, then it would be that she could spend 13 to whatever, 20.
She can choose, so in her experience, for example, a college intern looking to put this on their resume may accept $8.50 an hour. They're not supporting a family. They're not supporting whatever it is that, you think we got to pay up for. I think I defer to what our elected officials and department heads are telling us. I'm not presuming it takes 13 or it takes 15. If they come back and say, I can't hire a quality individual at $14.50, I need to go to X, then that's something we take up at that point in time. We do take blanket approach today, but I think what you've seen thus far in your time here, Ron, if there's a need, they get on the agenda through the process and they come talk to us. Further questions for Sarah? It would entertain a motion.
You got it.
Oh, we got, I'm sorry. We have a motion from Jim and a second from Jonathan T. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Next up, soil and water.
Kathy Hayes, Director, Soil and Water.
Hi, Kathy. What's going on in your budget?
We just asked for the straight 4%, followed your guidelines.
Oh, yes,
We
please.
just asked for the 4%, followed your guidelines.
Make a motion to approve it as presented.
Second.
Will you amend that? So here's what we need. We have the cheat sheets that auditor provided. We need that language in here that says first reading. So would you care to amend your motion to say first reading?
Yes. Move to approve the budget as approved on the first reading.
Motion from Jim, second from John.
If it hasn't been approved yet, how am I approving it?
It says submitted or
Submitted.
presented.
Okay.
He left his readers in his law enforcement vehicle.
I did.
See this. Yeah. So to clarify, the motion is to approve the budget as submitted on first reading. First by Jim, second from Jonathan. John Eddie. I can't help from to say that. Any further discussion?
Just call me JT.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you very much, Kathy.
Thank you.
Next up is our coroner. And keep in mind, the coroner's budget comes out of food and beverage. So as we tie back to Mike Werther's fiscal plan, just know what budget or where it's sourced as far as receipts. Thank you.
Michael Pruitt, Johnson County Coroner. I would just like the same deal soil and water got, and we can make this short. I found humor in that. My first time up here, okay, you gotta give a little leniency on that.
Good luck with
Budget
that.
hearings, I know. So most of you guys, I mean, I think all of you have seen our presented budget, and I know there will be questions over it, and hopefully I can answer those for you completely. Just to give you a little summary of the coroner's office right now, where we stand, we're projecting to do about 300 investigations this year. By January 1 of 2022, we currently have 9 staff members. That's myself, the chief deputy, and then we have 7 trained deputy coroners who are on call and fill shifts. So this year, coming into this job as Johnson County Coroner, there were a lot of things that I knew coming in to take this job. And then there were, just like all of us, when we become elected officials, we find out all the other hidden secrets and goodies behind the scenes. And I've had a very, very supportive staff, very supportive politically to make a lot of changes in our coroner's office, bring it up to speed in many areas that need to be brought up in. And we are about 25% there in the big picture. And I know this is something that's going to take time. In the budget, and then I'll answer questions, the biggest increase, obviously, when you look at our budget is in personnel. And Ron had sent me an email asking me, hey, what are some comparisons to some other coroners' offices when it comes to deputy coroners? And I got to tell you, it may have left me scratching my head because no one county does everything the same on how they pay their deputies, how they pay their coroner, how they pay their chief deputy. It's all over the board, and it really comes down to money. What money's available, and then they just figure out the best way to pay for it. When we look at, and there's some substantial increase in there to pay for our deputy coroners. Right now, our coroner's office kind of operates upside down, where the management level, so me being the elected official administrator, when you look at a tier system in an agency like ours or any other county agency, I should be doing that administrative work, the oversee, the umbrella, running that organization. And one of the things that happens is, and this happens with the chief deputy also, is that we are in competition with our deputy coroners. Our deputy coroners go and work for other agencies that pay $15 to $20 an hour and their days off from their normal jobs that they have. And so when it comes to signing up for shifts, ours isn't very attractive. We pay $125 per call, but if you work a 24-hour shift, for us as coverage, you don't get anything, okay? Where you could have went and worked a part-time job somewhere else and made $15 to $20 an hour. Now, the people that come to us, they know that's the situation, and they're very dedicated individuals that come in the door to work for the coroner's office. But on the other side of this, the jobs that they do when they come in the door for us, dealing with just some emotional, many catastrophic type situations where they're doing these death investigations, it takes very unique people to do this job. And so I feel like that right now, the way we pay, they are way undercompensated for what they do as deputy coroners. And they really should be doing the bulk of the work, not the county coroner. Now, I knew that coming into this, that I was going to have to do a lot of the work. But my end goal is not to be doing all the work, to give me more time to be the administrator and build the office, along with the chief deputy, who in an ideal situation would run the day-to-day operations. We're not a large department by any means. And a lot of people didn't even know what the heck the coroner's office did, because most people aren't old enough to remember Quincy. So when we go back and we look at what the coroner's office does, there was a lot of education. It was getting us involved with a lot of different agencies within the county. We talk about mental health, getting our office involved with prevention type activities. That takes time. That takes my time to go out and do that. And I need to turn more of that time over to the deputy coroners to get out and work and do those death investigations, and that takes money. So, you know, I've sent out my monthly updates to you guys. I've sent out a couple of update after the budget that you submitted, just to try to explain a little bit more of what we're going through and the growth we're going through in the coroner's office. So looking at our proposed budget, I would like to answer any questions that you have for me, that maybe I can clarify what's going on in my mind with the increases.
Can you talk about your trip charges or how much you're applying towards trips?
So you're talking about transports?
Yes.
Yeah, so $120 is what it costs us to transport someone that we're taking to the morgue. So many situations where we have a family that does not know what they're going to do. They have no arrangements in place, or there's no next of kin present. We have to bring that individual in. So that's $120 every trip. So if we take that person in and we're going to do autopsy, one trip's 120 to the morgue, then it's another 120 to the funeral home that we do the autopsies at, then it's another 120 to bring them back to the morgue. Those transport fees, because we're looking at probably about 150 transports. So they've gone up because of that. And so that's how we charge for the transports. And those are privately done for us by Jessamine Funeral Home.
Thank you.
I have a general question about deputies and your, with Bargersville Fire, right?
Yes, correct.
A paid standby, what does a paid standby make at a Bargersville?
So if
firefighter?
you are and I'll use the example because I have paramedics that work for me. So you get $20 an hour as a paramedic working at Bargersville. So if you're a firefighter, you could get up to 12 to 15. It just depends, but that's what the hourly rate is. And when you look across the county, as many of several of my deputy coroners work for other agencies, they're making anywhere from $15 to $20 an hour at their part-time jobs.
Okay, so here's my point. That, and we all, I think I better understand now, since I've been elected and talking with you, the skill level for a coroner, deputy coroner. One would think it would be at least a paramedic level. Am I correct on that as far as knowledge?
The
of the
state,
human?
it makes it easier to do the job. There's no doubt about that. The state only requires a 40-hour death investigation course that you have to complete, and then that's with continual training. So everybody has to go through that. But yes, if you are a paramedic, you're obviously going to be ahead of the game when it comes to doing death investigation.
Okay, so if you make the comparison of a paramedic who works at, and I'm picking on Bargersville, I'm just using that as an example. They make $20 an hour for a 12-hour shift. Correct?
Yes.
And that's standby.
Yes.
But you're a deputy coroner who's on standby, if doesn't get a call, doesn't make a dime.
He doesn't make a dime.
But he has to obligate himself for that 12 hours the same way the part-time firefighter is doing.
That's correct.
That is unbelievable. I don't see how we can accept that, to expect a person in today's work environment with that skill level to sit and wait for 12 hours for nothing. And then if they are called during that 12 hours, they only make 125.
It's 125. And, you know, we're looking at an average of 3 hours per case. Now, that's just to go out to the scene and do the investigation, come back. These things get strung out into many more hours because you're either dealing with autopsies, you're dealing with family, attorneys.
Correct.
There are a lot of requests that come down the line that the deputies get pulled into to commit more time.
But if they spend 12 hours on that investigation, they get paid $125.
$125, yeah.
Unbelievable. I mean, it shocks me when I hear that. So they spend 12 hours on a death investigation and make $10 an hour.
Basically, yes. And it's not an easy job at all. And, you know, I used to think in my job, I saw as a firefighter, paramedic, that I dealt with people at the worst times in their life, and that is true. But the coroner's office and the people that work in the coroner's office truly deal with folks at the worst point in their life when they've had a major loss. And so it's very important that we have quality people in there to bring them in and compensate them with the hazards they deal with and continuing their education.
All right, so taking this back and making an assumption of where we're at on the budget. That you don't have any kind of projection of funds to be able to pay standby. And all we're talking about is what I just explained, that the deputies are only getting paid for when they're called out, but they have to stop their life for 12 hours.
Pretty much. I mean, they just have to be available.
Okay, how
to
many
respond
times
to
a week?
calls. So it fluctuates. We can have back to back, we can go out 4 to 5 times a week, and then we can have 2 or 3 day run where we don't do anything. And so that it's just, there's no consistency to it whatsoever.
All right, so the worst case scenario is an employee could commit to 3 shifts and not make a dime.
And not make it done. And so that's kind of what my budget reflects here, of giving them some incentive. And that's the $50 every 12 hours just to be on call. We get into the hourly rates, that takes our cost up a lot more. So how we're doing it now is not an uncommon practice across the state of Indiana and many coroner office because they're small. But we're not in that situation anymore. You know, we are seeing such an influx out of Marion County for the problems that exist there are in Johnson County. And so our demand for services continue to go up. And so we have to move to more streamline our services and our department, like every other department runs in the county.
Okay, so your budget request to try to modify it, but not reach to the level of what I just explained.
Exactly. We're trying to improve it without breaking the bank.
Right.
And I know it's a substantial increase, but and I was just doing some comparisons, and I did send this out to everybody based on your population and what is spent per resident on coroner's office. So, you know, we look at Bartholomew County, and these are offices are somewhat similar to our size other than Marion County, but we look at Bartholomew County, $2.40 per person. Monroe, $2.19, Morgan, $2.48, Shelby County, $3.05, Boone County, $2.70, Hendricks, $2.15, Marion County is $4.48, Johnson County is 83 cents. That goes towards the coroner's office per resident.
So again, drawing it back to the budget, which is our
Yes.
responsibility,
Okay.
line item 16,900 shift differential pay. One looks at the budget and sees the oh my God moment, that it went from 0 to 36,500. But the oh God moment that I'm explaining is that it's in response to the $50 stipend that does something for those individuals who are spending 12 hours. And that comes out to $4 an hour.
It does. It's something that we're giving them to entice them to sign up and work.
Ron's making the assumption that they're not doing anything but sitting idly for 12 or 24 hours while they're on call. They could still be working or doing other jobs or performing other tasks in conjunction with this. So they're not just.
They will be performing other jobs. They're not working for anybody else and taking off from work.
No, I could.
You can't do that and be on call?
No.
So you have to just. sit home
If you
and
had
work?
an employee that was working for you, Ron, would you let them go to take a coroner's call and get paid not only with you, but
Yeah, if that was my understanding.
if that was the understanding? Well, most people working in my agency,
So what
working
you're
for a
saying
fire
is-
department or an ambulance can't leave and go take a coroner's call and come back.
So what you're saying is when they're not working, their regular job, they just sit for 12 hours at home, wait for the phone to ring?
They can be at home or they can be in the office doing work in the office, either one.
Are they getting paid while they're in the office?
They're getting paid nothing. They're just on call. So even if they come in, so one of the things that I find fantastic about our people in the office is they see the goal, they see the vision of the coroner's office, and they come in and spend extra time working on things and working on paperwork and working on reports that they're not getting paid for. They just so happen, if they happen to get a call, then they'll get compensated for that. And so I've been very fortunate that they've hung in there with me, but I'm trying to make an improvement here that needs to be made for our people that work in that office.
Mike, on the line item 11, 300, the deputy, the nearly $15,000 increase, is that to add to staff? Is that to further compensate these folks? Or
So we are talking about, okay, I see that, you're talking about the 24,612? Is that what we're looking at? Oh, sorry, corner's phone ringing.
Are you on call?
I am. So I'm sorry.
no, I'm looking at line the 11300, the deputy line item that is proposed at 24,612,
Yes.
which is an increase. Okay.
Yes, so what we did to make sure that we had the funds, because we had $9,000, basically what our budgeted fund was in previous budgets.
Mhm.
And so what we figured in is if we put $125 in the bank every other day for 365 days, or not for three, but half the year, so 180 some days, we knew that we were going to be able to support. So if we went a few days without any calls, but then all of a sudden we got a run of calls, we were able to fund, and I wasn't going to have to come back and ask for additional funds. And then we have more money to pay deputies to work so that I can spend more time, not that I'm going to get out 10 calls, because that's not going to happen, but I can spend more time being the administrator of our office, managing the budget, managing the daily administrative duties of supplies and scheduling autopsies, and the list goes on of the things that come down on the administrator of the office. And in the past, I can't speak to how it was run. Okay, but I know that what we're dealing with right now, I'm not sure, like I said, I don't know how it was run in the past, but I know how it needs to be run now, just looking at it and where we are and how we need to move forward. And so that's where you get that caught. It's $125 put in the bank basically every other day to assure that we have the funds to pay our deputies when they work.
So you're modernizing your office and the
We're
pay
trying.
scale and bringing
And
things up.
since January 1, day one,
Yeah.
hitting the door, raising the professionalism, raising
Right.
the involvement, everything, we're committed to taking it to the next level.
Mike, you may or may not know this. I don't know. I'm just curious. Like Hendricks County, we're pretty comparable to Hendricks County. Do you know what their annual budget is compared to yours?
Yes, it's over $300,000. They have a full-time coroner. They have an administrative assistant. There are many things that go into their budget, but they're at 300,000.
What about Shelby? Is Shelby?
Shelby's less than us. They're a smaller agency, but when you break it down money-wise per their population, then they're getting more money basically. Morgan County has a full-time coroner now, their own facility, everything to do that. So it varies, but around the metro area, everybody's kind of in the same boat of where we're being pushed to go with our coroner's offices.
In the metro area, do they operate their own board?
So, no, not everybody. So Morgan County, yes, they have a one-stop facility for everything there. Shelby County, they are at the jail, I believe, is where theirs is. Don't let the sheriff hear that. He'll think I got some big ideas. But it just varies. Like Hamilton County has their own facility. Hendricks County has their own facility. Marion County obviously has their own facility. We're spread out all over the place in 3 different locations for what we do.
Is there a possibility to do our own transports?
There is, and here's what I'll tell you, most coroner's offices will tell us, you are lucky to have transport. And here's why I say that, is that having a contract transporter, and Marion County does this also, it allows our deputies to focus on the investigation and continue to work on the investigation and not have to worry about the transport, getting the body moved to the morgue and so forth. It's a luxury item that we have that I would hate to give back without staffing to be able to do that all the time. So when we look at the $120 of transport, that's not bad. The problem is we're having to move the body so many times, it costs us every time we do. And
But wouldn't we be paying a deputy coroner $120 to? I mean, wouldn't that be a separate call out if they had to come back the next day and take the body to the morgue?
it would be, we'd pay them again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Plus
So,
the gas and.
Yes.
If they're getting the $50 stipend.
So Hey, this is a business opportunity for somebody in the community. What services do you use?
So
for
Jessamine
companies?
Funeral Home provides our transport service. And I've had to work with several transport services now. And we get excellent service out of Jessamine Funeral Home doing our transports for us. You know, we deal with different ones when different funeral homes send contracted transport services to do their pickup. It's not always the funeral home that does that. It's actually very few of those do those that stay. But it's nice that we deal with Jessamine. They are very professional. They handle everything, you know, they know our system. And so that's been a benefit. And that's been something that they've done for Johnson County now for several years before me.
Have you put that out for bid for other people to have? the
We have
opportunity?
not. We have not. You know, that's always an option.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Always an option to put something like that out for bid. I inherited it, was happy with it and stuck with it. And so, but
No, I get it.
I get
When
it.
you're just starting new, you want to stick with what works
Sure.
at first.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
You know, though, I'm always for getting bids, but as low as that is, I just wonder if we have several bids and they're all higher, if that doesn't drive Justin's price up.
Oh. Yeah,
And here's the other thing that Jessen provides us right now. And we do all of our autopsies at Jessen's Funeral Home, and they do not charge us for that. So they could, but they haven't. And, you know, we've been very thankful for that because, you know, using their facility as logistically challenging as it can be sometimes to move it around, move the decedent around so many times, they have done that service for us.
Let's clarify for those of us who may not be that knowledgeable of that. What you're saying is that you don't pay Jessen to do the autopsy.
No.
They provide a room.
They provide their preparation room at their funeral home that they use is the same facility we use for our autopsies.
Okay, so they have to clean up and everything.
Yes,
And we get that for nothing. That's amazing.
yes, we do.
That's amazing. And we pay them $120. So I say, you know, it's working, not broke. That's, you know. This budget, Mr. President, prevents the first significant discussion, and I don't know where it needs to take place concerning elected officials. Because he is an elected official. He doesn't have a budget, and there is a major difference in what any study or averages. We've all looked at it, computed different things. And I don't know when it is you want to, you know, I'm trying to understand the process again, that if we pass this budget as he presented it, then when do we make a decision about modifying the salary for that elected official?
My opinion is, like in this case where there's zero in here, that we would consider the guidance of 4%, and unless there's data known to you or data known to the coroner that they want to present.
He was extremely conservative putting in, no, he didn't put in 4%, he put 0.
Yeah, I increased the
Yes.
chief deputy, the 4%, but I didn't know where we stood on the stair step raises for the salary survey, so I didn't touch that. I didn't.
All right, so we have an elected official who's recommended a 0% increase. And then his point was the point I'm making until the decision is made by us concerning elected officials. And I think that discussion is in its entirety and not individual by department.
Ron, I'm looking at the salary study.
Right.
The coroner's office is one that is unique because he's a part-time coroner. The salary study took into account, I don't know, 10 to 12 different counties of similar size. Some have full-time coroners, some have part-time coroners. So all those salaries combined, the average that they came up with was 41,403. But like I said, keep in mind that there are some Vanderburgh County is 71,615. That's for a full-time coroner. So I think he's not asking for anything. So, I mean, my opinion, we can get into this later, but as we start discussing the elected officials, as we discussed when we were setting the guidance, I think we have to revert back to the salary study and look at that. This one's hard because it's not totally representative of a full or a part-time coroner, but to give us an idea, what they're saying, the average salary is 41,403 with an average salary range or an external range of 12,045 to 71,615. So I think anywhere from where he is now to 41,000 would be a reasonable amount.
Okay, and my point being, are we going to stab it with each department, or are we going to have a discussion about it overall?
If we deal with it.
I think with each department is my opinion. And you're welcome, and that is, you're part of the collective we, so if you have a different
I guess
opinion about it.
Yeah, I clearly agree that there needs to be some updating with your department. I guess I would like to see maybe an investment into a county vehicle for you.
Well, and as you bring that up, that was something that Commissioner Baird and the other commissioners, we got that at the beginning of this year was vehicles for the coroner's office, first time ever. So our people had a vehicle to use. I don't need a vehicle. I have a staff car from the fire department that I use, but my deputies need something to work
Right.
out of, and they got that courtesy of the commissioners. They helped us out there. And so we're good there.
Okay,
We're good there, but thank you for bringing that up.
Mr. President, when we have the discussions, I'd like for us to stay focused on an issue before we jump to another issue. You know, they're all budget, but you know, we're talking about salary right at the moment. So that you're suggesting that we will take each, rather than saying all elect, because we said in the budget guidelines, we would discuss elected official salaries. And that discussion is what I'm trying to understand, that we're not going to discuss it collectively. We're going to discuss it department by
Yes,
department.
so you just heard from two of us that it's our opinion. We discuss it with each budget presentation. I don't know.
All right, so what is
Much
the
more clear.
discussion concerning his salary?
I just my discussion was, I think he should align with the 4%.
yeah.
It is a part-time position. And we just heard salary study information there. Where do you want to take the discussion, Ron?
Do you have a recommendation, Jane?
I would agree. I think the 4% would put us within the reasonable amounts listed in the salary study. And keep in mind that he got a significant pay raise coming into this year. Well, that position did. This is his first year, but we went from 26,887 to 3750. So it's a considerable increase for a part-time position. If we add 4%, that would be my recommendation. And that coupled with the fact that he didn't put in for a raise for himself at all. So he's getting 4% more than what he's asking for. I think it's kind of obvious that he's trying to take care of his people before himself, which is noble.
Any further discussion on that part of the line item before I move on to other line items? Okay, I think that obviously the big two in here are the deputy and the shift differential pay. That's a combined $51,000 increase. We could probably have conversations about pathology and toxicology and ambulance fees, but those are the big ones. To me, the modern approach to staffing and the pay model I don't know what that entirely means. I understand your concept, but I don't know if that's a modernization. And I don't know if there's a necessity, because what I'm hearing is there are people signing up. You know, this was to encourage people to sign up, but it sounds like people are signing up to cover. Whether they get called or not is not putting money, sent them to sign up doesn't impact whether they're called or not, and they're currently signing up. So I'm not understanding that shift differential.
So we have about a 50% sign up rate or less. So the other 50% of the month is pretty much falls on me or the chief deputy. So that fluctuates. July, there's like 20% sign up. So just trying to make it so that we can reduce the number of hours that, and I'm not trying to get out of work because there's plenty of work here to do,
Right.
but turning more of that responsibility over to the deputies to respond, to do the scene death investigations, attend trainings, do phone consultations, which our phone consultations these days are turned into full-blown reports because doctors don't sign death certificates anymore for pretty much. And so we have to go and do the investigation of getting the medical records into our office before we can sign the death certificate. So the workload, trying to shift some of that investigative workload more over to the deputies, and by paying them a little bit better, giving them some more incentives, get more of them to sign up to take more of the hours during the month so that we can focus on other issues within the coroner's office.
And again, the skill level for that person is that they could go over to the fire department and make $250 for being on standby there also.
Sure. Ideally, I would love to pay an hourly rate as a part-timer.
But I think
But,
$50,
yeah.
if it's $4 an hour.
Yeah.
So, and this is as respectful as can be said, but going back to the memory bank, when we, as a council, approved the larger increases that James just referenced for both the elected official and the chief deputy, you look at 2019 compared to 2022, both of them have had significant percent increases. That was with the understanding that there is coverage. There is a, you are the gap between whoever signs up and who doesn't sign up. And that was, in my opinion, the justification for that bigger increase maybe than usual. So to add a shift differential with the same number of employees, you're not operating a ward, you now have a county vehicle with the cooperation of the commissioners. I'm not sure I'm fully understanding what it allows you to do administratively more of in managing the office.
So managing the coroner's office is 24/7. The
Understood.
phone calls come in, the request for the reports, additional information, working budgets, working schedules, so forth. That's just that workload that if I get bogged down doing 2 or 3 death investigations, doing that, then payroll and things like that that need to be taken care of, paying the bills, I'm in a balancing act. Okay, because I am part-time, so I do have full-time responsibilities other places. Well, I knew that coming in, but my intention is to change that. So as we move into the future, whoever the coroners are after me, it even maybe moves into a full-time coroner spot or full-time staff of some type. So these are my steps. But when you look at the money we get per resident based on other coroners' offices to run their operation, we're way behind there. And so I'm just trying to catch us up. And people do sign up. But the biggest thing that I ask them when I say, hey, can you sign up for more hours? They basically say, well, I would, but for 24 hours, I can go make $15 to $20 an hour. No discredit to the office because they want to come there, but they set aside a whole day or 2 days or 3 shifts a month and they don't get anything for it.
I don't so much have a problem with shift diff. I mean, that's just kind of standard in the medical field, shift diff, incentives for people to work. I mean, it's everywhere. My issue here is the office supplies, an 80% increase.
So
I mean,
our
what's that about?
office supplies include all of our body bags. It includes all the supplies. It's not pencils and paper. We're talking about body bags. We're talking about all of our syringes, needles, any supplies that we need to do our death investigations. PPE, one of the things that we did not have in the office when I came in was proper PPE for our individuals to wear, whether it was mask, suits to wear when they were dealing with decomposing bodies.
Sure, I mean, this
So
stuff
these
gets
are
gross.
these are the increases
Yeah.
that have come with that in the office supplies. When we say office supplies, that's what office supplies is very encompassing.
The other in your description in office supplies, wearing apparel is noted, and I know there have been some concerns expressed by some about wearing apparel. Approximately of the 18,000, what dollar amount is going to?
So
wearing apparel?
$3,000 is going, that would take care of 10 staff members at $300 a piece per year to maintain their uniforms. There wasn't a uniform standard for the office prior to. Okay, and one of the things that, if I give an example, if the sheriff's department didn't have uniforms and everybody showed up in t-shirt and jeans with a gun strapped on their side, not sure how people would take that necessarily. And it's no different for our office looking professional. The second part of that is many of the scenes that we deal with a lot of biohazards. And we work in extreme environments many times that I want our folks not to have to wear their personal clothing. And that was the whole thing of getting the vehicles, not having to get back in their personal vehicle once they've done that. So that's where this $300 an individual comes every year to maintain their uniforms.
And you made a point that many of us probably wouldn't think about, that I go out in my clothes and I'm going on a death investigation. There are bodily fluids that will soil your personal clothing. So I don't have a problem with providing professional clothing.
Do you have any other options on staffing?
Well, the other options is status quo. And, taking the stipend away, that shift differential away. And just, which is basically going back to what we were. Now, some of the other things that, one of the things after we submitted our budget was, and I sent this out in an email yesterday, was rethinking some of how we stay within that budget number that we submitted to. So our people go to trainings that we do an every other month training and actually paying them to come to training like anybody else would. And trying to make that number work. And so, and we can get into that in second readings and whatever, once you have a chance to look at that. But there are other options of just coming back and asking for more money when I run out. That's the other option.
What about this? One night, can we just like meet him halfway on some of this stuff and then just revisit it? A few months down the road. I think maybe biting off a huge chunk of this is just maybe a little bit more than what some people can handle. And if we do it incrementally, it can be swallowed easier.
And doing increments is fine. And I understand that completely. I just know this is where I need to be. And to make this work like it needs to work, how we get there, I'm open to avenues and suggestions on how we get there. So we're not going to get any cheaper moving forward, probably. We'll always be going up just because of the growth of the county. Last year the budget went down from the previous 2 years. So I was like, we went the wrong direction that time. So I'm not sure exactly why that happened, but it did. So now I'm trying to bring it back up a little bit,
Yeah.
back the other direction.
And I asked the council in general, we received a presentation from our consultant. What is, other than, we got to cut it. Why do we have to cut it? What is the goal? Why do we have to cut it? He said we could fund the budget with a modification of a budget later on concerning the jail lit. So why do we have to cut this? Is my question.
The answer is we do have levers to pull. And we have the jail that provides some relief to the general fund that we otherwise didn't have available prior. So yes, and we have a rainy day fund. My objective, I like to balance a budget based on projected receipts, not on cash on hand. And that to me is my objective in this. So the other piece of this is I don't discount anything Mr. Pruitt has said. Big fan and big supporter of moving the department forward. But I also believe that there should be and is and has been that compensation to the chief deputy and the coroner was done in part in the past to acknowledge that you are on call and you are going to have coverage. And the moving away or enticing others to sign up for SHIP is, I don't buy into that. I can't support it today at this kind of a stepping off point. Now, maybe there is a compromise, maybe there's something different, but Ron, that's my philosophy, is we have levers to pull. And right now we're $1.4 million combined in the hole. We just we gotta figure it out. This is the 5th budget we've heard and we're not making progress. So I want to be, our job is to be critical of this, in my opinion. You each can take your own role in this. And that's what I encourage you to speak up and ask the questions.
So just to address that, the last coroner that served in this office, it was a family business. Okay, there was 3 people, that one family that pretty much ran the coroner's office and covered all the shifts and handled everything on a daily basis. Mine is not a family business. I don't have that luxury to have that. That's why, you know, there has to be a breakout to where the administrator of the office has to be able to separate himself a little bit in the management of the department. And that wasn't the case in the previous administration.
Yeah. I don't know what the procedure is. I'd say we move forward. Maybe can we approve some of it and then revisit it, or is this an all or nothing right now?
Well, go ahead.
No, it's not all or nothing.
Yeah.
I'm prepared to make a motion. Just to get the ball rolling.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay. I see the need. This is just a motion. I'm gonna throw it out there. Move to approve the budget as presented in the first reading with modification to 11,300. The deputy, splitting the difference between the increased requested amount and what they had last year, changing the total from 24,612 to 17,181. And in line item 21,500 office supplies, doing the same and reducing the amount from 18,000 to 14,000. And those would be the 2 modifications that I would suggest.
Can I modify something here? I'd say we can reduce the office supplies even more. Let's just take that down to 10,000.
We have the motion on the floor, so notwithstanding Jim's willingness to amend his motion, we would then, it's either going to die or we'll get a second, then we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just think that if we gave them 10,000 last year, we're still in a pandemic. We're still in very odd times. I think that the cost of items are going up. PPE, we're no longer getting reimbursed by the federal government for that. I don't think a $4,000 increase is unreasonable.
Okay, I would ask that when we're doing these motions, if we can, to state the count line item number, because it's easier to reference the number than the word. I didn't hear what the line item number was.
Okay, I'll make a second motion. I'm gonna.
So
First has to die first.
Okay, sorry.
We have a motion from Jim. Is there a second from John Eddie? Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a little discussion. Hey, Mike, you mentioned you guys jump around to 3 different places. We have the Jessen Funeral Home and we have your office still at the North Annex.
Yes, North
Okay.
Annex,
And then what's the third
the
location?
morgue at the Johnson Memorial.
Okay, so they still use that. Does Jessen have a morgue or temporary? No?
Not to store
Okay.
what we have.
Are you welcome at John's JMH now, or are they still trying to get rid of it?
Yeah, I mean, we have a great working relationship with them.
Okay.
Everything is going perfectly okay. Yes, we had, and this gets back to bringing into one facility eventually, is that we had a decedent over there who had personal property and a funeral home came to pick him up. They set the personal property out on a table. Funeral home took the decedent, the property didn't get put back in because the hospital out of courtesy does our releases for us over there. custodial staff threw those personal belongings away, not knowing that that's what they were. And it's like, those are just little things we worry about all the time being spread out as accountability for everything. So.
And I'm sure you can appreciate that it's kind of a hard pill to swallow. I think we understand that you're bringing this department up to date, but in the past, as far back as I can remember, I was a police officer 25 years and a detective most of that time. So I'd be out there and it seemed like wherever the coroner was, they would do the bulk of the work when they weren't working their full-time job. In fact, some of them had arrangements like, I think at the county and that down in Edinburgh, those folks would leave their jobs to take care, and how they rectified that, I'm not sure, but there has been an expectation. In fact, past councils have insisted that the coroner take the bulk of the calls because there's just such a huge drop off in experience. Just the integrity of how the whole thing was handled. There was a big drop off from the coroner to their deputies. And I'm sure you're going to fix that. You're going to make them every bit as
I mean,
knowledgeable.
I have
as you are.
deputies right now who are much better at this job than I am,
Right.
and I'm
So-
trying to catch up to them.
Yeah, I understand. And so, anyway, I appreciate what you do, and I understand the vision, and I think it's a pretty good compromise, what's being submitted on the first reading here. I'm going to agree with it.
So further point of clarification on the Jim's request or math on line item 11300 to go down to the 17 some $1,000 figure. You're not proposing to increase the 125 call out. You said it was more to every other day you were going to bank it, whether it's
Well,
used or
it's
not.
banking it so that we always know that we have money there to pay our staff. So I don't have to come back and ask for $10,000, to continue to pay our staff over time.
Okay, follow-up question. Wouldn't, say it's 125 today, wouldn't a 145 or a 150 call out rate be incentive enough for somebody to sign up on the probability that individual would get, if called out, would get a higher rate?
I'm sure that, whether we improve it at the shift differential, or if we put it on the per call, either one, could go either direction. I mean, that's something that I just have to ask, would this improve your ability to come and sign up for hours with the coroner's office?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Those are my two questions regarding those line items. So there is the motion. There's a second. We're still in discussion. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Could you repeat the motion for me, please?
I wish I could.
I will.
Yes.
Okay, motion to approve the budget for the corner 11157 as presented during the first reading with the modification to line item 11,300 deputy, reducing it from 24,612 to 17,181. And line item 21,500, reducing it from 18,000 to 14,000.
Thank you, Jim. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Thank you.
Thank you.
One no.
I have a comment. If I could work with Mike before second reading, because like wearing apparel has its own line item. He's got that all kind of stuff in the office supplies. I think it needs to be into like 3 different line items, like operating supplies and wearing apparel.
Where's the wearing apparel line item?
It's not.
It's in
there is
office
not one.
supplies.
If
No,
I-
I know it's built in there, but,
If I could work with him and we'll submit it second reading.
oh, okay.
Just
I see
break
what
it
you're
out
saying.
more.
Yeah. So basically, the 14,000 will go with 3,000 of that will go into wearing apparel, and this number goes to 11. Is that what you're thinking? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, next up, Park.
A second on that motion.
John Eddie.
Thank you.
Yep.
Give me some time to lower this microphone. Megan Bowman, Park Superintendent. Good morning.
I make
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Better? Okay.
that's
sorry.
better. Thank
Megan
you.
Bowman, Park Superintendent.
All right, walk us through your budget, please, starting with the 100 series.
Okay. I did send an email, hopefully you all received it, explaining the two increases in this budget. One being a new position, hopefully, for our horse park. That's what HHP is, Hoosier Horse Park. As you know, that's a facility that we run underneath at Johnson County Park. So we think that that needs a dedicated employee. And I spelled out a lot of that in that email as to why we think that. The other change being a request for an increase on equipment. I asked for a similar increase last year for 20,000. And in the email, I also explained that we did take some of that on non-reverting. But unfortunately, my oversight, not having access to LAO, I did create that line in January, but it did not get submitted into this budget. So I forgot to add the line. It does exist now. So I'll have to, I talked to Amy and I do have to come back in January to establish that, but we do want to shoulder some of the costs on equipment that we need. So.
Megan, your board is in support of the budget.
Yes.
Yep.
Actually, one of your appointees is here to have any questions for him, but yes.
Thank you.
So Rob, this isn't so much about what she's saying, but rather this year's budget, or what was it said? We're below or behind rather in our budget. And so we got to figure out what we got to let go. And she's saying she wants a new position. Is that it? Is that right? A new position? Yes, a new full-time position. With the pay range, I said between 40 and 45, I think would be fair based on if we do an internal hire or an external hire.
Oh, right, I remember reading that, yes.
I have a question about that, and it's a procedural one, again, on the budget. And I'm receiving all the documents from all the different department heads. There's no consistency on how this is done. Number one, it is a new position. It does not exist in our county.
Correct. It did exist sometime in the 90s, but it was folded. So I think really that line just goes away, probably that number. I don't know what happens to it on the auditor side, but it has not been a position for a while.
Okay, and you said in your comments to us, you were formulating the job description and you'd like for it to be started 40 and 45. There are department heads that have done what I think is appropriate considering what the community has, what the council has done in the past with the consultant. And any new position, in my opinion, before it's approved and budgeted, should be like everybody else has done so far in the highway department, and I believe elsewhere in another department has been approved, by the commissioners, has made a request from our consultants to classify the job description, so we are staying in line with what the salary study did, instead of a department head, with all due respect, saying, I'd like to pay somebody X
Sure.
amount of dollars. I think that should be determined by the consultants. And you've done that correct on your position you're requesting for the human resource, what's the new one you're, for the grant writer. Somebody else did it. It gives us some consistency, and Jim, that puts it in line with what your consultant suggested last year, that, new positions should be reviewed. So to me, it gives me some consistency that, with all due respect of what you'd like to pay, as opposed to
Right,
what
I
you
understand.
should pay. Yeah. So that is the only issue I had about, their budget, was just making sure that that position has treated like all other new positions have done. And why they did it, I don't know. Did the council instruct them to do it? Did the commissioners instruct people to do it? As far as the job descriptions, I think that's the way it should be done, but how did it come about that they are doing it and some are not doing it?
I don't have an answer.
Jim, do you have an answer on that?
I mean, it would go back to the classifications.
It was not in there. That position isn't in there.
Well, that position wouldn't be in there, but you could find a like position.
I will say that I can, if Megan needs some assistance before second reading, I can reach out to the other 91 counties. A lot of them do the same salary studies through the same company to see if anyone has a like job description and get the rate of pay. Probably will be 2 or 3 out there, just to give you an example of what is out there under that type of description, if that helps anyone.
Well, Irwin has done this for a couple of other positions.
Yes, but I'm saying she may not have that. We may not have that position in our county, but someone else that has used Irwin may have it. So that'll just give her an idea of when we have Irwin do it, what it probably will come in. A
So-
ballpark figure.
So do we not have anybody that has a budget for Irwin to do it?
We have one here on call, and he's $150 job description, and they classify it as well.
All right, so we can't, there's no reason why we can't do it.
If you spend $150.
Well, I'm asking for it to be done, budgeted.
But I can get her examples that will get her within a very close margin before we pay the 150. If she needs some numbers to present during the budget hearing to say, in all probability, once this is done, it will probably be close to, whether it be her 40 to 45 or 15 to 25. It'll give us give you an idea for budgeting rather than having to have an exact, because I don't know that she would get an exact before next.
And I think that was kind of my rationale, like the way I presented it. I guess I should have explained that better. I did plan to reach out to legal to see how we move forward with job descriptions now that we have official ones and that salary study was done. The range I selected was based on the fact that a majority of this position right now is falling on the assistant superintendent and the maintenance supervisor. So if you look at what they make, it falls in that same range. So,
Okay, I understand.
and I'm in administration, but yeah, I'd love to make it official and have a.
I understand. The only question I'm having, you're saying it costs $150. Is there any reason why we can't do that before second reading? But, rather than doing what she's talking about, let's just.
Well,
do it.
shouldn't we decide if we even want to pay for a position first? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's where it gets a little challenging because it's like cart before the horse. I have to have the position before I can ask about the position and.
It sounds like there's some resources that can be utilized upon availability of our consultant, so I trust that'll incur. Question about the position, the Hoosier Horse Park Supervisor, the receipts or revenue earned at the Hoosier Horse Park, does that fall back into the food and beverage or does that go elsewhere?
It goes into non-reverting.
I would.
Well, most of it, I should
Yeah.
say. Yeah.
When I looked at the other financing sources, pages 45 and 46 of the fiscal plan, there are $0 in park receipts. I would not necessarily comfortable putting food and beverage that as staff under food and beverage so much as where the revenues earned to cover that position. Does that logic? Make sense? We're asking food and beverage to carry an expense with all the money going to a non-reverting fund, which we.
I just saw it as, that's where all of our staff comes from. We don't ever shift staff around based on how much revenue each position, what they're working on. If that makes sense. Like if we're working, administrative assistant works for events, that money goes into non-reverting too, but we're not paying that out of there, so.
So Rob, are you saying it goes to, an option would be to put it in 1178 or 1179?
Yeah, it wouldn't be capital improvement. I don't think. I would defer again to
Operating.
yeah, I would think it would be operating. Megan and I've had similar conversations this time of year. There are other requests to use the non-reverting funds as much as possible to provide relief, especially when we're looking to cut. So, in that sense, I would expect to be a revenue and expense lineup if there's a benefit to this account, it should be funded from that account, in my opinion. The other pieces, as far as going back to the 128 fund, the food and beverage park, several percent increases were above the guidance of 4. How did you arrive or support that?
The ones that are, John and I talked about this in our meeting. I think it was because of the 750 being, so
Stipend.
3 positions got increases, no one else did. So this, everyone else got a 750 and then the 4%. I did it the way, I guess, the wrong way.
Yeah,
Which was
for our
adding it in and
review-
then doing 4%.
And for our review, as we're doing all of these, everybody that did the 750 and 4% comes out about 7%. 6.5, 5.8, 6%, correct? Is that right, Amy? Yeah.
It does also look a little strange
Yeah.
because one of my positions, the office manager, had received a substantial increase with, the salary study. That 4%, I still had maintenance staff that received nothing other than a stipend. They were still lower than we thought, so it was my understanding that we could take that 4% number and flex it and distribute it amongst other staff if we thought it was necessary, and that's what I did. So you can see that one person's only at like a 1%.
I guess I'm having a hard time accepting a new position, starting a whole new position at 45,000 when, I think there's some other departments that have been neglected for years and years and years. And our budget, we're in the deficit. I don't see that that's a practical thing right now. That's my personal opinion.
There's 2 areas in the county that have woefully been underfunded for years and years. The coroner, which you just heard, and the park department. And what we have here is a 600+ acre park that is beyond what any other county in the state has. And it's a real jewel and it's a real moneymaker, but we continue to nickel and dime it to the point where we can't take advantage of the asset that we have. And it's beyond me how we as a body, council commissioners, and I got to tell you that Commissioner Barrett has done an awful lot of work down there under the Coon Cap monies to improve those facilities. But that Hoosier Horse Park down there is the only venue in the county that attracts people from other states in an extended period of stay, overnight, several nights. And I've said before, and I started this a long time ago with the innkeeper's tax, I'd like to see this body address that innkeeper's tax and move 50% of their collections to the park department. That would kind of help what Rob's saying. Although right now I would disagree with moving this position into non-reverting, because non-reverting, it's capped based on their income. They only do so much with the income they got. But if you would put the money into this park that it really needs and help those people down there, it would bring in more revenue that would quickly offset any additional expense.
Ron, this body's not been presented with an opportunity to review project investment, capital investment. To my knowledge, in my time here, there's been no big picture presented to us to even consider. So I don't wish that upon us without presenting us with something.
Well, so I don't think statutorily, we can spend 50%
Yeah.
on the parks out of innkeepers.
We can't
It
just,
you would have to get some legislative movement, but
Yeah.
a number of counties do that already.
and
Henry County, Hendricks County, they all do.
And the whole point of lining up, this Hoosier Horse Park supervisor is integral in the day-to-day operation of the Hoosier Horse Park, presumably, and its success and or failure. So yes, it shouldn't tie back to food and beverage. In my opinion, it should tie back to the account that it's benefiting at the end of the day. And same question applies for the equipment, the increase in the equipment lease. If that's to operate or going to be used to around the Hoosier Horse Park, I would say that's a capital outlay, not a food and beverage outlay. I've been very consistent in my position on this, and I'm open to monopolizing an asset that we have. Absolutely. We'll put a plan in front of us. Don't just wish it upon us.
I think you presented your.
Well, we had the plan for that one.
The master
arena,
plan
one-
outlines all of those things
Yeah.
you just
And-
described.
I mean, can we come back
Where is it?
with the PowerPoint and then? I can.
I know the horse
Yeah, I mean,
park,
master
County
plan's
Park took a
online and-
big hit, what, in 2008?
What was your question? I'm sorry.
Park took a big hit in 2008. Is that when? all
Yeah,
the
several staff took advantage of a pre-retirement. You know, I think we went down four positions that were not replaced. I'm getting ready to start my 9th year. I've replaced 2 of those, so I believe that we're 2 down. There's also, our money used to go to the general fund, and then now, since we have 2 parks, one is in Greenwood, the main one, the 622 acre in Johnson County Park, it's a National Park Service oversight, so it's a federal lands to parks project. That land has to be used for recreation. All money generated has to stay in the park, and somehow that was discovered, and that's why we started collecting our money and actually getting a cash balance, because to my knowledge, at one point, we were in the negative for a long time.
Right.
So,
I would like to see a big picture presentation on the park to have a better understanding, and I can fully support it. Hey, if it's
Okay.
gonna make the county money,
Yeah.
let's do it.
sure.
But I just feel like I'm in the dark.
Okay.
Megan,
Yeah,
is-
and when we did the building thing, I mean, you requested to come down and do a tour, and I sent email, and
There.
I just had no interest and no response on that. So, I mean, I'd be more
It's
than
been a
willing
couple
to.
years, but you used to
Yeah.
put on a nice presentation about what's going on and what you plan on doing in the future, but you
Mhm.
haven't done that the last couple of years.
Yeah, I can
We
do
need
that
it again,
certainly.
yeah.
We're just trying to streamline time and,
There's only so much you can get out of your minutes.
Yeah.
So,
I understand.
Are you open to moving that position to 1179?
That's what you'd like to see. I mean, I guess we always, any changes you have, and we try to do our best, and we could see. I mean, the struggle with non-reverting is, you know, I'm curious what you think is an appropriate amount to kind of have as a fallback. During COVID, I mean, we ran numbers and we lost at least $66,000. That doesn't include a few different things, but of just revenue. So there's always a chance that we could take a hit on the money that we are generating that funds the next 2 budgets. You know, we just remodeled Independence Park Playground. We have 2 more years of payments on that. So at least $185,000 is earmarked of our cash balance right now to pay that off. So I know it looks a lot of times it looks like we're not spending the money and we're just kind of putting it in the pile and saving it for later, but some of it is to protect operating costs in case something else does happen. We've rebounded nicely from that. So, but you know, our dream like is in our master plan, which I can send a copy or it's on our website. You know, our dream is to continue improving our facilities. I mean, that Johnson County Park was old military property, so all those facilities were just old buildings that were remodeled into something else. A lot of them weren't remodeled well. Like Commissioner West said, you know, Brian Baird has been really helpful with those bond funds. We've gotten new roofs, a lot of stuff fixed up down there, but we're operating in a major hole of maintenance for probably at least 20 years of neglect down there. So we're finally getting to a point where we can get to these bigger projects and make some improvements. And I think that's helping and it's getting noticed, but I can certainly build a presentation for you if you'd like.
My suggestion would be that, if you will, if you can organize a presentation about the master plan and then invite, whether we choose to do it here or at the parks presentation, do a more formal presentation to bring at least 2 of us up to speed that are new and perhaps if you haven't done it in a couple of years for the other counselors. Okay, I have a question that comes up on what she just said about her salary. And I think it's reasonable to believe we're going to see and hear this in other budgets. She said, I believe she took 4% and divvied it around.
On one of them, yes.
Number 1.
On one.
One position, yeah.
But I believe that's going to be the case in other departments. It doesn't impact her budget in a major thing, so I'll bring it up on another department.
So you asked a question about our opinion on where a reasonable level would be,
Mhm.
and I assume you mean cash balance. So just looking at 1179 through July, your receipts of nearly 486,000 against expenditures of 172,000. So you're about 313 to the good, which is it has us through July, which is almost, that exceeds the entire 2022 operating budget. So I would say you have the cash and the receipts to support that. 1178 is not materially different, so I would love to see that equipment lease moved into 1178. I'm just being consistent, Megan, with prior
That's okay.
conversations here. Yeah,
You're entitled.
thank you.
I would agree with Rob. I definitely wouldn't want to take all of your funds that you have on hand to do projects and stuff like that, but I think the balance is more than sufficient to cover that. And unfortunately, the food and beverage is where we're hurt the most this year.
All right, so with that, are you willing to strike the new position and move it in so we can try to move on with some sort of a?
That's your request. I'll do my best.
Pardon?
I said, if that's your request, I'll do my best to make it work.
I make a motion to approve the park budget 1157, 128 as presented on the first reading, with the modification of moving line item 14050 into 1178, the park non-reverting fund.
1178 or 1179?
Oh, sorry, 1179.
Okay.
Second.
I'm sorry, motion from Jim as modified with a second. from Jonathan. Further discussion from Megan? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that
Just a-
passes on first reading. Thank you.
Question for Amy, do I just come back in January to add that?
Yeah, we'll talk about that because when you move a position, you guys look at FICA and PERF, maybe insurance. Yeah, I don't know if you guys would consider second reading moving something else other than the employee, but.
That needs to be considered, which you can do it at second reading, because if the salary comes out of there, so does the insurance. That's what the procedure's been, the insurance. And I don't know if that's changing this year or not, but that's 11,000, and then if I can perf as well as the salary.
Okay. Can we, or should we make just a blanket statement that if we move a job, a classification, that all those related expenses goes with it, so we don't have to separate out?
You can, we just have to work with, when you move it to another fund, there's no flexibility on that bottom line. Either they can do something now, or they're gonna always have to come back in January.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But where is it in 128? It's not in 128 now.
Currently, all of that's under the commissioner's budget.
I
It's
can't
in
hear
the
you.
commissioner's budget, the FICA and the PERF and the insurance
Yeah,
comes out of the commissioner's budget.
yeah. So,
So it's not in the 128, it's in the 122.
And answering what Rob said, why do we,
Because you're paying this out of a non-reverting fund, they're making their own money, so they're paying their own salary, so they should have to pay everything else that's associated with that
Out of non-
employee, out of non-reverting.
gotcha, okay.
And you can see that in 1179 in that budget. We've got some part-time in there and we have a small area or a line for FICA and social security there already for that.
All right, I got it. Okay.
Thank you. Megan, you want to present 1178 next, please?
Yeah, 1178, really just a small increase there for more dumpsters. Dumpsters are expensive.
Yep, thank you. Any further discussion on 1178?
I'll move to approve that budget I submitted on first reading.
Second. Pete, second from John Eddie. Further discussion for Megan? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
1179.
This one, we had some increases just in the travel and training line item and dues and subscriptions. Promotional increases because we're working on our marketing. And again, the equipment lease that I mentioned that I neglected to put in there, I'll be back in January to add that one as well. That one's going to be budgeted at 92,500. and that's to pay for the Independence Park playground.
So the change here would be the addition of the HHP supervisor and related.
Correct.
Yeah. For a council member to include that in their motion.
Can't go over the bottom dollar. So you could say that just to make the January.
Got it.
She's not to come back from the 92.5, right? In January.
Anything above the 301,815.
Yes, yeah, I have plans to come back in January for that one anyway, so.
Any questions on 1179 for Megan?
I'll make a motion to approve 1179 as presented on first reading with the modification that item 14050 HHP supervisor be transferred into this fund from 1157-128.
Second.
Have a motion from Jim, a second from Pete. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. That carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. We are, yeah, so it's about 20 to noon. We're at a point where we said we'd evaluate lunch times. What's the preference of the group? You want to knock a few more out till we push it to noon, or do you guys want to
We should just go to lunch.
go lunch now?
Yeah.
Objection to that? So, well,
Lunch now, I won't be able to be here for that. That's second that motion. I've got to go to.
Okay. Well, we can go.
Well, can we take it out of order on the Board of Commissioners, if that's what? I think community correction is going to be a heavy one.
Let's just go through. I mean, we're not,
yeah.
we're not that far from commissioners. And we've got a lot to go. We'll be here until 8 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
I get it. This is big. This could drag on. Maybe if we go
All right.
ahead and rearrange the itinerary. to get this-
Timing on the commissioner, you can rearrange the presentation, timing on the commissioners. So
Yeah.
you guys need to be moved up. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm saying, do you need to jump the line?
Yeah. Thank you. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to break. We will break prior to hearing planning and zoning. So everybody planning and zoning beyond will be after lunch today, and we'll power through then. All right. Yes, thank you. Next up is community corrections.
If the commissioners would like to go first, I don't have a problem with them jumping line and starting right now. I mean, if they have places to go, that's fine. You good? Okay.
We're good. Thank you.
Yeah. Jason Cranny, Executive Director of Johnson County Community Corrections. I know that there's a couple of new faces on the council, so I wanted to hurry and make a quick explanation of some of the numbers you'll see. We have a grant that pays for about 40% of our budget per year, starting with line item like 11901. You will see that those are supplementary. The grant only pays like for a salary, let's say 30,000. If we are to give a raise, then we need a supplemental line item from our project income. So you'll see those line items are significantly above like the 4% raise, but the reason why that is because it is only trying to get those employees up to the 4% raise. I hope that makes sense. So all of ours positions are in accordance with the council's request of 4% raise with two exceptions. The first of all is from the CTP fund for the assistant director. The new director has a master's degree in criminal justice from one of the top 5 programs in the nation. She has significant experience in community corrections. We are asking for an increase of that amount in addition to the 4% to be able to compensate her for a master's degree, which is about the same amount as we have increased in the past for people who have either gotten a degree or an advanced degree because of it. The second one is from the misdemeanor fund, and that is because when we interviewed Cassie for the position, myself, Suzanne, and Sheriff Cox at the time, we told her that we were going to lower her amount from the amount that was made beforehand, and that we would increase at an escalated rate to be able to get her back in with it, with the experience that she was getting. So we are increasing that one. Cassie, who's in that position, reminded me of that this year, and that we had it in the years past, increased it. And I said that I would go before council and ask more to be able to get her up to the amount that she was, that the position was being paid beforehand. But other than that, those are the only, and then we are asking for 2 new positions, one for a court liaison, which is, we are covering 3 courts. All of them have courts at the same time. We have one person that is trying to be at all the courts all at the same time. Essentially, they have hearings going, and they have to run back and forth between all the different court systems. So we are asking for another position so that they can attend the courts as the judges have requested them do for the full day. So Judge Reasoner would like a court liaison there for the full day of Monday and the full day of Wednesday to be able to answer questions and to be able to help the court. And other judges have also expressed a similar desire. The other one is for a specialty court case manager. There is a lot of specialty courts now either in the works or are currently in operation. The drug court up in Greenwood, the reentry court under SUP2. It's a very intensive program. There's a lot of meetings and additional requirements. The probation department has 2 specialty court probation officers. We've gotten to the point with our caseloads and everything too, that it's necessary that we have a position to be able to help handle that workload. The last thing is that I told you about the grant. We did write for those 2 positions for the grant. We don't have approval whether or not they are going to be approved from the DOC grant. If they are, then at the second meeting, we will let you know that it will either be coming out of project income or from the grant fund to be able to switch those line items around. But those positions are necessary, whether they come from our project income or whether they come from the grant. So,
Jason,
yes,
the equipment lease, is that for the ankle
yes,
monitors?
exactly. We have also increased that amount because we are going to be purchasing new equipment, actually, most likely this month. And we are hoping to be able to switch it all over and go with the company. Yes.
And for Ron and Melinda, he is all self-funded through grants, so none of this affects the general fund or food and beverage.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. So it's either project income, either the people that who are on the program that pays the fees, or it's all through grants. So yes.
Okay, concerning 11766, 11767, or yeah, new positions. You're saying those are new positions?
Yes.
Are they newly created positions?
We have a person that is a court liaison now, but this line item is for a distinct and different person. So, I mean, we have a job description for that individual, and we have a job description for a case manager, but these are both two new positions.
All right, so I'm going to be asking this question of everybody during these hearings. Did you hear what I asked the park department? Has this been analyzed by Irwin?
Yes, so these are in line with the Irwin. So they put us under the pad or the professional one. These are what we were raised to last year for all of the individuals. So for a case manager position, which both of these are, we raised them up to the 4108, and that's what these are both under now.
Okay. I think that will. Just for other departments, some departments gave us that information, some didn't. And I struggle with why department heads feel like they shouldn't provide us information, and other departments freely give it. And I'm not making that as a slap in the face. It's just simply, it gives me something to understand. If I can read and see that, yes, we've done this, no, we haven't, and it's been reviewed, especially on these new positions. So do you have internal correspondence that says from Irwin what it should be, that it should be at 40,000?
So from the study that they conducted last year, they put all of our case managers, including the court liaison, under the professional one. And so we used that study and said, these are both in that same category. They're both the case manager, the court liaison here. They said everybody should be making 40,108.
Okay,
So that's what we
so I'm asking. So it is in line with what was done.
Yes.
All right, that's all I want to know.
Yep.
Very good. Any questions for Jason with respect to 1122, Community Corrections Adult Project Income?
Yes. You need motions on individual.
I would prefer, yes.
I mean, on the individual, like 1122 motion.
Please.
Okay, I move to approve the budget submitted on first reading for 1122.
Second.
Have a motion from Ron, a second from Jim. Any further discussion or questions for Jason? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Moving on to 1175. It was briefly discussed, but any further questions for Jason?
I'll move to approve the budget as presented on first reading.
1175 or 1123?
1175.
1175. I was going in the order on the page here, not the yellow sheet.
Second.
Motion from Pete, second from Jonathan T. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. And 1123, Community Corrections CTP.
Make a motion to approve 1123 Community Correction CTP as presented on first reading. Second.
Motion from Jim, second from John Eddie. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. Next up is Juvenile Project Income, Community Corrections Juvenile.
Hi.
Hi.
Lori Myers, juvenile.
Hi, Lori.
Director. Hi. Ours, very similar to what Jason presented. We have a base funding source through the Department of Corrections. Any additional salary increases year to year comes out of our project income. So that's a cumulative amount. Again, why you see the additional percentages. We went with the 4%. There's only one consideration I would like for you to kind of outline for you folks. Previously, we had a salary, our juvenile case manager, number 3, of $36,000. For about the last 7 years, that position has been funded out of a grant. When we go to try to look at the percentages of 4% and that sort of thing, it always skews things. So for some simplicity of the math, I have taken that out of this budget. Also caused the perf and FICA to go down. You'll see that position there. If that is going to be, I guess, on the record, if that's going to be an issue for me to get a full-time position back, should that grant funding end, then I will maybe respectfully request that we keep it there. But we know that this is all subject to fees. Our funding is all fee funding and grant funding. So with the exception of the last year's bump to the midpoint range from the general fund. So again, on the record, I just wanted to make note that I had removed that full-time position because it is being carried through a grant. But I would like to respectfully ask that should that grant funding end, that we can come back and regain that full-time position.
So help me understand when that happens. Where did it go?
That the position?
Yeah.
I just reduced the project income amount by that. It's actually reduced by a total of like $39,000
Okay.
this time because I removed the FICA for that person. And it's all being paid for out of a grant, a different line item.
Elsewhere. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then when I see these budget line items for SUP,
Those are supplemental raise amounts that are cumulative over years. So it's last year's percent, the years before, those have to accumulate.
okay, so, but when it says supplemental juvenile assistant director line 11505, adopted budget was 8548 and requested budget was 8548. We're not giving 4% of 8548.
No, because last year, the midpoint range came out of the general fund for the first time for our agency. So you see that 4% come from the general fund again this year.
Isn't 11 or 4950 is not general fund.
No, that's our project income, our fee.
Okay.
So to your question or request about the juvenile case manager number 3,
Yes.
I don't see an issue with that request if you need to come before us for that reason. Anybody else? Okay. I think you were asking for guidance or feedback there, so yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Again, it got confusing because we also have that same person have a supplemental account. And so it just, I was using that as a placeholder and it's gone on for about 7 years now that I've just had that sitting there and not used it. And it makes all that, when you look at a total 4% increase or whatever your budget, it just muddies that. I'm just trying to simplify it, but I don't want to lose that full-time position should our grant status change.
I guess, should we just like to leave $1 in there so it doesn't deplete that line item? Or will it stay? If she zeroes it out, if this is a fit, right?
Is it administratively easier to just put $1 in it? Then you get with that, Lori?
I'm seeing nods from the people who manage the account, so
Okay.
yes, happy to do that.
Very good. So that's the 4950 account. Any further questions for Lori about 4950? Keep in mind, if you are in agreement with leaving $1 in there, we'd like to motion to say that.
Ready for a motion?
Yep.
I move to approve the budget as submitted on first reading for 4950 community correction juvenile project income. Adding $1, and if somebody could help me with the numbers,
11581.
11581.
Second.
Motion from Jonathan T, second from Pete Ketchum. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you. And Laura, you're still here with the general fund portion.
Correct.
Yes.
And again, this was consistent with 4% came out of this general fund account.
So to get your people, these positions, the overall 4%, you're needing to take the supplemental up by, in some cases, 39%. Is that what I'm?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the supplemental ones that we just approved, those were previous years cumulative amounts. Okay, the 4% for this year all came from the general fund.
Any questions? Good. Would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the budget as submitted on first reading for 1001216 Community Correction Juvenile.
Have a motion from Jonathan T. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ron. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Next up, Board of Commissioners. All right, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Bear, Johnson County Commissioner.
Hey, Brian.
Hi. And busy year.
Yes. First up is the general fund portion of it. 122 fund.
General fund of the budget.
Hmm.
Any questions on that? Pretty well flatline.
It's about a 5.5% increase overall.
You got, I don't have the highlighted copy. I got left out. The increase in Social Security and PERF is an estimate. And that's the best we can do at this point in time until we see where the salaries go and end up. So that could change upon second reading, depending on where first reading goes, I guess, in the estimate, as far as the estimation portion of that. Salaries, as you can see, we midpoint, and I think that's on your copy, midpoint on salaries, might as well just go through the whole thing, is 31.5 for the commissioners. Or actually, that's about half of what it could be. We actually, if you go by the 4%, would be 30,306. So it's pretty close to that at the 31.5, but what the figure we have in there now is at 4%. There. Trying to see the county attorney and the coordinator received the $750 in stipend because they did not get raises. So theirs includes the $750 plus the 4%. And just one note, and I want to make you aware of it, the executive office assistant at 4% would be at 41.2. I've put that at 41.6 only because of her. Basically, Annette came to us from the auditor's office and took a cut in salary to come work for the commissioners. And if you look at the requested amounts for where she was, she would really be a little higher than 41.6 at this point in time. So I'd like to at least leave her at that. And I'd be willing to give up my salary increase for that if need be. She's been a very, very useful addition to our commissioner's office. Just so you know, she does an excellent job. Thank you. What else you want me to go over?
Real quick, sorry.
All right.
It's a little unorthodox, but we said we were going to do it. So looking at the salary study, I just want to throw this out there, not pushing you guys to take more money or to ask for more money, but the average salary, according to the external for the salary study last year for commissioners, was 44,203. But we had kind of thrown around last year with these numbers, which mean absolutely nothing, was still significantly higher than what you're asking for this year. And the only reason I bring this up, and you know, when you look at the jobs that you guys do, there's 3 of you, but essentially, I mean, it's a full-time position. We classify it as a part-time, but it's a full-time position. So I think if we're going to take steps to make this right, this is the time to do it. This is when we said we were going to do it. I'm not going to push extremely hard. I realize that you guys are elected officials and this is what you submitted, but I just want to throw that out there and see what the other council members think.
No, I'd like to comment. I support you, James, on that. I'm doing my research, going through the county, the statewide county book. We're, I think, small in total land area, even smaller if you take out Atterbury. But then yet we're the 10th or 11th largest county in other respects. So in looking through all those salaries of those comparable counties, we were at the lowest or the next to lowest for almost every position. And I just wanted to make that statement.
Well,
I agree with Jim. I mean, with commissioners, what they do, the time they put in compared to some of the previous commissioners, I think 31,500.
You guys are extra special.
No, we're not.
so Jim, there's not a lot of disagreement that it should be something. We all have played with the numbers in different ways. I mean, I did a little chart that was comparing Hendricks, Monroe, and Porter, which were counties that were similar in size. One can argue both sides of the fence when it comes to jobs for council commissioners, clerks, all the elected officials, that it doesn't matter what size your county is, you still have the responsibility that doesn't change. It's the number of people who are sitting below you that changes. So if you're a commissioner in Marion County at 1 million people or whatever it is, your job as a commissioner is, one can argue, is the same as what it is in Johnson County. You just, the people that are working on below you is maybe 800 as opposed to 400. So I did the comparison, and it all comes back to what they showed in the study, that they are grossly overpaid. And I did 4%. If we just went to 4%, it's still lacking 11,163 with the average between Hendricks, Monroe, and Porter, not all 92 counties. And that is similar county, similar size, similar responsibility. So it comes back to what I said at the very beginning. When are we going to talk? So we are now talking about elected official So what is your recommendation of what the new salary would be?
So what I recommended last year, once again, this is totally up for discussion, but what I think is fair. So on last year's salary before their 750, it was $28,390 per commissioner. The average was 44,203. The difference in that was right at 15, a little over 15,000. So what I did was divide the difference by 2, which gave a $7,906 raise to that position. So basically split what the average was with what they were currently making and make that just a flat dollar amount raise, which came out. So their salary this year would be $36,296. What they're requesting is $31,500. So I guess how we get to whatever number we're going to go to is completely up for discussion, but that's how I got to that. What I took was the elected officials' salary that they made last year, what the average salary to the external study was, divided it by 2 and added that dollar amount to their
So that
salary.
comes out approximately 7,900, and he took half of that.
70, no, it was a little over, those, whatever 7,900 times 2 is. 7,906, 15,812 was the difference. So then divided that by 2 and got 7,906 and added that to their salary. So basically gave them half of what the difference was.
So your proposal is 7,906 this year.
Yeah, the proposal is to bring their salary up to 36,296 each.
Yeah, I got that. The amount of the difference is 7,906. Okay.
May I speak to this?
Yes.
And I appreciate that. And I know the hours that I put in, and I know the hours that the other 2 commissioners put in, but I knew this coming into this job, and I do this job as partly for a service to the people of the county, because this is where my business is, and I felt like giving back to that. My fear is if we get the salaries up to a point that it makes it profitable for someone to come here and do this job for the benefits and the salary, that we're not going to get the service that we're getting now. And I don't want us to see, I don't want to see us go backwards in that, because the requirements aren't going to change. A commissioner, they're going to work the hours they're going to work regardless of the pay, because I think Ron and Kevin can speak to this. So we're doing this partially for service. We can't cut your pay.
I'd be okay if you did.
You can always donate to the parks.
There's things we can do with it, but there's also legal issues you gotta deal with on that too. Do what he's saying.
Well, I think that's an argument that, that I've heard for years as an elected official, and I think we'll hear from other elected officials, because I don't necessarily need it, but that, I respect that. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's inappropriate to compensate accordingly. And I use the example, told you about it before, that when I started out on the city council, it was 2,000, now it's up to over 12,000. And that doesn't mean that you're doing it for the money. We're all doing it for the service, but it certainly it isn't inappropriate to make it what it is reasonable to other communities. And, you guys are far below other communities.
But what he's saying is in the future, the kind of people that take the job.
We're saying that you'll draw full people who want to do it full time, just like they're doing it full time. Well, I don't agree with that. I mean,
I think let's look at it from a different perspective. These guys obviously are not doing it for the money, okay? But as we're talking about elected officials, and we're kind of taking this as a holistic approach, we're going to do this for each elected official as they come up. Well, the assessor, the auditor, the clerk, are we preventing ourselves from getting, no offense to anybody here, but I'm just saying in the future, qualified applicants or qualified people to run, because it pays pennies.
Well, isn't that for the voters to decide though? Ultimately. who's
No, it's for us
qualified?
to decide. We're the fiscal body.
I guess I don't, we're behind schedule. And I think
Sorry.
he's saying it's
Oh, you're fine.
I guess, you know, what if we take that salary up and we get that up there and then we solve the problem if we get the wages up to where they're going to be, then we go back to a set of commissioners that don't put the time in or do the job like we've had in the past. I mean, your reasoning changes for running, I guess, is my point. And I want what's best for Johnson County. I'm not saying that, but I just think you get a better serving elected official if you kind of keep them down a little bit.
Who doesn't
I
need
guess.
the money?
Well,
Well, not necessarily doesn't need the money,
Real
just
quick,
not
Rob.
doing
Yeah.
this for the money. We all have other jobs.
Well,
I
you-
mean, well,
yes.
except Ron, he's retired now, I think, but.
I think, you know, I have no problem respecting what they want, but I think we do this for each elected official as they come up. If they want to argue against getting the raise, well, it's. to
Well,
their
I'm
own
a
peril.
ham. That doesn't mean these guys are. I'm just giving you my.
Yeah, I don't think, well, one, I've said for a number of years that this body, the council, is really underpaid in comparison to other counties. But I agree, the commissioners are likewise. And I don't think the funding, whether it's 31.5 or 36, whatever, is going to make a difference in the people that run for that office and then how willing they are to do the work that office requires. I'd be more inclined to think that if you keep it low, you're going to get people that'll say, I'm taking the money, but hell, no more than I'm getting, I ain't going to do a whole lot. So there is a correlation, I think, somewhat between the salary and the time that an individual's willing to commit to the office. But the commissioners and the council have been way below what the comparisons would be if you go to the other counties around the state. You know, the salary, I don't think is going to dictate how willing an individual is to serve in that office. That you're going to get people, regardless what you pay them, and aren't going to do a lot of work. And then you're going to get people like these two guys that come in and they're not getting paid an awful lot and they're doing an awful lot. So, and it's hard for me to argue for a salary increase, obviously. To the general public, and it probably looks like a greed or something of that nature. And I'm thinking more down the line, and as we try to get good elected officials in all of these various departments going forward. We've done a good job, I think, with the other elected officials and getting them up at comparable salaries, but the council and the commissioners still lagging way behind.
Commissioner Walls? You have a thought?
You know, Jim, the compromise you came up with for this salary, you know, for this position, you see what we put into it. I mean, and I agree with these guys on fronts. It's not going to be a salary-based job that if you run for this job, I mean, your heart's got to be in it and you've got to be in it for the county. With that being said, there are going to be some people, you know, retired that would utilize some of this salary. I don't think you're going to get a full-time employee to come in and get this salary or run for this position because it's going to be too daunting for them to do. You will have people run for it. You probably will have people get it. What you're going to get for your bang for your buck there, I don't know. I guess future will tell. As far as it's hard to advocate for a salary increase. I've never been that. I don't think these other two are either. It's much appreciated, and that falls into your realm. We have enough decisions we have to make daily that affect a lot of people. So I would leave this up to your body to decide how you think moving forward is best.
I think the question that I would pose to all of us sitting here is, did we really know what the job required when we came in? And I think the answer would be no. I don't think anybody that runs for commissioner really knows what the job entails till they get here and they start doing the job. And that's when they make the decision whether they're going to do it or they're not. we have just chosen to do it. And I think there's where you see some difference. And where that wage is, Jim, I don't know, but I just know my heart and why I do what I do, but I can't speak for anybody else that would run for this.
And with all due
position.
respect, and it's appreciated, and you guys are doing so much more than what others have done in the past.
We're just doing our jobs,
But,
to be honest.
but, you know, the reality is that, you know, that you have your own personal outside businesses and income that you can afford to do this for the community. But if something would have happened that all three of you were not there, I think the point we're making is that, you know, we want to be able to have and be attractive for those who want to do the job, who aren't independently as well off as you guys are, with all due respect, and we, you know, with your separate businesses. So, I mean, and like I said, we can all play, you know, not play, we can all, you know, review the numbers, but Hendricks, Monroe, and Porter for commissioners was 46,000 in Hendricks, 37,000 in Monroe, 40,000 in Porter, and then I know nobody ever wants to compare it to what Hamilton County does, but I think it's like 56,000 in Hamilton County, and you all do basically the same job. So, you know, I think I'm supportive of what Jim suggested.
A lot of good discussion. Thank you on that line item. Yeah. All right. So a couple, please, on the grant administrator, read the email, understand it. But just give me a few highlights of where do you factor or anticipate this individual spending his or her most time writing grants to achieve roads, bridges, infrastructure,
All that.
Okay.
And this, the push for this really came, I guess, from me on being on the IAC state board now that I'm on with the commissioners that meet once a month, 12 commissioners. And when I asked the question is, what do you need the most in your county? Every one of those commissioners said a grant administrator, because that's how they get the extra monies and funds to do things that somebody's going to get.
Right.
We're just not getting a lot of what we could get because we don't have someone that focuses on that. Stephanie does a great job with the EMA. In fact, I'd love for her to take the job, but she's not going to take it. But that it's just something that's really vital that can go out after a lot of things we're not even aware of. But the other side of that is you have to hire a pretty experienced person that's been through the process that understands it. So that's going to make your monies there a little higher as far as your first input. The other side of that is according to the commissioners, it's a position that'll pay for itself. In the monies that they can come up with. So it's a good position for somebody that's kind of experienced in that area or understands it. And I think it would help us in bringing in funds to get things done.
Do you anticipate this person also, it says a grant administrator, and obviously writing grants, but truly administrating the grant itself, all the conditions and the dotting the i's and crossing the t's, and or is that currently a lot of that falls to the auditor's office on
I think
grants?
some of that would go with the grant administrator. Some of that would have to remain with the auditor's office, but it would be more of a working with instead of them doing it all and having to fight with everything. It's more of a question answer mechanism for them of what they can and can't do or how we do it. Things that they have to kind of initiate and go after that should be done for them in that process. So,
okay,
but they're still going to have some responsibility to it because it has to do with funds coming in. So
The position in the auditor's office is once the grant writer procures the grant, and that information falls to us, and then we have to educate ourselves from A to Z on how the budget is to be administered, and then that money comes through. So it's our part is not a grant writing thing, but it's to oversee what the writer has done, that everyone is following those rules.
That is understood. I was just making sure if we are successful, and hopefully we will be, at receiving millions of dollars, impactful dollars, we hope that's all good, but it's also puts more back on you folks from that side of it. Understood.
But that administrator should be able to help with those issues if it's a knowledgeable administrator.
Brian, would this person be seeking out and writing grants for all the departments?
Yes, it would be an overall, and if we can keep Ron away from them.
I believe there are some job descriptions for some of the different departments that include grant writing. Would they continue to do that, or?
But and your EMA is probably going to be better off staying with what Stephanie does in her. That's a specialized area. So I think you're going to have some specialized areas that it's going to be better to leave those alone. I think it depends on the experience of the grant writer, who we can get and what abilities they have, I think, on that area. But the big thing that impressed me was all the commissioners said that it's a position that pays for itself. And if it can pay for itself, I'm there. I mean, that's something I think we can utilize.
And from a budget standpoint, I mean, it's one of those, I agree with you that there could be a grant out there on how to improve the problems that Ron's works a lot on as far as some of the streets in a particular neighborhood, that there's a grant out there that's really vague that says, okay, for these kind of neighborhoods, apply for this grant to do that. I mean, and most of us don't have the knowledge, the experience, or the input to be able to figure out what that is, but good grant writer can find out grants for bald guys.
And that's what they're telling me. They'll know things and be able to find things we don't have time to find, nor do we have the ability to find.
And then they also, in some communities, you'll find out they have the budget side of it goes, to them, but they also have some administrative thing, making sure that the bald guys are spending the money the way they're supposed to,
Or at least some question answer ability.
Yeah.
That's the point.
I think it's a good idea.
Yep. Moving on to the employee group health insurance and the HSA employer portion. Health insurance budgeted flat, an additional 225 is requested for the employer portion of the HSA. Explain that logic there.
Now, I'll give that to Commissioner West.
Well, as you see, we kept the employee health at 5,500,000. And there's two reasons we did that. One, we're experiencing lower health costs. As you know, we're self-funded, not self-insured, but self-funded. And this year we're doing really good in comparison to the last few years where we saw increases each year. I think in part, the reason that we're seeing that, one, we haven't had any really major costs that we've had to incur for various medical procedures. But the other is we got more people doing their wellness exams now, and that's, I think, starting to pay off. And the fact that they have this HSA money gives them that flexibility to use it when they need it. And you tend to find that when they have that availability, they kind of conserve those dollars. So maybe they're not as apt to run to the doctor as they would be in the past for some minor situation. So we felt like, or at least I felt like, that this year we're probably going to be under our budgeted amount for employee health insurance by close to $1 million at the rate we're going. Now that could change, obviously, but as we're trending right now, we're going to be about $1 million below projected, or at least the budgeted amount. And I thought it would be appropriate to share some of that savings with the employees by doing an HSA contribution. Now, keep in mind that one of the things we do when they get their wellness exam, we contribute $100 to their HSA account, but that $100 comes out of this 675. So it's not a separate general fund obligation. It comes out of that 675. And that's not a significant amount of money, but it's it can get up to several $1,000s, obviously, annually. But the combination of those two things, the experience that we're currently having on our cost And two, the effectiveness of having more and more people get their wellness exams. And obviously by getting the wellness exam, they get a 10% discount on their insurance premiums, which is also beneficial to them and another incentive to get them to get those exams. So we're doing real good this year. I don't want to jinx us by saying that, but we're having a phenomenal year. And we think going forward, that trend might continue. The other thing we did is, as you know, now the Health Sync, where if you go through the Franciscan Alliance Network, it lowers your deductible, so you don't have to pay as much. And I think we're seeing some real savings there where the county has to obviously pick up the cost of beyond their deductible. So we've done a few things to help in that regard.
So Ron, when the employee doesn't use their HSA, does it revert?
No, it stays in their account.
Okay.
Very good.
So the 250 increase is going to
the employees.
It's going into their HSA.
going
account.
into their HSA. So last year they would have had how much in their HSA? And then with this, they'll have how much in their
It
HSA?
depends on how much they use it. If they don't use it, they still have all of it. If they.
I mean,
use
what
it-
is that though?
I can't tell you what that is. It
Yeah,
depends on
yeah.
whether, how much they use it, and how much they don't. I mean, the normal is what, $400, $800 a year.
That's what I'm getting at.
It's different, you know, a single employee gets one, 4 and 2, that's what Pam's saying.
It's $400 twice a year.
Oh, $400 twice a year.
Yeah, that's $800.
But if you're on a family plan, it's a little different, but
1,000 for family.
So we're contributing more to that.
Yes.
So instead of 800 for a single, they'll get,
well, and then the
I
proration, I have
haven't
to
I've
tell you.
done the math on it, but it's slightly more. It's not huge, but.
it's going to the employees.
Right, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's funds that they will continue to save if they don't use it, and if they have to use it, then it's there, which is a good benefit for the employee.
We don't.
And keep in mind, that's not all employees, only those who participate in the program. The other thing I wanted to ask, professional liability casualty, only expended through whatever June or July, whatever these numbers are, just under 200,000 of an $800,000 line item. Is that just due to timing of when that policy is due, that premium? Is it due later half of the year?
Our renewal is 11/1.
Okay.
So right now, they are out. And we're not sure we even have enough because of the cyber liability.
Oh,
They're telling us right now to go 100%.
Yeah, that cyber security is a real issue.
okay.
We may not even be able to get it, so.
We're working on things with IT to get certain things in place.
Gotcha.
And as you, as the council knows, a lot of what we do is you're shooting a moving target most of the time. So
Right.
the best we can do is give you decent estimates or what we honestly think it will take.
So, okay, those were my big questions, with the larger line items in there. Anything else for the commissioners? All right, I would entertain a motion.
I think Jim needs to make it because he's got the numbers.
Can you explain just one question, what burial veterans and widows is? What is that?
They get $100, the widow or widower gets $100. The county pays $100 towards their funeral
Burial,
expenses.
funeral.
Okay.
Which I would like to see that go up one of these days, but for now, that's what it's been.
I think since we have two of the three commissioners balking at it, I'll just move to approve the commissioner's budget 1001, 122 as presented at first reading.
Second.
Have a motion from Jim, second from John Eddie. Any further discussion?
You're saying leave it at 31.5?
Yes.
And
He wasn't balking, he lifted it.
I was the bulker. I'm the bulker.
We got first and a second. Ron, I'm gonna give you a moment here.
this, when you take actions on this, your choice is the whole package as far as yes or no.
Yes. Yep. All right. First and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you. Commissioners, we still have 1138, 122, the Cume Cap Development Fund. We still have 1138, 122 from the Cume Cap Development Fund.
Our Davis County coordinators in the Cume Cap Development Fund is the same 3 line items: sheriff's vehicles, the fairgrounds, and the ADA. We do fund some out of the bond for the sheriff's vehicles, and this is just a small portion that comes out of Cume Cap. Sheriff's vehicles is the only type of vehicle that can come out of Cume Cap.
Questions for Bob? On
Yeah, 4200 or 40200. 1.6 balance, Justice Center expansion. I don't know what, why do we have 1.6 balance not spent? And then
So
not-
that's the money that was appropriated for the jail expansion. So when the project was bid, it came in more than the bond. So we did come before this body and had money appropriated. We have not had to use any of that, and that will just be reverting back. We did come before you a few months ago and transfer some of those funds.
Reverting back to what fund?
It would stay at Cume Cap.
It will stay in Cume Cap. It will?
It will, it stays. If you don't use it, it just reverts back at the end of the year.
Could it be used for something else?
If the Board of Commissioners choose to come before you and ask for something, yes, sir.
We had that money set as seed money for the jail to begin with, and it's always been sitting there because we didn't know when the bond was going to kick in. There was a lot of unanswered questions, but I needed to keep this process going on the jail. And by the way, just to let you know, it did get turned over today to the sheriff. So there's a
Congratulations.
few security issues, but we'll work that out.
Yeah.
So not occupied yet.
So I'd like to ask the commissioners, could that be used to do some of the programs at the jail?
We'd have to discuss that a little further, but
Could be used for programs.
no.
Not for the
And-
Cume
Not programs, no. Okay.
And it can't be used for other jail-like functions like community corrections.
No, it's gotta be a capital investment.
No, I'm saying community corrections or juvenile could be used for a physical facility for
yeah.
that.
Mhm.
Sure.
Could be. Okay. Okay, I got a question about sheriff's vehicle, 47,500. 150 in 2021, and it says 146 balance. Did they just not bid out for those vehicles?
Well, like I said, we have money appropriated in the bond, and then there's always some appropriated in Cume Cap. So Commissioner Beard kind of takes a look at the bond and see where we're at the time they're purchasing vehicles. And so he has used both the GOB bond and sheriff's the Cume Cap. Now, if it's not used, it'll just revert back. He just wants to be sure that he has enough appropriated.
All right, so if it's not used, why are we asking for 100,000 more this year?
Because he's lowered the amount for the new bond that's gonna be coming before you. And this for the sheriff's vehicle line item.
Okay, I know because I'm a newbie, I guess I'm just struggling of.
So the bond amount's less, so they're anticipating using some of Cume Cap development to backfill the gap or to fund the gap in what they anticipate the cost of additional sheriff vehicles to be.
At a higher rate next year when it's not been spent this year.
And they end up going through the bond. So they plan, that they'll budget this, then generally there'll be discussion on the use of bond proceeds. And it could be that the sheriff's vehicles stay at a certain level or come down. But they put it in here to make sure that it is, as Barb said, it's the only allowable type of vehicle that can come out of this fund. So they put it in here in the event that there's a need.
And it also depends on the rotation. So the fleet director will take a look at the current fleet and see how many that they might have to purchase.
And is it typically 150 to 250,000 a year
Out of QCAP normally.
for vehicles?
No, it's a lot more than that, sir. I
Every
don't have
year?
my bond here.
Every year for a
Randy, do you
vehicle?
remember how much on the sheriff's vehicle? He's 420,000, he said.
A year? So am I hearing that we buy almost $500,000 of new vehicles every year?
We're on a rotation program. I think it's 9, and we rotate out every year. So we're on a nine vehicle rotation that we established a few years back was cost effective because the older they got, the more it was
Right, I
costing
get
us
that.
for repair and maintenance. So we went to this rotation schedule. Part of this, what you're seeing here too, is that given the current interest rate climate in the country, it's better for us now to use QCAP money for some of these costs because we get very little interest on that money if we leave it into the case account here versus what the interest would cost us on the bond. So by utilizing some of our current cash balance, it saves us money in the long run. That's the reason we lowered the bond and decided to use QCAP money.
Do those vehicles come with chips in them?
No, this time they won't.
If they can find them.
Maybe, yeah.
Very good. Anything else on the 1138, 122 QCAP? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve 1138. Budget as submitted on the first reading.
Second.
Motion from John Ed, second from Pete. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Thank you. And last for the commissioners today, 4702 employee group self-funded health insurance.
So that fund was established and that's where the employees' premiums are deposited and any department that pays for insurance out of their budget. So we've kind of been accumulating and I think it's probably over $2 million cash. Last year, we didn't have to use any of the appropriated 1.8 for employee medical. And so far, we haven't touched it this year. So in essence, we have 5.5 plus the 1.8 for employee medical.
Looks like there's about 2.26 million in there as of July 31st. Yeah. Any questions about 4702?
Just we've got that much because we're trying to do what?
Well, it would always be nice to have a nice reserve in case we have a bad year in employee medical. We don't have to come back and ask for general fund money, which we've had to do that several times in the past. So it would be nice if we had several million in there as a reserve.
We've had to come back before the council many times before in the past. You weren't here during that time. When we walk in and ask for $1.2 million because we're shortfall on insurance. This is just a reserve that we don't come back and hit the general fund.
All right, well,
That's all that is.
And I know that sounds like a lot of money, but like Barb, over the years, I've seen that amount go just like that in a bad year. When you get to paying for it.
There will be
makes-
bad years to come in the
Yeah.
future.
So what makes a
like
bad
our three
year?
commissioners have a heart attack.
That really involves people's stuff, so I probably shouldn't say.
If they do
No,
let
I
it be the
didn't-
big one,
I
you only
meant
owe
in general.
$100.
To approve the budget 2702 presented on the first reading.
I think it's 47. 4702, Pete.
Yeah, 4702.
Okay,
sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say something different. Motion from Pete, second from Jonathan T. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you. Thank you. And we've hit our lunch break.
I hope so.
I would say call your spouses or significant others and come. Yeah,
I'd say we're gonna do it.
Well, we ought to put in the budget that we have.
absolutely best to get through the remainder of today's published hearings. With that, planning and zoning.
Michelle Hanser, Planning Director, of Planning and Zoning.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi. So I have three budgets right in front of you guys, one after each other. So the first one, the 1157, 117, the food and beverage one. That is the majority of all of our salaries for our department. I did the 750 added to their base salary, and then the 4% raise. There was only one individual in our office that did get a raise last year, so she didn't get the 750 stipend added. Even though I believe you, no, I'm sorry, that was, yeah, it does say only 4% raise. I am a new director as March, so as you can see, the directors and the senior planner position did get changed early February for the change of directorship and the new senior planner, so there is some change there. The senior planner, since it was already raised in February, it remains the same for 2022. As far as my other line items for this budget, I did move some money around from where we actually spend the money. We had done a few transfers from other line items to office supplies, so I just tried to finagle the numbers where we didn't have to necessarily do transfers to cover office supplies. There is an increase in our professional service, 31000. This year, 2021, the planning and zoning department took over tall grass and weeds that was previously handled by the highway department. That is when we hire a contractor to mow land that somebody did not remow once we give them proper notice to mow their property. We didn't have it in our line item to pay for that mowing contract. It was just something that was never, I guess, added to our professional services. So that's why I increased it. Looking at what in 2020, what the highway department paid their contractor was about 8,000. So we got a different contractor this year, was a little bit different, cheaper. So that's why I've only requested a 3,000 raise for our professional service in that. And then the very last one, the 3,600, you can see I raised it back up to what it had been previous in 2019 and 2020, because that is where we pay for our copier costs and stuff like that. And looking at our expenditures, that's what usually what we get pretty close to spending. It got cut down to $1,000 for this year. And as you can see, we only have $69 left. So I was just requesting what was previous budget, because we do spend that on our copies that we do print on the office. The only thing I wanted to make you guys aware of on this is very preliminary. It's something that's changed in our office, and I had discussed it briefly with Ron West. It's a potential of changing our part-timers. We have 3 part-timers. I'm trying to work out some numbers and run it by the commissioners for their actual approval, is turn that 3 part-time into 1 full-time job for next year. We've lost 2 of our part-timers, and we have one part-timer that's staying with us that I would rather develop their job to be more full-time, and then trying to find 2 additional part-timers that might not stay with us for very long. That's all I got.
On that, we might hear then from you as you guys work through the process sometime next year. I really didn't have much. Love the notes to it that helped me follow the math. I always appreciate that, but otherwise I did not have much in the way of questions for the 1157-117 budget.
I just have one. The number of board members is the same, and the rate's the same, so what's the change?
I have three, technically I have two boards, but I have what we call a hearing officer. It is a one-member hearing officer. It's an expedited version to our Board of Zoning Appeals. We have them scheduled to meet twice a month if we need those cases. That person till today, till this month, came voluntarily to our meetings and conducted the hearings and didn't get paid. So obviously, this individual is, from the northern part of the county, and to pay them for their services to come down, hear the cases and vote on them. It is another member, so we've decided to give them per diem for attendance to those meetings. So I adjusted that rate so we can, if we have them, there should be 24 meetings. We have it scheduled. We don't necessarily use them all. We don't have cases. Sometimes we do.
Well, perhaps you could use the coroners that are on call for nothing.
As to be appointed member.
I've got a question here. I see over here in the notes, it says 750 plus 4% raise. I mean, we've already established at the beginning of the meeting that everybody who got a stipend will get to keep it this year. So you're saying an additional 750?
No, I added the 750 to the 2020 budget.
Oh, okay.
I'll go ahead and move to approve the budget as presented on first hearing, the 1157.
Motion from Pete, second from John Eddie. Any further questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes. Thank you, Michelle. Stormwater management.
1197 is my stormwater management. It is one of the three areas in our office is the stormwater fund. We have a stormwater specialist that does inspections on construction sites and construction of subdivisions. That is where he is mainly paid out of. We do have some of our supplemental incomes for three other office people paid out of this fund as well. The biggest thing that you guys will have already noticed is our professional service fee has significantly increased. I've been proposed, it's been proposed for the last 3 years, I believe, that we need a new zoning ordinance, subdivision control ordinance for our office. We've experienced a lot of significant growth. The ordinance that we work off now was passed in 2003, early 2003. So it's almost coming up on 20 years outdated almost. So we, throughout the years, have made smaller amendments, but I think for Johnson County to anticipate the growth that we're going to get coming from the Marion County and to develop, we need a little bit stronger ordinances that have evolved with the times. And in order to do that, we need to hire a consultant. I believe our past director has always worked that number, $150,000. I know Greenwood just went through the same process, and I asked them just to see how much theirs cost. And their number was very similar to that. They did say that for some reason or the other, they paid extra $40,000 because of the COVID restrictions, but I'm not sure what that meant. But I thought, so I didn't necessarily put it out there to see what people would charge for this, but so I just ran with that. I split it among this fund and our third fund that we have coming up. It's a one-time fee. It would not carry over to 2023.
So it's about 77,000 between the two. But it's a one-time fee. I understand after 15 years, not questioning the need to do it. But why do you have to do it all in 1 year? Can you split it over 2 years?
Well, it's possible. There's things called a unified development ordinance. That is where you take the zoning ordinance and subdivision control ordinance and put them into one document. So that means that we only work off of one document instead of referring to two. Some municipalities do that. Some leave it as separate. I think this proposal was going to do the unified, which then you couldn't separate it. But if we need to separate it, where we work on just the zoning ordinance and do the subdivision another year, it is possible.
Looks like you have enough cash on hand to handle it all in one fiscal year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions on 1197? We'll note, as Michelle said, some of that, it goes over into the 4901. So if there are unless there's apprehension or further questions, I'm willing to entertain a motion since they kind of interlock here on 1197 and 4901 simultaneously.
For 1197 and 4901, I will move to approve the budget as presented on first reading.
Second.
Have a motion from Pete, second from Jim. Any further questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Next up, Veteran Affairs.
Hello, Seneca Veteran Affairs. Thank you for your time. All I have proposed is a recommended 4% increase for full-time salary employees, and everything else stays the same.
Very good.
Any questions?
I'll make a
How you
motion.
doing?
It's living the dream, you know, one day at a time. Came back from a long weekend and, you know, just living the dream. So we're doing good. The office is doing great. Jan's doing wonderful. We're taking care of veterans. I can't ask for a better staff or environment or anything like that. So super happy, just super busy as well.
Make a motion to approve Veterans Affairs 1001-120 as presented at first reading.
Second.
I have a motion from Jim, a second from John Eddie. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Seneca, thank you for what you do and for your detailed letter. That was very informative. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for
Yep.
everything you do. Appreciate your time.
To weights and measures.
Greg Nelson, Johnson County Weights and Measures. Budgets just as proposed, no changes at all.
I like that.
Well, I think mine's the smallest budget in Yant County, so not that difficult.
Make a motion to approve 1157-121 as presented at first reading.
Second.
What about 4202?
Oh, yeah. And 4202 as presented at first reading.
Second.
Motion from Jim, second from Jonathan T. Myers to present 1157 or to approve as presented on first reading, both 1157-121 and 4202. Any further conversation?
If you do, please, because I won't be able to make that second meeting. I'll be at the state conference in Terre Haute where I have to attain my hours to keep my certification going.
Very good. So no further. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Good luck in your certifications. Moving on to courthouse maintenance.
Good afternoon. Jason Miller, Courthouse Maintenance.
Jason.
I followed the guidelines on the salary increases and flatline the rest of the budget.
Yes, you did. Anything on the 1138?
No changes on it from last year.
Nothing you want to expand on? Good deal. Any questions for Jason regarding the general fund 123 or the 1138 123? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve budget 101, 123 and 1138, 123 as presented on the first reading.
Second.
Have a motion from John Eddie, a second from Jonathan T. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, will carry.
Thank you.
Next up is information technology, GIS.
Christopher Williams, IT GIS Administrator.
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
If you would hit up a couple of the larger line items that have the larger increases, such as the travel and training, maintenance contracts, communication, so forth.
Okay, well, travel and training it kind of ties in with the new line item of cybersecurity. Basically, we have a lot of catch up to do. Eskenazi, Vigo County, City of Franklin, they all have experienced cyber attacks, and we've been fortunate that we haven't, but we do have a lot of catch up to do. Hardware, software, training on how to use the hardware and the software, it all ties in together. So the increase in travel and training is to learn how to mitigate and use the new items that we will be receiving under the cybersecurity line item. Another one is maintenance contracts. That's because the IT department is kind of a benefactor to other departments. We have new timekeeping software. We are looking at new financial tax software. That comes out of my budget. So with new software comes increased prices.
Chris,
Yes.
especially with the cybersecurity line item.
Where's that?
With the Recovery Act money, I know that there's specific language in that for upgrades for cybersecurity and IT related network type.
Are you asking or are you telling?
Yes. Do what?
American Rescue Plan.
American, yeah, the most recent one. Fairly certain that's part of it. I don't know that it really much matters. It's out of Cume Cap, but just a thought.
I do have a question that I don't know if it came from, I didn't know the community, I was in a little place called Hamilton County. And up on their Diaz, for all their different meeting groups and their commissioners and counselors, they had tablets that made this thing go away. And for all practical intents and purposes, I was really impressed with the ability. Is there any plans for there to be any, I know this was an upgrade, but have we ever considered tablets for up here?
Yeah, it has been a consideration. I think more of that would be under office equipment, the 4,400, 44,000, I guess, line item. But yeah, it's been a consideration.
So how do we take it from consideration to action?
Well,
Do we have to fund it?
would you like a tablet?
No, I'm saying, do we have to fund it? Do we have to put it in here? If we said, let's do that, is the money there?
Yeah, the money would be there under the office equipment line item.
Okay,
But I'm asking, do you want one?
well, that's another discussion for another time.
Okay.
I personally, I mean, I was so impressed in what I saw, and we were able to sit there, and we weren't the counselors, obviously. We were there at another meeting. Their IT person gave us access, and we could read it here, and didn't have, those people explained to me they didn't have to have all this paperwork unless they chose to, and I'm sure Amy would love that if she didn't have to make 10,000 copies, but certainly something to consider for the future. And I thank you for the work that was done on improving this general IT environment.
Thank you.
Very good. Any further questions for Christopher? Are you also GIS maintenance fund?
Yes.
That's a big one. Will you
Yeah,
tackle that, please?
ooh. You want to take them both?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would like to. Yeah, I have no further questions or comments. I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the budget as submitted on the first reading for Fund 4906 GIS Maintenance Fund and 1138-141 Cume Cap Development ITA GIS.
Second.
Have a motion from Jonathan T, a second from Pete Ketchum. Any further Discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, General Fund Museum.
Good afternoon, David Pfeiffer, Director, Johnson County Museum.
Hi, David.
Thank you for your time today. I went ahead with the 4% raises as advised for full-time staff members. I tried to trim a little bit off that to offset because I did want to try to work on giving a raise to our part-time staff members. We have 2 part-time staff members that are at $11 an hour. I would like to try to get that up to 13 an hour. So I brought a little prop with me, but Linda Talley, our genealogy librarian, has been at the museum for 27 years, since 1994. I won't say how old I was in 94, but I was young. But this is an award she received from the Indiana Historical Society, recognizing her outstanding work in genealogy in the field. And for me, I would really like, just as a thank you for her many years of long work that have been obviously recognized by a statewide agency to get her up to $13 at least threshold. It would be just under $5,000. Our other part-time staff member, our administrative assistant, has been there for, I believe, about 3 years now. But a lot of the work that she has to do is specialized for the museum as well. So training in Past Perfect, our museum catalog software, stuff like that. So. Any questions?
Any questions for David? Utilities are something, aren't they?
Yes, and we've been working on reducing those. So those have gone down. I believe when I started as director, they were up around 57 or 58,000.
Yeah.
So we try to chip that away every year, try to be a little bit more efficient every year. So.
Yep. Good stuff. Okay.
Make a motion to approve 1001-125 as presented first read.
Have a motion from Jim, a second from John Eddie. Any further questions for David? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you, David.
Thank you. I just, while I'm up here, I want to say we've got some big anniversaries coming up in the county. So next year is Edinburgh's bicentennial, the Art Craft Theater centennial. And then we have the county and Franklin's bicentennial in 23. Greenwood's going to be celebrating their founding day. And then 2024 is our building centennial. So we got a lot of big stuff coming up. So we're very excited for those events.
Very good.
Thank
you. Thank you. All right. Next up, emergency management.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Seasting, Emergency Management.
Hi, Stephanie.
I just kept my budget at 4% for salaries, and that was it.
You also have the emergency plan and
Yep,
right
I
to
have
know.
the local emergency planning right to know, and that doesn't change. It just, that you guys approve those amounts and those budget line items. We had that non-reverting money in that account.
Very good. Any questions for Stephanie on either the general fund 127 or the 1152 emergency plan right to know? All right.
Motion to approve the budget as submitted on the first reading for 1001-127 emergency management and 1152 local emergency planning right to know.
Motion from Jonathan T, a second from John Eddie. Any questions or discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, those carry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next up, general fund, Johnson County Public Safety Communications, 911.
Oh, Heath Grant, 911 Director.
Hello, Heath.
And this we kind of moved some stuff around, worked with Amy to have another line item for maintenance contracts specifically. So we moved out of professional services, we moved $221,339 into from that into maintenance contracts, and then $24,405 from equipment maintenance into a new line item of maintenance contracts. Did, and something we talked about last year where we increased the stipend of our trainers. We told I want to do this kind of in stages and kind of get their stipend up a little bit higher. So I did request another $250 per trainer, so that's times 4. But to help offset that, I did decrease the equipment maintenance by just over $4,500. So still giving back a little bit there.
So this 12,231 and those 4 positions, those are supplemental. And they're coming from the, what, other 911 fund?
So those supplementals, those come out of general fund.
I mean, they're supplemental to what position?
To our trainers. So they are our CTOs, are certified training officers, and they're also the assistant supervisors that are on duty.
No, I'm saying, are they coming, but is that then 1222?
So their base salary comes out of 1222, but the stipend itself, the 2250 that I'm proposing comes out of the general fund, the 1001.
And it's a stipend for the year.
Correct. So it's an increase of $1,000 total for all 4 positions. Like I said, I decreased the equipment maintenance by just over $4,500.
What's stipend paid out in each pay period, or is that a lump sum, or how's that work?
It's paid out per pay period. Yes.
Okay.
1,001.
Very good.
Kane, you may have said it when you're initially presented it, but what did you say about 36,101 maintenance contract?
So to help with some, I guess, some accounting on the auditor side, we created a new line item for maintenance contracts. So anything that was a maintenance contract that wasn't professional services or in equipment maintenance, we moved into a line item specifically for maintenance contracts.
But it's not a budget increase.
No, it is not a budget increase unless there was an increase within the contract itself.
All right, if we will, let's take this one separate from the 1222. Would entertain further questions.
Move to approve the budget as submitted on first reading for 1001-911 Public Safety Communications.
Second.
And a second from Ron Deere. Further discussion?
Tommy started out at 1425 to be a trainer, correct?
I'm not sure what it started out as.
2019, that's what.
Yeah, the 2019, that's what it was, the difference. 2020, you went to 1510. Last year you went to 2000. Now you're going to bump it up to 2500.
Like I say, I thought from the beginning that was grossly underfunded or underestimated the amount of work that those individuals put in from the time we originally consolidated. I'm just trying to get that price, the stipend up there where I believe it should be. If we're looking at the amount of work that's getting done, not that our IDAX coordinator doesn't earn her fair share, but the stipend for that is about $2,600 right now.
So you're trying to get this up to 2,600?
No, I'm not saying we're gonna try to get it there, but I think we're, like I said, I wanted to do this in steps over 2-3 years to get it up to where it should be.
Where do you think it should be at?
I think 25 is a reasonable number for that. Still keeps them below what a supervisor makes, but I mean, we've been in a state of training for 6 years. I mean, we're no different than any other 911 center in the country. We're all hurting for people right now. We have 3 vacancies right now. And we've had somebody in training there was 2 weeks out of 6 years that we've been consolidated where we haven't had somebody in training. So they're doing a lot of work.
But this is very clearly a position that they can further them, they can stay where they're at, or they can further themselves by getting this training, which in turn gives them compensation for making the effort to doing something as opposed to doing nothing. Correct?
Yeah, correct. There's a natural progression to things. So we look at our CTOs as, like I said, they're trainers, but they're also assistant supervisors. So they get all the supervisor training, all the CTO training. So they are in essence in line to take a supervisor's position when it would come up.
But you could stay a regular dispatch without doing that training.
Yeah, we have people that have very much chosen to do that.
Okay. I'm supportive of when we can identify when people can improve themselves and are compensated for improving themselves.
So a motion and a second. Any further questions? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Now, I don't know if my mic is on. It says it's on, but I'm not. It's on. Okay. Thank you.
Sound like it. I can just barely hear you.
They can hear it up there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Heath, on that one. We'll move on now to 1222 Johnson County 911.
These are all the 4% with the 750.
Yes.
Make a motion to approve 1222 as presented at first reading.
Have a motion from Jim, a second from John Eddie. Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you. Next up is Fleet.
While he's coming up, I got a question about, do we have speakers up here, or if one of us are speaking to ourselves? Sometimes it's difficult to hear the person, what only they can hear the speaker. So, so we have to be, if I can't hear Melinda, then I just need to ask her to speak louder.
Ron, if they were back here, we'd probably get feedback into our mics.
Okay. Well, sometimes it's hard to hear clear at the other end, so I don't need.
I haven't said anything. You haven't missed anything.
Oh, is that what it is? Big personality.
There used to be some amplifiers available if you needed them, but I don't know.
Headsets. Used to have those headsets.
Curiosity, Luke and Hugh, can you guys hear us out there? That's it. Okay, we're getting thumbs up. All right, thank you. Next up, General Fund Fleet.
Randy Warden Fleet.
How
are you doing?
Good, sir. What's happening?
Not too much. Sweat like everybody else, I guess. Outside, not because I'm here.
No.
Fuel. That one really went up. Why did that go up?
It's about election time. You wanna-
Well, I think you put a little memo together on that. I'm trying to get to it.
I did get
Yeah.
a memo and I got some good news on that memo. Some of that was based on projections. Some of that was based on projections. And since I started putting that together, I've got actual facts and figures. So it's about $43,000 less than what that figure is. So I want that noted, that's a good start for me. Saving money right there. So actually, it was closer to 50. I think it's going to be 660. Last year, I submitted 700 to start. You guys approved 650 with the understanding that I'd probably be coming back. And unfortunately, I will be coming back probably within the next month, but at a smaller amount than what I originally anticipated. So probably for about 11,000, unless things get totally crazy in the next 3 months. But using the average we've been having for the last 3 to 4 months, it should be around 660, 662, something like that, as opposed to the 713 that we're going to need. So that should save about 40-some thousand dollars. That was the original memo I put into you guys.
Okay.
and ladies.
So on the line item 27,510 fuel, the request of 740, you're saying we can knock that down to 7?
No, that's the bad news that came with. the
Oh,
news.
okay.
This was to get through the rest of this year.
Okay.
For next year, the issue we've got right now is since October of last year, it was like $1.59 a gallon. We're up to like $2.52 a gallon right now. Nobody's got the crystal ball to know what it's going to continue to do, but every month it has gone up, 3 cents, 7 cents, it's gone up. So you kind of envision it's going to continue until something happens one way or the other. So using the average, what I did is I took the 12-month average of what it's going to be for 2021 to come up with a per gallon figure for 2022. And, unfortunately, the last 3 months has been about $14,000 more per month than what the first 9 were, or the first 6. And then hopefully we don't know what the last 3 are going to be. So that 740 was basically pretty accurate if the average stays where it is right now. If it continues to go up, that 740 is not going to be enough.
Do you have contracts?
No.
And is there any advantage of, like, if you purchase fuel with the state of Indiana and Greenwood, that you get it any less?
We've talked even with some of the Franklin School inquired at one point about doing that. For us to combine, we would need an area to be able to fuel everything in one area. I don't think we can buy one bulk place here and then everybody disperses it out somewhere else. You go to a location. So we'd have all of our county highway vehicles, all our police vehicles, Franklin Fire's with us right now, the city of Franklin's with us right now, and then the school systems were wanting to maybe piggyback in with us. But from talking with Luke, I just don't think we have a facility. I know we don't have a facility where we're at right now big enough that could handle all those vehicles coming in there, getting in line, or we'd be lined up down the road waiting to get gas.
You're saying it has to be one point of sale.
That's my understanding. I've not negotiated or talked to anybody about that. I don't know what other entities are paying. I know Franklin obviously is paying more than we are. That's why they're wanting to come in with us. That's why Franklin wanted to come in with us. But that's my understanding is they would come to one location and there's no one location can handle that many vehicles.
I have a question about, well, first of all, I want to commend you. I wish every department would do what you did. And I'm suggesting to every department that as far as their communication with me, and I will assume the other 6 counselors, more information never hurts. Lack of information does. If anybody's getting the message. That I would rather be flooded with too much information than not enough. And makes for good, wise decisions. And you, I'm commending you for everything you submitted. I appreciate it because it makes this job easier. And I want to make sure I understand, and it refers back to what I said earlier in the meeting today. You gave us information that I'm asking of other departments. Did you do this? Did you get a job classification done by Irwin? Yes, you did. Check off that off the box. Then it says, here's what we think it should be paid based upon what a outside person, Irwin, said, check off the box. I mean, you've done everything the way you should, the way that I think it should be done. For me, by everybody, and I commend you for that, and thank you.
Thank you.
The part-time, you use part-time drivers for doing
I just got a part-time mechanic,
mechanic. I'm sorry, I'm
no
looking at the
driver.
wrong one, yeah.
just one part-time mechanic, and I was going to move him up 50 cents an hour. It's not going to increase what's already budgeted in his amount to have him as a part-time was surplus money that would have been there anyway. So I didn't need any additional funds to do that.
Very good. So a couple questions. We could talk a little bit about the vehicle maintenance supplies. Looking back historically, haven't quite used, and I know you never know, because that's the answer, you never know. But we're under, if you look at half the year expended for 2021, go back to 2020, we were well below, or not well below, but we were below. And wondering if on that line item, same question, comments about vehicle repair and maintenance were kind of less than half of the number. If we could work with us a little bit on cutting their gap.
The only issues I've got with both of those are in a matter of a week, and unfortunately, we've had this happen just here lately. With the price of vehicles are right now, we've got a vehicle sitting in the garage right now that's got a $10,000 bill coming to repair it. So, it takes two of those, and that would wipe out what I've got for the rest of the year. So it looks like we've got quite a bit, but when you start repairing crashes, it doesn't take long. And then also keep in mind, we've got like a $5,000 deductible to repair a vehicle. So it doesn't take much when you start having, and I'm not throwing nobody on the bus, but when you start having accidents, and it just seems like we run in cycles.
Does it cost a lot to dry a vehicle out?
What?
Submerged.
To dry them out?
Yeah.
Well, that's the cheap parts, drying them. Just let them sit there. It's the repairing them that gets expensive. And the same with the parts. I mean, obviously, it's like everything else right now. The price is going through the roof for what we used to get. Starters, batteries, and different tires. Just the prices are going crazy. What we tried to do is put some of the things off so that we made sure we had enough money to get us through the end of the year. So then at the end, toward this point of the year, is when we start doing some repairs that maybe we've been holding off on as well. So that's why I would hate to cut back. And again, not knowing what the price is going to be doing with things. I know they're not going to be going down.
Right.
So these, to me, are pretty realistic figures that I've submitted to you.
Same question on fuel. I know you just went through your math, which I appreciate, on how you arrived at the number. We're trying to make some headway. And I think what we've demonstrated as a body that we're willing to, if you have a need, to come back and hear us. But if that's to help you with that need, when that need arises, any latitude you feel comfortable
I mean, we
giving
can
there?
put whatever we need to make it work. It's just going to be how many times is somebody going to have to come back, or the amount they're going to come back for.
Yeah.
I try to keep it as realistic as possible, and just by looking, I went back to like 2017 and 17, 18, and 19 we drove the same amount of miles for the most part. The price of gas was a lot cheaper then. The amount of time or miles that are driven only changed in 20 because of the pandemic. Everything changed that year. So the price was way down, so you couldn't really take that much into consideration to project things. So 2021 went back to about the average of what 19, 18, and 17 were as far as the number of miles being driven. And again, we're kind of at the mercy of the price of a gallon of gas. Is what it comes down to, that it's not changed unless we hit another pandemic where everybody stops driving, stops working, and all that. But we hope it don't happen. But that's the only control you'd have in that regard.
Yeah.
Randy, would it be palatable for you if we reduced the vehicle maintenance and supplies from 80 to 70 and the fuel from 740 to 700. So that'll reduce the overall budget by 50,000 with the understanding that if you need it, you come back.
I wouldn't mind doing the fuel. I would hate to reduce the maintenance and supplies because it's
Okay.
already been reduced, I think, at one point. Just trying to stay with it. And then if I look again through the years past, it's a pretty close figure to where we get. I mean, we're still more than half of the money left, but
I
like I
understand.
say, we put a lot of things off right now that probably need to be taken care of. I want to make sure we got through the end of the year, got close to the end of the year this way. Fuel, it's a crapshoot, to be honest. I mean, we don't know what the price, but unfortunately, since October of last year I just checked it this morning, it's gone up every month. You know, if it's 3 cents, but it's gone up. But 3 cents or 4 cents don't sound like a lot until you start talking about thousands of gallons of
Yeah.
buying. Right. It adds it up pretty quick.
Ready? Yeah. All right. Make a motion to approve 1001-144 fleets budget as presented with the modification to line item 27510 fuel, reducing it from 740,000 to 700,000 with the understanding that the director may have to come back and ask for more.
Second.
From Jim, a second from Jonathan T. Any further questions? None. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you, Randy.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, Luke Maston with Highway and 73 motor vehicle MBH restricted.
Good afternoon. Luke Maston, Highway Director. Yes, our first budget is 1176 and 1173. There aren't any major changes to this budget. One thing I'd like to point out, and I hope that I halfway explained it in the little notes section, but the truck driver salaries with the changes that were made last year finally allowed us to make all of those salaries the same level. And the adding the $750 stipend to 5 of those positions that did not get a pay increase last year, rather than go back to those not all being the same level. I just tried to kind of split the difference and set one uniform truck driver salary rate among all of those positions. Otherwise, everything else is pretty straightforward, I believe, but I'll be happy to answer questions.
Yeah, same thing. You're being impacted by fuel costs, and so asphalt is really gonna go up.
I suspect it will. I've heard just rumors about $6 to $7 a ton increases in asphalt pricing for next year. Hopefully we don't see that, but I've gotten that from someone who makes asphalt. So I think the industry itself is anticipating some pretty big cost increases.
So you're under contract for the rest of this year, and you don't anticipate coming back this year.
Correct.
Streamlined.
Yeah.
Mike did know earlier that my revenue estimate for this fund is probably a little more conservative than what he had. I'm not necessarily in disagreement with where he thinks our wheel tax revenue will be. I've just always estimated that probably more conservatively than what's actually come in. So we may actually see receipts that are higher than what I had estimated and what I based this budget on, but we have no shortage of places to use it.
Ready to entertain a motion?
Yes, sir.
Make a motion to approve 1176 Highway Fund and 1173 Motor Vehicle Restricted Fund as presented in first reading.
Second.
I have a motion from Jim, a second from John Eddie. Any further questions?
Yeah, I'm seeing this. I missed it on a couple other budgets. When I see a note that say placeholder for encumbrance, what is that?
So that can cover two things. Usually those are for our large projects. If we execute, let's say, a design contract with an engineering consultant for a project this year, that work spans over multiple years. So I'll usually go ahead and just put $1 in next year's budget. One, because I know we're going to have to encumber at the end of this year whatever is unspent on that contract. Or two, there are multiple phases on those projects. So we may not necessarily need to encumber something this year, but I know that next year we need to do an additional appropriation to cover our portion of the construction costs on a federal aid project, let's say. That's just a placeholder, keeps that line item active, both for my sake and I hope some sort of benefit for budget time.
Any further questions? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you, Luke. Going to 1169 local road and street.
So 1169, not too many changes other than the four that I identified and we discussed at the June council meeting were 4 line items that, one, it looks like we're probably going to run short in this year. And 2, we are going to need additional funds for next year. So those 4 line items have been raised, but the overall budget is still submitted within our anticipated revenue for next year.
Okay. 69.
Do you have projects that can start right away, like asphalt roads or anything?
We always have projects we can do. When they can start, largely depends on the scope of the project and the time of the year. Every year when we put our work program together, we leave a lot of roads on the cutting floor just because we don't have enough money available in the budget to do everything we'd like to do. So there's always a list of roads that we would have loved to have gotten to this year, but unfortunately just didn't make the list.
Yeah, is that done in-house or contracted out?
We do all of that work in-house. As far as putting the list together, the evaluations. Once we determine what roads are and are not able to be done in a given year, then we make the determination, is it something we have time to do and capabilities to do in-house, or do we contract it out? So it's a mixture of both. If we were to contract work, let's say right now in September, I don't think that it would get done by the end of the year, just because it's so late in the construction season. In-house, we're pretty booked through the end of the year as well. We still have the majority of our chip seal program left to finish.
Just my thoughts, I think, we have a rainy day fund and our roads in the county are horrible. And I'd be willing to consider coming up with some projects in a dollar amount, putting more into your funds for road projects.
We'll take all the help we can get. Honestly, we've got the challenges with the neighborhood concrete streets. We've got challenges coming with I-69 and just the challenges of trying to maintain all 600 miles of roads. There's not enough money in these budgets to do that.
I think the problem with that though is what we have 6 million rainy day fund. takes $1 million to pave 1 mile of roadway, correct?
To reconstruct, that's pretty close. To overlay, we're probably looking at contracted 80,000, rough guess. But that money goes away pretty quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
There's money there that we could allocate.
Well, I think it's worthwhile to present a plan to us in 2022. Not for budget. You're not proposing it for, but yeah, yeah.
Does the Recovery Act, does that cover infrastructure? It doesn't? Okay.
Not road, yeah.
Only you put a sewer underneath the road and then you can pave it. So start planning on putting a bunch of sewers under a bunch of roads. Miscellaneous equipment. I understood what you were saying about not getting all the projects under, but looks like there's monies that a balance that's not being spent. Am I reading that right?
That's not currently been spent, yes. So we have, sorry, where are we? Was there a motion? I don't want to.
There's not been a motion for 1169.
Wasn't following very closely. So let's talk about fund balances here for a second. Because I know things look really good in Mike's report, and they are good until you start looking at funding that's already committed or needs to be committed for future projects that are already on the books. So we have been fortunate to receive several awards of federal aid funding to build, to do bridge replacement projects, to do bridge rehab projects, intersection improvements, or road reconstructions. And the federal funding covers a significant portion of that, but there's a lot of local funding that goes into that, our match. When I factor those out through 2026, we have about $200,000 between all of our funds that I would consider surplus right now. Now, not all of those dollars need to be spent today, but I try to be pretty conservative in keeping that money back so that I know it's there when we need it. So just keep that in mind when you look at our balances. They look big, but we've already got plenty of work that's committed that we've got to have that money in order to provide our match. Now, equipment, if our balance in savings is $200,000, we have pretty significant equipment needs. Right now, I think in the bond that is coming up for your approval at Monday's meeting, commissioners were able to fit a couple of pieces of equipment, which we're very thankful for. But we still have trucks that need to be replaced. And we're trying to figure out if a lease program for those is better than a purchase program financially. So that's a big reason why those dollars that are still sitting there haven't been spent. I anticipate they'll be spent before the end of the year, either one way or the other.
Anything else on local road and street?
I'll go ahead and move to approve that budget 1169 be submitted on first reading.
Second.
Have a motion from Pete, a second from John Eddie. Any further questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries. Thank you, Luke. And Hume Bridge,
1135.
1135.
Really no major changes in here. The only thing to note, we do have 2 truck driver positions that are paid from here, so their salary matches what was submitted in 1176.
This one, we've got a pretty healthy balance in is,
On paper.
yeah, right, on paper.
This fund alone is about 1.5 million in the hole through 2026.
Okay.
So we've been very fortunate that we've had enough savings and have been able to fund these larger projects with that savings and not having, essentially maximizing our annual work program, our maintenance program each year, because we've not had the budget out of the annual budget process. As those savings go away, that's going to reduce the amount of money that we're able to put towards regular road maintenance, because we'll have to come up with that shortfall for larger projects from someplace.
Are other communities looking at the same thing?
I think so. Bridge, well, let me back up just a second here. So we receive a lot of revenue, it seems, in MVH and LRS. There really is not enough revenue received from the state for those funds to build large projects. A lot of the capital improvement projects that we have been building, intersection improvements, that sort of thing. Again, we've had some savings, and with the dollar amounts we have, there's always money that reverts back at the end of the year. So we've been in a fortunate position where we've been able to tackle those. But realistically, can you build major intersection or road reconstruction projects solely with your MVH and LRS revenue and not have a significant impact on your maintenance program? No, there's just not enough revenue received for that.
Thank you.
Rick, what's going on with the engineer position?
I wish we had 2, but the position is currently empty.
Is that something that is it currently a posting for that, or what's?
The position has been posted, specifically the highway engineer position. Not had much luck as far as candidates at the current salary level. So nothing so far.
Is the positions, the bridge engineer has been open all year, correct?
Yep.
And even going back a little bit last year, is there truly a need for a bridge engineer at $100 and some $1,000 a year, or is this something we can work without? I'm asking because I don't know.
So the answer is yes. What has not been getting done at the level it needs to is a lot of the work that bridge engineer would be responsible for. As that was intended to be structured, we have engineering support staff that assist the engineer designing plans for our culvert replacement projects. Anything that's smaller than 20-foot span, that qualifies as a bridge. So those projects have not been moving forward because we've not had someone in that position. Right now, we are competing with salary levels that are far beyond what those 2 salaries are at. We're competing in the private sector, and even they're having trouble stealing people from each other. So it's frustrating because we, over the last several years, have made adjustments to bring those salaries up to try to stay competitive. And right now we're just not.
Luke, is that a position that we can subcontract out when we have a bridge project?
Some of that work, yes. Some of the work, like those culvert replacements, contracting that work out will add up very quickly by the time we start paying consultant overhead. So there is a definite benefit so long as the project is not of a scope that it can't be designed with our forces and can't be built with our forces. there's definitely a benefit to continuing to do that type of work in-house. When you start talking about survey and design, even on a smaller project, those dollars add up very, very quickly.
So this is institutional knowledge that I've been talking to you guys about. So you're telling me we've got an open position that's been longer than a year because of salary?
I don't know the reason why it's been open for about a year. I don't know the
Well,
reason
you-
for
I
that.
think you said something about the salary level.
My-
being a challenge.
My question, no, he said it's a challenge. My question is, if it's been unfilled for that amount of time, is it a necessary position at all?
So, my follow-up question, sort of what Jim was asking. So if we don't have somebody to say, here's what we're going to do with the bridges, work isn't being done on future project for bridges. So we're not spending money for those projects. I mean, what is not happening? And what do we need to do to make something happen?
So I want to make sure I clearly differentiate between
To explode, Luke?
I guess.
Get a bridge engineer, he'll figure it out.
Yeah. We need an electrical engineer now
Yeah.
too, apparently. So I think it's important to differentiate between a bridge and a culvert. Based on the federal definition, a bridge is a span that's 20 feet or longer. And when you get up to that span length or longer, design gets pretty complicated. Typically, that type of design work would almost always be contracted out to a consultant, just due to the size of the project. When you get smaller than that, that's the culvert work that we do and historically have done in-house. The bridge engineer position would be responsible for developing and stamping those plans with the assistance of the engineering staff. And we build those projects with our in-house staff, one, to save money, and two, because they're not of a scope where we need to pour a reinforced bridge abutment, let's say. They're of a scope that we can save money tackling those ourselves. That second group of projects right now is what is not moving forward as it should be, because we don't have that in-house staff engineer to assist us.
Could I ask the question? This two positions for 102, is that right? Okay,
Yes.
so why don't you combine that and go out and hire somebody?
So
And then if you can put a number on that, then in the future for what this position is going to take, then you can come back to the council at that point in time and say, hey, this is what we did. This is what it costs. We need to do it again.
So at your next regular meeting, which is Monday, I believe the commissioners will be presenting a plan on how we can try to get a staff engineer, and it might include something along those lines. But that's something they'll be presenting on Monday. So for the time being, I wouldn't necessarily eliminate the position. If anything, maybe get through Monday's meeting and see if we can come to a consensus. And then if it makes sense to make adjustments at the second hearing, certainly we could do that then.
Okay. That makes sense. I just want to clarify, my understanding, if something is less than 20 feet length and span, it can be engineered in-house, basically.
Technically, anything can be engineered in-house.
Okay.
But where we try to make that differentiation is what can we build in-house?
Yeah.
And what has a design, what can we design that's not overly complicated? I mean, we could do a full set of bridge plans, but would spend most of the year working on that. Our time is better spent focusing on those smaller scope projects that would be pretty expensive if we contracted that type of work out.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else for Luke on 1155 Cume Bridge?
We'll go ahead and move to approve 1135 as presented on first reading.
Second.
Caption second from Jonathan T. Myers. Any further questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. And next up, 1138 206 Cume Cap Development Fund, Cume Bridge.
So these are the 200, 300, and 400 series line items that used to be in the cumulative bridge fund. They were moved several years ago to 1138. No major changes here other than an adjustment to our bridge inspection line item. That is the estimated amount for consultant bridge inspections for our annual or biannual cycle.
And why do we have to use a consultant? If we had an engineer, couldn't the engineer inspect the bridges?
They could. If that goes back to what I was talking about earlier, though, which is where do we get the most benefit from having a staff engineer? Crawling around under bridges and taking measurements may not be the best use of that person's time. There are some other specific inspection requirements that NDOT has for people in order to perform those bridge inspections. So that would be an additional potential certification if we were to try to do that work.
Okay. So why is it double this year?
So bridge inspections are performed every 2 years under federal mandate, basically. However, when a bridge reaches a certain score, a certain evaluation rating, that cycle is typically increased to every 24 months. So in the bridge inspection contract, they usually span 4 years. 2 of those years will be a larger amount because every bridge is being inspected in the county. The 2 off years will be a smaller amount because not every bridge is being inspected, only a small portion of them.
Okay, and in that particular light, bridge inspection and bridge maintenance, the amount of unspent funds are just about the amount of what, except for the bridge of maintenance repair is 75 and unspent funds are 72 approximately.
So the bridge construction and reconstruction line and the bridge maintenance and repair lines they're budgeted essentially if needed. And I'm not necessarily saying there's not bridge maintenance work that needs to be done, but whatever is budgeted in those each year does not revert. So if we don't have major repairs or major construction, this would be more of something comes up during the year, not something that's planned out 5 years in advance. If we don't have to expend those funds, that's what builds the savings that we need for our future bridge projects. Bridge construction and reconstruction, I think is 237. We can't build a bridge for $237,000, which is frustrating because we used to be able to, and it doesn't seem like that long ago. So that money is really for something that comes up that has to be addressed immediately. Otherwise, it would not be budgeted and would essentially just accumulate in that savings because bridge projects are so expensive for future bridge work.
So the 2.3 balance is for projects that are in process, not in process, or being planned, or what?
So any federal aid project application that's been selected for funding, those projects are typically programmed about 5 years out. And the design, the right-of-way acquisition, the time that it takes to develop that and the cost that it takes to develop that is done within that 5-year period. So we have projects that are at different stages between now and 2026, which is the furthest year out so far that we've received a federal funding award for a project. So, for example, I have a bridge that the bid letting is this month from NDOT. I had to put the construction money in the budget. I think I did that in June, so that we can pay our local match after that's done, after the bid happens. We have other projects that are just at the very beginning that will have design engineering contracts coming soon that will have to be funded. So there are always several different projects that are at different stages of development, depending on what construction year it's actually supposed to go to construction.
Okay. Anything else for Luke on the Cume Cap Development Fund, Cume Bridge?
Move to approve the budget as submitted on the first reading for 1138-206 Cume Cap Development Cumulative Bridge.
Second.
Motion from Jonathan T, a second from John Eddie. All those, any further questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you, Luke. Okay, next up, animal shelter.
Good afternoon, County Council, and thank you for seeing me today. Also, a little information. I know we have 2 new county council members. Welcome. And just kind of an idea and oversight of what animal control does. I really kind of wear 2 hats. I'm the animal warden of Johnson County. So as such, I have 6 full-time officers underneath me. And we enforce all local ordinances, state statutes, and federal laws as they pertain to animal welfare. We work with every police department in the county, in addition to state police, Indiana Gaming Commission, U.S. Marshal's Office, DNR, and also the Department of the Interior. We respond to hundreds of incidents involving animal bites each year. We also investigate and submit to Indiana State Lab all rabies testing for animals suspected of having rabies. We also respond to hundreds of cases or hundreds of allegations of animal abuse, neglect, and cruelty each year as well. On the shelter side, we are an open admission shelter, which means we don't turn any animal away. We get in over 1,500 animals a year, everything from cats and dogs to the last month and a half, 3 alligators. Yeah. We provide care, medical assistance, vaccines for all the animals that come in. We have a nationally recognized TNR program, one of only 5 shelters in the country that's been nationally recognized. And if Ryan Baird was in here, I would thank him because Commissioner Baird was essential in getting the ordinances passed and also getting that set up. So big shout out to Commissioner Baird. We've hosted groups from around the country who want to know how we are able to be so successful in what we do. And in the last 2 years, we raised money separate from the county or separate from our budget to pay for a new large animal enclosure, new floors in the shelter, had the shelter completely repainted, new cat enclosures, which are state of the art, and new and upgraded air conditioning for all the dog kennels. And we raised the money separately again ourselves to take care of that. So probably looking at $125,000 just right there. And so just wanted to give you kind of an overview of what we do. And I'm really blessed to have the people who work there. Oh, also, happy Rosh Hashanah. Today's Rosh Hashanah, Jewish New Year. So, Happy New Year.
So with the budget, you're requesting new, and again, thanks for the detail. Again, thank you for your detailed information. You continually do that, at least my time here, Michael. So thanks for that. And requesting a new staff add, deputy warden floater. You've outlined that. And the other big increase here is part-time, which you provided some background on. It increased to $18 per hour. If you can kind of hit at a high level, I guess, and then we'll open up for questions, both of those line items, please.
Sure. For the deputy warden, I have, as I mentioned, two deputy wardens who are on duty on the weekends. They back each other up, one's north, one's south. I only have one tactical shift or second shift officer now. And the goal of having a second officer to assist him, again, would have one north, one south. And by the way, we respond to calls and all through Johnson County, not only unincorporated areas, but incorporated areas as well. So we handle animal control, again, for the whole county. As an example, I gave to dart an animal, aggressive animal, that requires two officers. Always, that's our protocol and that's our SOPs. One officer to watch the animal as it's being darted and see which direction it's going, and the other officer's responsibility is to watch that dart and to recover it. That's essential. And so rather than having to call out another officer, pay that individual overtime constantly, just in that particular situation, having a second officer there would be fantastic. Plus, this officer would be able to cover the county, while my other tactical shift officer sometimes assists in transporting animals. We haven't put an animal down for space in our shelter in over 10 years. That's unheard of for an open admission shelter, just unheard of. And one of the reasons we're able to be so successful in that respect is that we transport a lot of animals to rescues. And typically myself and one or two of my officers, we do that. And these transports might be up to Whitney County, north, or Louisville, Cincinnati, different places. And so my tactical shift officer, who currently works from 1 p.m. to I believe around midnight, he does a lot of those transports that have to take place later in the afternoon. So he gets back sometimes when I don't have any coverage in the county, which means the on-call officer has to take care of that. So with this new officer position, that would take care of that. So there'd be no call outs for an on-call officer to cover the county while he's doing one of the transports.
They're transporting them where?
Transports from the shelter to a rescue. And we do hundreds of transports a year.
And I thought that's what you said, but then I lost you away. They would be going to Kentucky for the.
Sometimes.
Why?
That's where the rescues are located. You have rescues that are sometimes are breed specific or species specific. And a lot of these rescues are not in Johnson. In fact, the vast majority of them are not in Johnson County. And they're located all over the state, sometimes out of state.
So you may have to take the alligators to Florida.
You know what, Ron, it's a good idea. I'll be gone for a couple of
I'll
weeks.
volunteer.
You volunteer? Okay. Actually, believe it or not, we have alligator rehabilitators here in Johnson County. Who knew? And we also have one who's also a rehabilitator who's outside the county. Sometimes the rescues come to us and pick up the animals, but most of the time, and one of the things that makes us so successful and popular with the rescues is that we transport to them. So. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Your mic's on. Okay, so people don't generally adopt directly from you.
Yes, ma'am. We adopt out animals as well. But probably the majority of our animals go to rescues because so many of the animals that we get in are animals nobody wants. So we're not getting in the fluffy puppies. We're getting in the animals got behavioral problems. And so many of the rescues have in their employ or their volunteers that work with animals that have issues. And so that they can rehabilitate that animal now for it to become an adoptable animal. And unfortunately, we just don't have the staff or the time. We got animals coming in constantly. So our goal is to have a quick turnover to make room for the next batch of animals that come in.
And Rob asked the second part of the question about part-time.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've got a core group of part-timers, a couple of them that have been with us for several years. But because of the starting wages that we're starting to see now, the higher starting wages, we can't not only keep anybody, but we can't attract anyone. And so I'd like to have the ability to raise someone's part-time pay up to not only compete with various entities around, but also to retain. And so that's my hope, is to be able to do that. Because when we lose a part-timer, now we're going to probably look at overtime to train a new part-timer. And I like it when people stay with us. And we've got a few individuals who've been with us for several years. And just to give you another example of longevity, the average animal control officer's career, or anyone really in animal welfare, is typically 3 years. And then they're burnt out.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, I didn't.
3
hear that.
years.
3 years?
Yeah, then they're burnt out, emotionally burnt out.
Oh.
Because unfortunately, sometimes animals that we cannot adopt out because of aggression issues, we have to put down. And so the very thing that we're trained to protect, we have to kill. And so that's tough. But I have officers who've been with me over 10 years. In fact, most of my staff, a part of my civilian staff, have been with me over 10 years. And I think one of the reasons we're able to retain employees is because we're so successful in getting animals out like we do.
What are you paying part-time now?
Right now, the top rate is $12 an hour. And just about all our part-timers are now at $12 an hour.
So this is maximum?
Maximum 18. And what we do is we gradually raise them up to higher wages. So every quarter, there's a raise. They meet certain criteria, attendance, et cetera, and so forth.
All right, so it's going up 70%. So is that more hours, or is it, I mean,
No, same amount of hours, Ron, but more pay. It's based on, I think, 295 part-time hours per pay period. If I remember my math correctly, so.
That's kind of what I came up with, about 7,670 hours per calendar year, part-time. Which based on the 2021 budget would be an average of $10.58 per hour. So the increase is about $7.43 an hour in an increase. Which that's a tough number for me to get my head
I
around.
realize that, County Councilman, I do realize that. I'm just speaking from and as you all know, I'm sure from your own personal experiences, I'm speaking from personal experience and seeing turnover.
Yeah.
Just constant turnover.
Do you get a lot of young students that come in and help out for free?
We have a community service program where an individual who's convicted of a lower echelon crime is required to do their community service at the animal shelter. So we have over 3,000 hours a year typically completed at the animal shelter. But the animal shelter is a 365-day visit.
sure,
They
yeah.
always have to have someone always has to be coming in each day.
Yeah.
And not only cleaning the dogs and the cat cages, but also medicating as well. And that's typically, you have to be fairly highly trained for that, to medicate animals. And that normally takes 2 people, not 1 person to medicate an animal for obvious reasons. And so to constantly train and train. And it's tough to get people to work in an animal shelter. It's not the warm fuzzy place at times people want it to be. It's sometimes can be heart wrenching. We deal with animals that come in who've been stabbed, set on fire, beaten, abandoned.
but you said that, and Rob, this is where I'm a little bit confused on this part-time. You said the range is up to 18, but you're not paying 18, or is that your minimum?
I'm asking if we could raise it to a maximum of $18.
A maximum, that's a maximum, not a minimum.
Correct. I'm sorry if I made.
All right, so your minimum is what?
Right now, we start minimum. usually about $10 an hour, 10.50 an hour, we start people at, and the maximum I can go to is 12.
The maximum you currently go to is 12.
Correct, sir.
All right, so when we're looking, again, it all ties the question I asked in the very beginning about part-time wages, that we're making decisions on each department that could have a different part-time wage minimum.
Yeah.
Or maximum. Instead of having the living wage in the county is $15, that there is no part-time. So we say one department is 13 and one department's 16, one department's 15. Is that what we're doing?
They do
That's
different
what we're doing.
jobs.
They have different jobs, different qualifications.
You need to keep in mind also that he has his own rate. This is not general fund. He has his own rate. And Mike Reuters pointed out that he's within budget. His proposal based on this rate
Oh, so this one, if we cut it, doesn't
affect general.
doesn't
fund at
affect
all.
the general fund.
He has his own rate.
It's one of the funds within a fund. Yeah, it shares a levy. So if we peel back 50,000 here, that's 50,000 more than the general
Within the
fund.
general fund.
There you go. So it does impact it.
But he has his own rate, and as
Right.
long as he's at balance with the current rate.
It does because
His rate is showing 17.89% increase.
it's a fund within the fund. Do we agree on that? So the point of that is if we increase this one, it takes away from general fund. If we decrease this one, it improves the general fund. So it does have an impact to the general fund. Understand it's a balanced budget within $500 for the. I disagree with it doesn't impact the general fund statement.
What would it do to you if you stayed the same right now, next year? As you are this year?
We have to start probably all over again with the part-time staff. Constantly. Difficult for the second shift officer again. I'd have to probably bump time when I back up again. And, you know, with the I-69 project, I mean, everywhere you look, you see new subdivisions coming up, which are more calls for us. Nearly 2/3 of, I think, American households have a pet of some sort. And so we're busy, pretty busy.
I understand the need more so on the new staff ad, the deputy warden floater, the tactical shift. I understand that more so than I get that level of an increase on a part-time basis. And that's where I'm struggling. When I look at 2021 adopted budget, well, if you take 295 hours per pay times 26 pays, that's 7,670 hours. Take 81,195 divided by that number, you get, and on average, $10.58 an hour. That's almost well, it is a 70% increase. And that's if you went over to the max on everyone, which you're saying you're not the plan, but you're asking us to fund it almost as if the plan, because you're at 1058 plus 743. That gets you over $18 an hour on average. And this is rounding in here, so we'll just call it 18. But that is effectively what, it's not a steer step based on the budget. Based on the budget, it's going from this to 18.
I got you.
And that's a number I'm not comfortable.
I think 12, I think to have 12 as a max is, I don't think that's enough. I'm kind of in agreement with Rob. I think that jump to 18 is quite a bit, but I mean, me personally, I would be willing to meet halfway at 15 and see where we go from there. I do agree. I think, you know, I mean, they do have some risk. I mean, 12 probably isn't enough.
And if my interpretation of that is wrong, let me know, but that's, I don't want to make a decision if I've interpreted something wrong. Michael.
Well, my goal was to gradually raise up people to $18 an hour.
Yeah.
So we can retain them and continue to retain them. So we don't have to retrain and rehire. That's my goal.
Yeah.
That was my thought process, Ron.
Okay.
Rob, I'm sorry.
No, you're
In addition to my hearing, my eyesight's going.
No worries.
So Jim, you're suggesting 15?
We think we are.
Something's happening.
Closer to it.
But I mean,
That's fine right there.
so Jim, you're suggesting 15?
I think, to me, that makes sense, but
Max of 15.
yes.
And I don't have a problem with that when I pick up the paper and I see that. 15 is becoming the new Indiana starting wage. That's what we know everybody's facing. I think that's not inappropriate to consider. Not only here, but in other departments.
What's that new figure? How many hours? Rob, would you come up with that one? Oh, you're doing.
Yeah, I was doing it. 76. So if I take 290, just so everybody knows the math. 5 times 26 pays, 7,670 times 15. 115, just delete 115 something versus the 138. Let me get back there. 7670 times point. 115,050. That's still about a 50% increase over where they are for this budget year, for the 2021 budget.
Employee here. And, 40 hours a week times 52. And then we're adding a huge amount to the overtime or the part-time. I still think it's too high, the part-time, if we're going to do the new employee. You pay them whatever you want. It's just, you're not gonna be able to use as many hours. I still think part-time is too high if we do the new employee.
Well, $15 an hour on his 7670, it's 115,050. He's already at 81,195. So you're talking 33,000 more.
Right, or 23,000 less than his request.
Yeah.
Which is 23,000 less than his requested amount right now. Yeah.
I think what Pete's getting at, if I'm hearing him right, is that it's not a matter of the $15 an hour, as we're not reducing the number of hours in part-time when we're adding an additional employee.
True.
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind too, that the employee, the officer, it's a completely different skill set than the part-timer. And I did cut I cut as many, I didn't add any, increase anything else, but I did cut in multiple different places as well.
Okay, well, so with Pete's statement, the deputy warden is doing skill-wise and functionally wise. He's not doing what the part-timers are doing. So adding a deputy warden doesn't, I mean, it's like having a secretary and a manager. They're doing two different things and they don't intermix and they don't do.
I apologize. Yeah, sometimes we do. Sometimes everyone jumps in and helps at the shelter. No one's above.
Well, no, I'm not saying
What
that.
he's saying is, would this new officer replace some of your part-time needs?
No.
And Pete was making a statement that.
I apologize. I understand what you're saying now, Ron. I
Yeah,
apologize.
so the deputy warden is not doing the function of part-time people, which is what I think Pete was saying.
Yeah,
that-
no.
So a part-time person would never do anything to assist the deputy warden? Warden?
Oh, yes, as far as intakes and such, yes, absolutely.
So he would do some of the part-time person would do some of the duties of a deputy warden.
Yeah, I would say so, that when the animal comes in, they take over the animal and gets the officer back on the road as quickly as possible. The officer always will, as examples, officers will always scan an animal out in the field to try to get the animal back to its owner. Once the animal comes into the shelter, it's always scanned again, a second and third time, just to make sure. So sometimes microchips migrate within the body. And
Yeah,
so, yeah, I see a point there, Pete, yes.
But the deputy warden is a field person.
Yes, sir.
The part-time people are not on the field. They're in the shelter.
Correct.
Processing and managing and workflowing the animals through, where the deputy warden is out in the field collecting and managing the control of the animal in the field.
Yes, sir.
But they may come into the office and check the animal in, which could also be done by the volunteers.
Or part-timers?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
they're part-timers.
Unless sometimes, and this happens fairly often too, the animal's very aggressive.
Okay.
And that way the officer will see to that animal from his vehicle into a kennel.
Okay.
Michael, I think the question is, if we give you another full-time position, do you need the same number of part-time hours? I understand that they're different.
Oh,
They
I'm
do
sorry.
different
Yeah,
jobs.
James, we do. Unfortunately, it wouldn't offset. I wish it could, but it wouldn't offset the number of hours that, the number of individuals we need for the part-time. That would not really change. We deal, unfortunately too, we deal with outbreaks constantly at the at the shelter. We're dealing with Calicia right now. And that can absolutely decimate a cat population very quickly.
What was it you said?
Calicia. And so the part-time staff who are cleaning, they have to clean, clean and desanitize themselves after each kennel is cleaned. And that's, unfortunately, that's quite time consuming. And but that's just as an example. And that's why we don't typically allow volunteers to come in and do things like that, because Calicia is highly contagious to other cats. That individual, if they're not properly sanitizing themselves, could take that home and destroy unfortunately, their pets. Parvo is another thing that we constantly on the lookout for.
And respectfully, I think what Michael, what you're saying is that the team will do what they got to do.
Yes.
However, the function of the warden is not to do that. The function of the warden is to get the cat off of the street, bring it into the shelter, and the people in the shelter process it and do whatever is related to the shelter, and the warden goes back out.
Yes.
And you've justified, in my opinion, why you need the additional warden, which has nothing to do with, in my opinion, with the part-time.
Yeah, I wasn't asking for more hours part-time, just higher pay to retain them.
I'm gonna make a motion. It can ride or it can die. Make a motion to approve 4008 animal shelter as presented in first reading, reducing line item 11,400 part-time from already marked it out. What is it? 138, 186 to 115,050. Which would effectively make the part-time rate a maximum of $15 per hour.
Second. And a question.
Yep, motion from Jim Ison and a second from Jonathan T. Questions and discussion?
Would that also reduce perf or not?
Perf will stay the same. It will reduce FICA.
Reduce FICA. Okay.
Yes. Perf is just full-time, and I included in perf having the extra officer in the budget. FICA will be reduced.
Drone insurance.
What about the full-time? No, it's factored in.
Yeah, I presume the full-time position, the new full-time position 11,368 has been accounted for in FICA and PERF?
Yes, I included FICA and PERF.
Okay, thank you.
As I did the higher rate of part-time. So if we're going to lower the maximum amount of part-time, that will also lower the amount coming out of FICA. Or going to be allocated to FICA.
Okay, any further questions? So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay. Nay.
Nay. It passes 4-3. Thank you. Moving on to the other animal shelter control related line items, page 81 and 82 of your binders. Anything you want to touch on in particular there, Michael?
The animal shelter donation funds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I spoke with Amy prior to coming up, and I think we've got everything figured out how we're there.
Well, I just cannot.
Shouldn't have a speaker.
I can't hear him. Well, I'm doing better with Rob.
Are you guys good?
We are going to lower Sarah Woods. The Sarah Woods Memorial Ride was scheduled for this year in September, actually coming up in about a week or so. They had to cancel. And so the Sarah Woods, we won't have a ride this year.
Okay.
I apologize. I'm sorry, Amy.
So,
really, we won't have any more money coming in, so whatever it's at right now. That there will be no more funds going into Sarah Woods this year.
So we take it out.
And then next year, I don't know if we're gonna have the ride or not. I don't know.
The cash balance, 86, 67.
I'd say that's, yeah. And then if they do decide to have a ride next year, then I can always come before you and ask for the additional appropriation.
Okay, so 4101, it's a donation fund.
Yes.
And we budgeted, maybe this is a Rob question, we budgeted, had to put it in the budget. He says possible large donation. So we put it in the budget, but we may not get it. Do I?
We'll get it, it's 100%. We'll get it.
Okay, so why did we put it in the budget? Because it had.
we have to appropriate.
We had. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So what I heard on the Sarah Woods Memorial Fund 4103, the 2022 requested budget amount would be reduced to the cash balance on hand, which is 8,667. Okay. Notwithstanding, well, I don't believe we have any changes to 2510, 4101, 4109, 4110, and 4915. Correct? So that's a setup for a motion.
Rob, I'll move that the funds that you just mentioned be approved as submitted on first reading.
Second. A motion from Pete, a second from Jim. Any questions, discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, those pass. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, County Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Melinda was absent during that last vote.
Yeah, well, thank you, Pete. Which begs a great question. Should we take a 5-minute relief break?
Yeah.
Yes, 5 minutes. So
10 minutes.
10 minutes. I've got 3:34 on my watch, so 3:44.
If this washed out, the only increases we're really looking for are in the employees. So I'd like to just start going through those?
Yes, sir.
The first one I'd like to address is 112.99 second deputy.
Okay.
In the request, I screwed up. I took the salary plus 4%. It was my intent to take that, put the stipend on, then take the 4%. So in my doing, I showed that $780. And I'd like to respectfully increase 112.99 second deputy, $780, bringing that to 42,815.
Are you saying you didn't do the formula? You didn't do the
I didn't do
750?
what I wanted to do.
Well, but you didn't do what we suggested you to do, which is to add the 750 to the base and take 4% of that. Which should make a difference of 750, shouldn't it?
780.
780.
4%. So 7%.
Plus the 4%, okay.
Okay.
Moving on.
Yep, moving on.
Next, I'd like to address 112. Get some light in here. 204, secretary, or what I call office manager. That salary was increased last year, so we just did the 4% on that one. Next is my first deputy. We didn't address first deputy last year. In the study, the average first deputy for Johnson County was 50,900. We were at 49,704. The outside average was 53.4. What I did was I took the 50,900, added a stipend to keep it up with everything else, plus 4%, and I came up with 53.7. And I'm asking for 53.5 on that one.
That position last year got a pay increase greater than the stipend, correct?
I believe it did, but it did not bring it up to the first deputies.
First deputy is not exempt, right?
First deputy didn't get an increase
Is
last
your
year.
first deputy exempt
Exempt as far as,
overtime?
no,
All the other first deputies are mostly exempt from overtime. His is not, just FYI.
And we're talking about position 11300, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Well, it shows that 2020 was 49,704 and 2021 was 49,704. So they didn't receive an increase, and they would have received the 750 on top of the 49,704.
Yes,
Correct.
they were eligible for the stipend.
And this position is eligible for overtime and gets overtime. Yes.
So unlike other first deputies is what I'm hearing. Okay.
Just trying to get
Still
you
a
apples to
discrepancy there.
So Jim, what do you come up with?
52,472.
And what's your difference, Greg? How do you come up with the difference in with that?
I was at 53,500. I took an average of those first deputies, and that's where I started from at the 50,900. Added a stipend and then 4% on top of that.
Those, what do you mean, those first deputies? What are you referring to?
Under the study done,
So under the, what he's saying, Ron, is that under the salary study, the other first deputies had a pay average of 53,500, but there's a difference because the other deputies can't receive overtime and his can.
Okay, that's the difference.
Yes.
And does he?
He does during ditch spraying, because that's done from sun up to sundown, 7 days a week. So he'll work Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay, I understand, appreciate this. Or what would he typically estimate and that he would wake in overtime?
I think we budget 3,000. I don't have an exact number.
So I can see that if you're trying to get to a parity, the discrepancy is this individual's ability to earn overtime compared to other first deputies. So do we reclass that employee to take overtime away, or do we address that in the base?
I'd have to look at the actual.
It was classified appropriately. Salary study, I think. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm guessing you did not take that into consideration, that there was a difference between exempt and non-exempt. And
I didn't take overtime into consideration because he doesn't have a choice.
well, I know, but if they work overtime, they don't get paid for it. So it's, I think there's an argument there on parity.
And if you look at the outside on the first deputies, the extra, I guess they call it the external average, you'll see that the highest on that external average is the deputy supervisor.
Yeah, but I understand, but last year we agreed if there was a internal midpoint, which for this there is, we were using that internal midpoint and not going to the external. The only ones we're using externals for are the ones that do not have an internal. If that makes sense.
What would be his internal midpoint?
What they,
Because I don't think it changed.
it didn't. It went up 750 because he was at or above it. Do you know what the classification is? Any chance?
I do not.
Classification
For that position?
This is chief person. It's not.
First deputy. Mr. Bailey, is that his name?
Correct.
Okay. reading this. Excluded 2020 salary. Wouldn't, but. So this is just showing an external. An external. Sorry. But the other first deputies. Hold on a second. But I know it's on there, but I could have swore that the deputies had a classification. Sorry.
You've got in your notes here 52 to 58. Salary rate. Did you get that?
The 58 was the high outside.
Yeah. Okay. So you're not even to a midpoint.
Wish there was
No.
an easier way to go through these classifications. Okay, great.
Confidence 49 here.
Well, yeah. No, you're fine.
My class.
I was looking for it in
Oh,
here.
okay.
Yeah. So it looks like I'm gonna stand corrected. Which I hate. The external average was listed at 58,234. Which raises the question, why didn't we? Do you remember? Why didn't we take action on this last year? Why did he get the stipend?
I was told that you were going to deal with first deputies and elected officials this year.
My memory's bad. I know we said elected officials. Did we include first deputies in
I
there?
think we took care of it. First deputies. No.
No?
We
I'm
did.
trying to think, I don't think any first deputies got raises. I think most of them.
Well.
It's saying first deputies and other departments.
Looks like something we need to address.
Was that because we did the intro?
There wasn't an internal for them though.
For first deputies?
Right. The internal, there's only external.
Yeah, there's no first deputy surveyor anywhere else in the county.
I'm with you. I thought we took care of it too.
First deputies didn't get anything last year. They stayed the same for 2 years.
You're talking about throughout all departments, first deputies stayed the same.
I know the clerk and the auditor, surveyor, I haven't looked at all of them, but yeah, I think all of the first deputies stayed the same for 2 years.
Is that correct, Amy? Or
I believe so, yeah.
Well, if that's the case, I don't think his ask is extravagant. It's 5,000 under the external average. Now, we've never committed to giving anyone the external average. We have committed to discussing this though. A lot of it's probably going to fall somewhere in between, but I think as we move forward, now that we're getting into it, it should probably stay somewhat consistent.
$2,500 roughly below midpoint at 53.5.
I want to make sure what you're conversing on there, that a first deputy in another department would be at 53.5.
No,
They'd be at More?
The external average for this study for that position. We're not talking about any other first deputy. For the first deputy of the surveyor is 58,234. For instance, if you go to the clerk, first deputy for the clerk is much less. The external average was 52,198.
But we're not, you didn't do external average, you did internal, correct?
Correct.
So
There's no comparison.
So there's no comparison. So when others bring forward their budget for first deputy, we won't be doing apples to apples on those either, correct?
Well, what I'm suggesting, that's what I'm saying here, is that right now we take the time to figure out what we're going to do for first deputies. And we might want to think of a parity here. The problem with it is they all have different certifications and different jobs. And I would guess that's why there's such a discrepancy. I mean, we've got as much as 58,000 and as low as 51,000.
Yeah, and I think in a surveyor's position, there's a skill level there and also some education that probably precedes, what he's been able to do. Now, I'm not discrediting, the first deputy in any other department, but I just don't think there's a comparison. And I think that to draw a comparison by name only is not right.
Does your first deputy have any form of certifications?
No. I would, from looking from the outside world, which I was for 25 years. First deputy is equivalent to a surveyor manager.
Yeah, field chief.
Even beyond a field chief. He doesn't make what an outside field chief would make. But there again, we don't get into government to make money. But we do need to be competitive.
So what chart are you looking at, Jim? Is it the one that says maybe the Johnson County, Indiana job classification salary analysis, May 15th?
Yes.
Chief first deputy,
Yes.
and it has the assessor at the top in the corner.
Yes.
Which one you're looking at? All right, so that one only went to external was what your comment was, and no internal, correct?
Right.
If it helps, when I figured this, I took the internal numbers. I threw out the coroner, and I came up with an average of 5,900. And then I added the 750 stipend and 4% on top of that. And that's where I came up with my number.
$5,900 difference. And I think where, in my opinion, there is a difference, and then to compound that with a 4% on top of the difference, I'm not comfortable with that, but the difference, discussing what that difference is, I think is appropriate.
Well, once again, this is where I say this is complicated, and this is something we need to get right. So this may take us a few minutes up here, because if we're doing it here, we're going to be doing it for elected officials. And some of those differences to the external average is upwards of $20,000. Let's be honest, we're not going to give $20,000 raises.
Right.
So if we do one here for, let's say we give 8% and we give 12% to someone else, I mean, how do we want to proceed with that is the $1 million question.
Whatever.
From my suggestion last year was that we take half the difference and add that to the salary. Personally, I think that's a fair way to do it. Or we can
The external amount, Jim, or the internal?
we're only dealing with externals right now.
May I offer something again? I mean, first deputy. So first deputy surveyor. It's different. I mean, as much as the surveyor is different from the auditor.
Correct, but I guess what I'm asking is, do we give, I mean, the amounts are absolutely gonna be different, yeah. But do we give a certain, is there a formula that we use for each of them? Because the surveyor is more than any other first deputy. But do we,
I think that's when you have to weight it to the external, because you have no comparison.
we are, these are the external numbers.
Okay.
But I'm saying that a lot of these, if we just say we're gonna give everybody the external average, we're talking a lot of increases, big increases.
There's no certification for this?
No.
Even in the private sector?
You could, but not necessarily so.
It also mentions that the first deputies or chief deputies could be like 85% of the elected official salary. So do you guys, would it be better to determine the elected officials first? As a comparison to see what that would be?
It wouldn't work on the surveyor.
And Jim, are you talking about on that sheet they passed out to us, they have chief deputy and first deputy? Are we only talking about the ones that are first deputy?
Now, they're all the same.
All right, so that his isn't the highest. The highest is clerk, which is 13,000.
No,
Also,
Yeah.
Greg, we need to change that title, because it just says deputy.
Yeah, it says clerk election is 13,000.
Do you want first deputy?
the highest salary.
I mean, the highest.
Give them a little
adjustment.
hat, credits.
I'm talking about the highest salary.
Yeah.
I can't say that.
Where did the 85% of the elected officials come from?
That's a law.
Huh?
That's a law. Amy, 85% of the elected official.
We'd have to cut his
That was
salary.
option 2. on this.
But isn't that a Indiana?
No.
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 Not statutory.
No.
Suggested.
No.
Use one or the other, whichever one's higher. Do half of the one. 85%, whichever was
If
higher.
we use the 85%, he'd have to cut us a check.
At the what? At the what?
Combine it, what you'd be paying for surveying services with your salary and do 85%. How close would that come?
I'd have to look into it.
Do you see what I'm saying though? Because your salary, if you were a surveyor, would be both of those together. So if you took those together and did 85%, I'm just curious what it would be.
Personally, the easiest and fairest way to do it is 1/2 of the difference from their current salary to
what?
yes. So their current salary, which would include the 750.
Current salary, it was a stipend. So,
Right.
so the thought would be a formula would be the 2022 salary for the chief deputies, first deputies, coroner excluded would be their 2020 salary plus the 750 stipend received in 2021 plus 1/2 of the amount to the external average.
Yeah.
Which would be for the recorder, $75. Well, yeah, we're on all first deputies. We're talking about, you're talking about solving the overall issue as opposed to the solving it just in the in the surveyor. Is that what I thought Jim was talking about?
Yes,
All right, so-
that's the formula for,
Right. So for the recorder, it'd be $75. I'm trying to follow your
Yeah,
math.
no, that would be the formula. You're right. That would be the formula.
But for the clerk election, first deputy, it would be $6,000 or more.
Correct.
Right? Just want to understand your logic.
Yes. Because that's how much they're off from that external average.
So that's a broad stroke. I think it's good though. I mean, it's a starting point, and then to consider each one individually. But like you said, the 2020 salary plus the 750 stipend gives you a number. Then you know the external midpoint. You add the two and divide by 2.
So let's see what that would be for what Greg's talking about here.
So am I hearing you say the 2020 salary, the 2021 salary, that would include the 750 and then half of the external midpoint? Is that what you're saying?
Difference,
Half of it, right?
yeah.
The 2022 salary would be,
He said 2020.
their 2022 salary would be their 2020 salary plus the 750 they receive in 2021, right? Plus the 1/2.
So
And if-
the 2021 salary would include the 750,
Right.
right? So the
We're
2021.
already in the 2021. This does, I don't think this included the 750, does it? No,
All prior to last year.
right.
So,
Yeah.
so for
So-
instance, Greg's request, if we did it this way, it would actually come out to the benefit of the employee. Greg's asking for 53,500. If we did it this way, the amount would be 54,719 for that position. So it'd be the 50,450, well, 49,704 plus 750 is 50,454 plus 1/2 of 8530 is 4265, which gives us the total of 54,719,
And that can be applied on all of them, same mathematics.
which is still $4,000 under the external average.
But we're getting there.
But you're getting there, right?
We're not practicing socialism. We're just trying to.
In the situation brought, the scenario brought by Mr. Deere of the recorder and the 50% of 151 being $75, we could do add to the formula for conversations, greater of a fixed percentage or the formula. So in the case of that individual, that position is very close to the external average, they would still get effectively a cost of living kind of a bump. Percentage could be 4% to match the others. So
That
it's-
was where I was going to go, Rob, is that for the auditor, which, and I don't know what the clerk, first clerk, Wildman on here, I don't know what that 4% is, but it'd be either what the half or 4% minimum. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that, I would not include the stipend in that 4% since they're already so close to the external midpoint, but that would be the thought, and that could be the pattern or the formula for the EOs as well, potentially.
4% without the stipend. Is that what you just
Right.
said?
The conversation starter.
The original guidelines, was it not suggested for the elected officials to do internal midpoint? Am I just-
I don't know.
There is no internal midpoint for elected
Oh, I'm
officials.
sorry, I'm sorry. It was an average. They had the lowest and then the highest, an average. Am I not-
That's what I thought.
That's what I just said. For the elected officials, they were asked to do an average from that low to that high, go average in
Oh.
the middle.
Okay.
I think we can use the
think it'd
same
be helpful.
formula for the elected officials.
Because I know they started at like one figure, this was the lowest. And then
It's
it's
all
the
gonna come
highest.
out.
And I know for me, when I did mine, I went whatever the average of that was.
I don't think there's gonna be much of a difference in it.
Between what that she's getting in this.
Yeah, what the other count, because that's what they've used to gauge their external average. What we're actually doing is dividing that by 2. So any difference instead of, because I mean, for the surveyor, which I know this is apples and oranges because of certifications and full-time, part-time and all that, but there was a $20,000 difference.
Unless they don't want it, like the commissioners.
Yeah.
All right, so what she's going to get here is the salary study that did the broad county review of elected officials.
That's what I have here.
That's what I believe that's what this is, Ron. I think she's getting the Johnson County elected official high, low, average.
Yeah, what she passed out was just first deputies.
Right, external.
Right.
Yeah.
So lucky for us, I've already done the math on all the elected officials, so we can compare it.
And use that same formula.
Okay, we got some.
But this number does include the $750 stipend. So we may have to adjust that if we.
Could have gotten there without going through this process.
Rob, in the absence of time, maybe you could do
Yeah.
the study before second reading.
Yeah.
Because you're running a little close
yeah.
now.
We got left.
Well, this one includes the counties that aren't even comparable, but that's another issue. I mean, there's,
This is what the salary study, this is from the salary study. Correct, yeah, this is what I've used to do the formula. I thought you guys had something else, okay, that you called different counties to compare than what they gave us. Okay. Gotcha.
and Jim, this is the one that takes counties that are 500,000 and 30,000, and they're all in the mix, correct?
Correct.
As a-
That's the study, Ron, that you kept wanting people to reference to bring you that information.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
that's a-
Yeah, it's the same
study that
thing.
was done.
Okay.
Yes. So this is what I've used.
So what's your number? Oh, we're gonna do
Well,
that differently?
So no, if you want to write these down, this is, so with the assessor, and all of these include the $750 stipend. But with the assessor, the total came to 63,388. The auditor was 68,180. The clerk was 66,681. The recorder was 62,948.
Wait a minute, the commissioner.
The sheriff really doesn't matter because he's got a percentage of the prosecutor's pay. But that number was 137,269, and that'll change. The surveyor was 54,613. And the treasurer was 63,683.
What was the recorder again?
Quarter was 62,948.
And did you say council and I dismissed it?
I haven't done the council. That's a whole different problem.
That's 54,613. And the
You had
corner,
Commissioners at what, Jim?
Do what?
Commissioners you had at what?
Well, we've already done the commissioners. You guys balked, remember?
I didn't balk. I'm curious what your number was.
I didn't calculate it. I sit here while we were talking and did it.
you guys didn't want it.
It won't
so
take long to do it.
You didn't want it, so we didn't calculate.
One thing we'll have to keep in mind if we go with this is the coroner's will, if we're being fair, his will go up a little bit too.
I think we look at part-time versus full-time. I think we can probably determine which coroner is a part-time versus full-time. I mean, Vanderbilt County at 71.6 is probably a full-time.
Right. And that's where they came up with all of these though, with the, just with the surveyor and commissioners. They put what they're going after is the high will cancel out the low, and you've got the average somewhere in the middle.
Jim, how did that compare to adding 750 to the current salary and 4%? Is that pretty close?
Not for most of them.
It's less or more?
So
Just out of curiosity.
So for the auditor, it would be 66,836.
So it's technically more than it.
It's more doing it this way.
That's what I said.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. But you get into much bigger discrepancies when, you know, I mean, when you go to no. The surveyor. The assessor.
Do any of these elected officials get paid from an additional fund, or this is it? Any of the elected officials, they get paid from other funds as well.
Are these studies? That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Help me out here, like the clerk gets paid for salary plus something.
She gets something at election board, surveyor gets
Yeah.
a little bit more here and there.
And does the assessor get paid out of reassessment? No.
Probably $2,000.
What if we were to do this, in the essence of time, we let Jim put this map together with showing the math, so to speak, so we can all understand it and circulate it. And we will hopefully prior to Thursday morning. And we can carve out time that morning to talk about it. Does that seem okay? So with that, surveyor and the surveyor's first deputy were kind of in a hold pattern on this budget, on the 1157-106.
What was your comment right before that?
That will allow Jim to put together a worksheet or a page, a handout that shows his math on what we just kind of all talked about. And then he'll pass that out ahead of Thursday's meeting. Then we'll carve out time on Thursday morning to discuss that.
Okay, and he's going to use, I mean, you can use all different combinations, and Jim, I'll provide you this so you have it. I did this very same exercise for our comparable counties. And it's interesting that the conclusions came out almost identical to what I think you're going to find. Within 1,000, it showed that many positions elected officials were not incomparable, and that there was anywhere from 0 to a high of 7 to at half of it $7,000. So he's going to take the entire study and break it down to that formula you were talking about, Jim. Is that what you're going to do?
Just for the elected officials and the first deputies.
Yes, I mean, but using that formula you just talked about.
I use that formula and compare it to the 4%, if they just got the stipend plus the 4%.
So that's the half. You're talking about the half
Yeah. that's
of the
formula.
difference, half of the difference. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And so we're going to wait on all elected officials for the rest of the hearing today?
Yeah, there's only one more after surveyor and it's sheriff, and that's already a negotiated contract.
Oh, today, yes, okay.
Yep. Okay. Thank you and apologies.
One down, 3 to go.
Yeah, yes, sir. So moving on.
Moving on, my next one is the 1157-119 food and beverage, the drainage board.
Do you guys want to vote on
Oh.
that one first?
I don't think we voted on this.
I mean, we
You
didn't
didn't
vote on
vote
it.
on the first one.
Just make a motion to approve it.
We had that change in salary for the second deputy, and then do you want to change the title of the 11300 deputy to chief deputy?
That'd be great.
That would be part of the motion.
So we're changing the title of 11300 and then what else? The adjusting the salary for the second deputy.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Make a motion to approve 1157-106 surveyor's budget as presented at first reading with the modifications to 11299 second deputy, adjusting the salary from 42,035 to 42,815. And 11300, changing the title from deputy to chief deputy.
What about the elected official?
We're coming back to that.
Coming back to that, okay.
So motion from Jim,
Second.
second from Jonathan T. Any further discussion? There will be later. And subject, or not subject, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Thank you. Thank you, Amy.
1157-119 drainage board. The request before you shows a $118,000 increase. That's across mainly 3 items. 115,000 of that are 2 new positions. And the third and easiest one to deal with is the professional services increase. I would like, as far as the proposed positions, the 11,250. It's a PAT 3 GIS analysis. If we could we move that to the corner perpetuation fund? And talk about it there.
Well, we've advertised, right, Amy, for the 1202 fund.
Yeah.
So we
can
can't,
talk About it, but you can't
It'd
take
have to-
action on it.
yeah, it'd have to come back in
We could
January.
because that is my fund. So I could come back and fund that in another meeting.
January.
In January, yeah. Okay, we can talk about it. It's a new position. You're proposing a new position, 11,250. Go to the corner perpetuation fund, which is not part of the general fund or the food and beverage fund. Let's talk about the need for those 2 positions. That,
The need for those 2 positions are directly related to the watersheds and our assessments thereof. There are 52 watersheds, basically 400 miles or 2.1 million linear feet of drains in Johnson County. What I feel we need to do is redraw our watersheds, assess the unassessed tracts within those, reclassified the majority of them from rural drains to urban drains, reassess based on current costs, and then maintain the assessments and do a better job of communicating. With the redrawing of the watersheds, our watersheds, you remember our little diagram of the roof and the gutter? The watershed is the roof, the drain is the gutter. The watershed is what we assess those people that benefit from that gutter. That's our watershed. They're based on 1980s paper 2-foot contour maps. We've taken those maps and brought them into GIS, but they are not GIS-based maps. It's an overlay. They're not correct. They're 40 years old. They're based on paper contour maps. They're not right. They need redrawn. I need 2 employees so I can redraw those based on new subdivisions, new data, new roads, new construction. Within those watersheds, there are unassessed tracts. According to state statute, every square inch of dirt within that watershed must be assessed because they benefit from the watershed. That includes county roads that aren't being assessed. Includes church parcels, state highways, newer parcels that have been created and brought into the watershed, but not according to the maps. So there's a lot of catching up to do there. Reclassification from rural to urban. Almost all of our drains were dug in the 1800s. And they were upgraded with tiles right after the Civil War. They're designed for farms. Anybody that's driven from Franklin to Indianapolis up 65, those aren't farms. Those are heavy-duty industrial properties that are producing millions of square feet of hard runoff going into my farm ditches. They can't handle it. They have to be redone. Reassess on current maintenance costs. The majority of our assessments, again, are based in the 1980s. Our majority of our tracts, of the 52 watersheds, 37 of them have an assessment of $1.20 per acre for a minimum of $10. In 1980, I could fire up a backhoe and I could do it. 40 years later, I can't even drive by a backhoe and look at it for that cost. What we're doing now is emergency work, and we're not doing the maintenance, and they're getting out of hand. We need to go back, bring those ditches up to par. Once we know what we need to do to fix the ditches, then we can go forward with the assessments. You get into assessments, how are you going to redo your assessments? I've got lots of different ways I can assess. You guys are kind of hand-tied with how you tax, but my assessments can be per acre. I could go within a watershed and I could assess for agricultural, residential, industrial at different levels of assessment. The fairest way to assess is by use. The guy that's dumping the most water in the ditch ought to pay the most for that ditch. And that's by square footage. That's by looking at how much roof, how much parking lot, how much sidewalk, how much road, and assessing per square foot. It's a task. I need the GIS person and the clerk, the assessment person, working together to get this done. And it's got to get done. I've got a lot of differences, and I'll throw one that I love because I just happened to just grab it out of nowhere. Kohl's, Franklin, Indiana, US 31. They pay $10 assessment. They're based on Mrs. Green's farm that was there in 1980. And in that farm, a little over an acre of that 9 acres went to Canary Ditch. It's redeveloped. And not only does that entire 9.3 acres now go to Canary Ditch, but Applebee's and those other parcels along the road that are tied into its storm system go to the ditch. They're not assessed. There's a guy in a house behind Coles, lives in a typical 2/10 of an acre, 1,300 square foot ranch. You know what he pays?
$10.
$10. Is that fair?
No.
No. So that's just a glimpse of what's going on, and it's got to get addressed. And that's why I need 2 employees. And a heads up, you give me those 2 employees, and 3 or 4 years down the road, I've got to reconstruct these drains. I'm going to be back because I'm going to need inspectors. It's one of those things where I'm asking for a 50% increase in personnel. I don't like it. It's leading down the road where it's just going to grow and grow, but that's where we're at.
So with the reassessment, my assumption is as you reassess and $10 gross to whatever, that's based on a plan or a future plan to maintain and including our cost of services. Is that?
It's based on the surveyor's opinion of what it's going to do to take to maintain that for the next year. All this is hearings. So there's 52 hearings to redraw.
Yeah.
There's 52 hearings to bring in each one of those unclaimed, unpaying parcels. There's 52 hearings to go from rural to urban. There's 52 hearings to reassess. So it's not going to be an easy process, but it's got to be done. I could go out and if you gave me $10-12 million, I could spend that just on Canary Ditch, getting that up to par. It's got to be done. There's too much construction out there and we're just asking for it.
So those 2 positions generate income by refiguring what you just explained about that one parcel.
It is, but it's not income you guys are going to like.
Okay.
Because you have to use that assessment income to maintain the ditches, period.
But it won't fund
I
that.
can't pay employees with it.
All right, we can't pay the employees, but then what you just said of what it can be used for goes to what fund?
Each drain has its own fund.
So you wouldn't be asking us for money to, well, you would, but wouldn't, there wouldn't be as much of a great need for the funds for that project? Because they would
The
generate.
project, yeah, they're creating those updates.
Yeah,
Those
we-
2 people.
All right, so it isn't a self-funded position because
No.
it's going elsewhere.
They're gonna update everything. And once you get into multi-tier, it's gonna, Pam and I are gonna have lunch every week. Because it's gonna be a process of getting those constantly updated. Once you get all those levels, it'll get complicated.
You're saying is this something that would be is a best practice for a high growth community?
It's a must. I mean, in the past, our process as urbanization came was to vacate the drain and get the hell out of there. Nope, nope, not mine, see ya.
Right.
That happened on Honey Creek or LW Jones up in Greenwood. We vacated it, got out of there. Greenwood finally took it over. 10 years later, Greenwood comes to us and says, hey, this thing's out of control. It's in bad shape. We don't have any way of fixing it. So being landowners, they petitioned hearing, they got it back in under our control. They paid for the upgrade, that initial upgrade, Greenwood did it. And then we reassessed based on what we thought it would take to maintain. But vacating doesn't work because you're just going to have troubles down the road. If we don't do something with Canary, with Hurricane Creek, with Tracy, all this construction, it's, when I first started, I had maybe 10 sets of plans come across my desk during a month. I'm averaging 2 sets of plans, construction plans to review a day. I've had 8 since the first of the month. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
I was in here yesterday going over plans. It's growth you can't hide from.
So say you go through all this and that legal drain and their assessment goes from $10 a year to 5,000.
They're gonna tar and feather me.
Do they have other recourse?
Absolutely.
So this could-
Everything we do, from the redrawing to the recapturing of those not paying to the reassessment, all take hearings.
Yeah.
And in those hearings, there's an option. They could vacate it.
Is there a such thing as an agricultural TIF?
I don't know.
I think there is. And it may be a way to capture this and maybe, I don't know, defer it, because it's pretty unseemly to think that we're gonna just be throwing a number at a property owner. Even though it may be correct, it may not be right.
And it'll have to be hammered out through the process. What we'll do is upgrade the maps, upgrade everything, get it to the point where we come to those homeowners. And by the time we get to assessments, they're already going to go through 2 or 3 hearings. So it's not going to be something out of the blue to them. And they're going to know, hey, here's a farm ditch built in 1850. And you've got 300 million square foot of hard surface coming into it. Guess what? You're going to pay.
But I like to go back on all these issues to, there's a problem that has to be solved. And somebody's got to pay. It's just a matter of how we figure out who's going to pay, because the problem's not going to go away.
It's not, it's just getting worse.
So that, and if we do nothing, that was going to be my point, on a lot of these things that we are acting upon, if we do nothing, then what? So what you're saying is if we do nothing and if we don't fund those 2 positions to try to solve this problem, then the problem with the ditches will just get worse. Am I making that?
They will. In the last flood maps for City of Franklin, the City of Franklin floodplain raised 2 foot over that last 10 years. I guarantee you the next one that comes out, it's going to be another 2 foot. You can't have all that hard surface and not affect downstream.
So to the counselors, I don't know what we accomplished by not funding those 2 positions, except making things worse.
We'll just kick the can down the road.
Yeah, we're just kicking it down for somebody else.
Greg, what was the last year, in the early 90s, the county did a comprehensive study plan? Do you recall on that?
I don't.
Doug Wetner approached this problem then and predicted down the road that this was going to be a problem. I think that was like 94, 96. It's not the first time that it's been talked about.
I mean, it's not going to, financially, it won't benefit the county if you give me the money, because I'm going to assess the county roads.
Yeah.
So I bet if you take a look at those county roads, what are they? Hard surface. Do they have ponds to store the water? No. Where's that water going? To the ditch, straight to that ditch.
But my point is, if we eliminate approximately 85,000 out of your budget by not funding those positions to try to solve our issue about a balanced budget, we're making a major kick of the issue down the road without, and the problem doesn't go away because we took this out of the budget.
If it doesn't go away, I'm still gonna tackle it. I'm gonna tackle it one at a time. If it takes me 52 years, it does.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
a nice speech, but I mean, the reality is.
The reality
that
is not
You're
that.
not gonna be here in 52 years,
No.
neither am I, so, you know,
I think
well,
we'll make a decision.
all we're talking about is funding of taking these positions out, to what end and what if.
I would offer this. I am very intrigued by all this. I see the logic. I really can't fault that logic. I just don't know sides of it. And this has been extremely eye-opening to me, especially as we know our county is going to continue to develop. My request or my thought would be to not consider either one of these positions in the 2022 budget today, but allow us some time to absorb what you just said and to understand if this is a project of this scope and magnitude that we're willing to take on. I feel like we're making a $70,000 or $85,000 investment in 2 new positions that the work needs to be done, but the outcome of that work product, we may never cost us millions more, or it may help us achieve a more unified plan. I really, I'm at a loss for where this is going to take us as a county and with this budget. So I'm not pressed to move positions because I don't know what the next step is, the step after that and beyond that. So I'm having trouble with that. The inside has been incredible.
Give you a little insight as to fees in relation to what Greg's talking about here in Greenwood, their stormwater fee.
Yeah.
I go to Our Lady of the Greenwood Church. Our church pays $4,950 a year stormwater fee. FedEx building out there pays $75,000 a year stormwater fee.
FedEx pays us $50.
Yeah. I get that's this exactly the information that scared me because I don't know what we should do with that once we unleash to start working on this. What's the next step in 2023 or 2024?
He would have to estimate the cost of the needed repairs.
Right.
And then you would do a proration of that based on several formulas, acreage for farm ground, a different one for residential, different one for commercial and industrial. And you would do a proration of that to absorb that cost over a period of time, given the cost of money and everything else. But that's how it works.
Then it would be the hearings that you mentioned that would go on with the prop. Yeah.
All maintenance and all reconstruction are based on assessments.
But Rob, it still needs to be done. The impact of whether or not it costs me $5 more or $5,000 more is a understandable apprehension, but it does. I asked the question and he answered it in the affirmative that obviously this work has to be done. And all that these positions are doing in this next year, if we fund it, is documenting those, correct?
They're just laying the groundwork. Not only laying the groundwork to fix what we have as far as the paperwork, but they're going to set up, right now, our $1.20 is almost automatic. I don't have to communicate with Pam hardly at all. she's got somebody in her office that takes care of this for us. We redo this and do multi-tier, and I'll have a full-time person that will have to communicate full-time on a daily basis with her office.
But the implementation would be down the road some 2 to 3 years.
Yes. You'll probably see, again, if you've got 2 people, it may take a year, year and a half to get all those watersheds fixed. And then you're looking maybe another year to get the assessments. The assessments be tough because people are paying $1.20 and we're going to be asking tens of thousands.
Yeah, but I'm
for
saying
somebody.
if these 2 positions were hired, they're laying the foundation for an action to take place that will
A
not.
couple years down the
There's a
road.
couple years down the road. So if we don't fund it this year, and then we get an interview, or you give us a presentation and we consider it in next year's, we've just kicked the can another year down the road for something that's going to happen 2 to 3 years from now, which then would be 4 years from now.
Right.
I mean, I don't know why, I think it just,
Yeah, I don't want to scare you with assessments and numbers. I just need the people in place to get started on.
Right.
I tend to agree with you.
I don't think we're
Rob.
gonna have an answer, and I don't think it's realistic to come up with the answer today. So I think maybe if we just take that first step forward and proceed with it, and then reevaluate it down the road. I mean, it's overwhelming when you think about it. But there's so much more we can do. It's got to be addressed.
I think the solution can come from a different direction. And not to undermine you, Greg, you've done a great job on this, especially presenting it. But I'm wondering if this isn't of the magnitude of having somebody like a Snyder Engineering or somebody, you know, that has a grand
You're still
scale of,
talking about- It's still a fee, though.
uh,
Yeah, that's why, I mean, adding 2 full-time employees with benefits and all that versus the cost of having a third-party firm do the analysis, pick off the watersheds a year and tackle that, and then tackle 5 more in this year, tackle 5, I don't know. I feel like I just don't have enough questions to ask. So-
yeah, and I'm just wondering about satellite imagery and if they're going to be able to pull something together really fast, you know, in that regard.
We have in our GIS the ability to redo the watersheds. The only trouble is, if I take somebody from GIS currently, I'll have that person 100% of the time, and they're gonna lose it. So that's why I'm asking for an individual.
and I'm not sure, I mean, let's face the reality, the private industry isn't always cheaper.
No, it's not. At least this way we've got consistency.
I'm going to ask a question of the legal department here. Is this, is watershed protection and all that part of the recovery?
Well, then we
Well,
hire,
this money,
didn't
what can we use
commissioners
it for?
hire a consultant, we can ask that consultant.
And that's just, I would like,
Very good point that I would think there's some sort of grant funding out there to help with this type of thing.
yeah, and that's where I just struggle with the 2 new positions having such an impact. I mean, this is not a position that is public facing, this is, so you know that day one, you add the staff in the recorder or treasurer's office, you've got a new person, you go through training and they can handle X number of transactions. This to me this is a really big global, the start of the bigger global, and I'm not opposed to it. I don't know what to ask. If what we're what the drainage boards want to do, what the commissioners are willing to do on an undertaking of this stature. And I just find like, I would rather carve this off out of this and look at this in 2022 as a separate request, understanding there's a need, understanding we're deficient and what we do today and have done. But to start it and in 2 to 3 years, have it finished, all the work finished, and somebody else says, no, we're not gonna do that. It's the right thing to do, but we're not gonna pass that along. We're just gonna eat it or whatever. To me, that
So I want to clarify what you said, Rob, is that consider it not necessarily as part of the 2023 budget, but look at a presentation in 2022 that, like what he requested for updating the couple of council meetings ago, where he wanted money to update it. And I asked why he didn't ask for it at council. That whole conversation we had a few weeks ago. So you're talking about, let's do that same way with this, not put it in the budget, let him come back and ask for an additional appropriation for 2 new positions after we hear a presentation as to why we should go forward. Is that correct?
I would, yeah, I mean, we've thrown out the use of third parties, of consultants, all these questions that if we say yes to this, those automatically get answered. No, you will not use a third party. No, you will not use a consultant. No, the private sector isn't better. We don't know. We're just going to hire people to do something that we have the capability and technology to do. We just have to put bodies behind it.
Okay, and
so, yes, my thought is a more broad, I don't know how it could be more broad, but a bigger presentation sometime in calendar year 2022 is maybe more applicable for this.
And if we did that, we still would have to fund it out of additional appropriations.
If we then decided to move forward with this being an employee, yes, then we would do the normal process.
I could bring in a consultant and go over all this. My question is, and I can pay it out of professional services.
No.
I'm going to eat up every bit of that professional services. So if I spend it also on a consultant, do you mind if I come back and ask for that? I'll eat up that 60,000.
I'm not saying we need more of an informational meeting other than a budget hearing. That is what I'm getting at here. And you've introduced something that is, I think, extremely intriguing and unknown to me before you started talking today. And I just don't have enough information to say, yes, let's add 2 FTEs and all the related expenses on something that I don't know if our broader county government is willing to tackle. I just don't know it. And so I'm not saying go out and hire a consultant to make your case. I'm thinking we have a meeting or 2 to talk about it and make sure the commissioners are on board, make sure we have the resources in place, that if we commit to this, the people that come after us are going to say, yes, I agree, and we're going to go through with the reassessments and the hearings, and we're going to defend ourselves legally if sued and all these other things. That's the bigger picture here. You've identified a need and a deficiency, but I'm not prepared to tackle that at this budget hearing. I want more conversation with others in the room.
Can I ask Greg a question, just because this involves my office as well? What kind of, are you, Greg, are you thinking a 2-year plan, a 5-year plan, a 3-year plan, or have you anticipated that far?
I've anticipated, depending on how fast I can get somebody up and going on it. You're probably looking a year and a half to get them updated.
Because you're absolutely right as far as working with our office. And you're correct as well, in the spin-off kind of thing, just on my office. That's another full-time position for that big a project, to work hand in hand with the surveyor's office on that intent of project for the actual preparation of the tax bills and the balancing and the monitoring and the placement of the drains.
Yeah.
So but I think you would agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a big lift.
Can we ask them to come back and make another presentation?
Yes, I would encourage Greg to come back in 2022. I guess you could make the presentation even later this year, but I definitely want to know who in the county needs to be at that table, the auditor, the commissioners. I'm just not grasping even who all the players are at the county level. And I will take the lead on that. I will help, but from the council side, I just don't think there's enough here. So yes, he's welcome. Surveyor welcome to come back later this year or in the next year. So that peeling down to professional services, you've asked for a $30,000 increase due to increased workflow. That's that 2 sets of plans per day and outsourcing.
Yeah, and we do recapture a lot of that money back as we bill out for those reviews.
Okay.
I don't see it come back, but it goes into the general fund.
Any other, absent the assessment analyst and the GIS analyst, any concerns about the 119 budget? Okay. Well, if we're in agreement, and it sounds like we are, to not move forward today with those 2 positions, I would entertain a motion to consider this budget minus those 2 positions.
All right, I move to approve the budget as submitted on first reading for, let me make sure I'm in the right place here. Am I 1157, 119 Food and Beverage Fund Drainage Board? Okay, am I wrong?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, okay. Deleting 11249 and deleting 11250. That's presented.
Second.
A motion from Jonathan T, second from Pete. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes. Thank you.
2 down, 2 to go.
2.
1202 Corner Perpetuation Fund. Again, I met with the attorney, I've met with you guys as to what's this fund supposed to do? How do we utilize the funds in here? In what I've got before you, I've tried to take out some of those increases that I thought would happen in the other budgets as far as equipment, supplies, and professional services. And I've tried to, and I think I can justify taking that amount out of here. So we're looking at increasing from 197, 398 to 245, 643.
What line are you on?
That was just the total.
I mean, what line on in the budget?
1202
Yeah,
corner
what line?
perpetuation.
Overall.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate that, Greg. You've been very accommodating in trying to utilize those funds to as broadly as possible. And with the assistance from Lugo, I think you've done that. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve 1202 as presented in the first reading.
We didn't do 1217.
You want to call?
It's Jim's motion to amend if you.
Yeah, sorry. I'll add 1217 into that. I'll make a motion to approve 1217 and 1202 as presented in the first reading.
Second.
Motion from Jim, second from John Eddie. Any further conversation? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, both carry. Thank you.
And the last one is 1217-106, the surveyor training.
We just approved it.
Oh, we did that?
We did
Well,
it.
you guys are good.
You got it.
Good. Thank you, Greg.
I'm done. Burgess, I need the room in an hour.
Next up, unified coordination.
Another location. There's a ditch, there's a couple of ditches somewhere that needs some improvement. You probably can meet in.
This will be really quick.
Hi, Angela.
Hi, Angela.
I'm Angela Morris, Chief Probation Officer.
And
This is Steve Kermode, my assistant chief.
I know, Steve, but we just need to go on record. Thank you.
So the first, the 1001, for those, the new council members, our salaries are mandated by the state. And it's determined by years of service, degrees. And we follow state statutes. So this part is easy for us to figure out. I do have a couple Scrivener errors that I want to correct in the notes section. So the third line down, the account description is field officer. Over to the side, it's blank. It should say 750 plus 4%.
What line is that?
It's the third line down. It says field officer. Yeah, I can- you want a
7431.
count number or the name?
Yeah, that,
Count number.
that's the
Number?
easiest.
Yeah.
Okay, and then down 16695. That 750 should be scratched out. The math is correct. It was just incorrect writing in the notes. And then 2 down from that one, which is number 16921. That 750 should also be scratched out. And the last one, most of the way down, 16971. That 750 should also be scratched out.
Thank you. So several of
All right, concerning salaries, you said they're mandated by the state.
Yes, sir.
So like judges and all those others, it's mandated by the state also, but we don't give them a 4% increase. So why do we give these 4%?
We have to, Ron. We have to.
Have to give them a 4% increase? Even though they're mandated by the state?
They're,
The salary is mandated, not the cost of living. So we don't take the states. We go by the county's cost of living, which is what the 4% was, correct?
My point is, does the state not compute a salary increase also?
I believe they do for state employees.
I'm not making my question clear.
Correct.
So in 2022, we plan to schedule a mandatory minimum, so she needs that to come up.
Okay, so
For Suzanne, I've asked Suzanne that question before on the raises, and I thought that was mandated by statute that if the rest of the county employees get a cost of living, they get the same cost of living.
I have to double check that part. They are.
You- Treatments?
But my question is a little bit different than that. I'm saying when they put out that salary schedule, do they compute a cost of living in their salary schedule? If it was 9,000 last year, no, it's not, but it was 9,000 last year and they bumped up to 9,500. And then, okay, this is the mandated, it's been bumped up already. And then now the county is saying we're going to give our 4% on top of the 500 that the state mandated.
I don't have the answer to that. The minimum salary schedule, not every probation officer increases every year.
Right. So it could be a 5-year or 10-year jump, correct?
Correct.
So if they have these degrees and they have 5 years, they make this much. So the next year it's still at that rate. Plus they get their,
Well, that's like in the fire department or the fire, that's your skill level warrants you coming up in the position. But I'm saying and you don't know it, you answered it. Does that position, when they give you the salary schedule, include a bump that has nothing to do with skills? For example, 4% on top of $9,000.
I believe it does not include cost of living raise.
no,
Cost of living.
it's based off
Separate.
years of service and their degrees, correct, Jim? Is that the way you
That's
got?
the way I remember asking Suzanne that many years ago, and she said that And I know we've always given them the same cost of living that we've given every other county employee. But
I mean, I can get that clarified through
I-
Indiana Office of Court
Before second
Services.
reading, I would just simply like to understand that if, I'm not saying they're double dipping, but if the state says you have to pay this person, it's got nothing to do about skill, nothing about 5-year. If they're on a flat trajectory and they're in the same skill level, did the state include whatever, 3%, 2%, 1%, 10%, or 20%? We don't know. I think we ought to know before we give an additional 4% on top of. You understand where I'm coming
I
from?
do.
That's something we should know, so. I wouldn't, I'm not trying to hold it up in the first reading, but if that included a 5% increase, then we all know that. I mean,
those numbers don't change though. I don't think, do they? That scale, that stays pretty consistent with the,
Consistent, yes, it does vary from year to year.
okay.
I don't know what's behind that variance, so. Because that salary schedule goes out to the 92 counties. For the state, so I don't,
Is it the same for all 92 counties?
yes,
So they could get a raise in some counties and not in other counties. If they choose not to give the raise because they don't necessarily have to. So I'm still, again, it's the same answer, did it go up? And that should be a simple question that get answered by the state.
I will get you an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Some of the larger percent increases, is that due to attaining additional seniority or attaining additional degrees or a combination thereof?
It'd be years of experience
Years of
for
experience.
this year.
Okay,
The big bumps are 10 and 15%.
got it. Thank you.
Mr. President, I am going to abstain from this vote.
Noted. Thank you, Jim.
And I would like to move on 101, 138 to approve the budget as submitted on first reading.
Yeah.
Second.
Have a motion from Pete, a second from Ron. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries, and we'll look forward to that information. Thank you, Angela. Supplemental adult probation services.
Okay, the 2101 is what I think is first.
Yes.
And so you guys know there are two salaries in this fund. And this fund is fee-based, it's fee generated, so there's not any money that comes from the general fund to support the items in here. I do have one line that I need to change. It would be 6935. The account description is probation officer. We're gonna remove that request.
Strike the line totally.
Well, no. We're wanting to remove the account description as probation officer and change it to a program therapist supplemental. This is going to be in conjunction with a juvenile court request. And Brandy Kirkendall's here if you guys have any questions about that, because that's actually on Thursday, but I think there was an email and some conversations that went out prior about this. So our request is for $17,798, which would include a $15,000 supplemental, and it would include perf and FICA for the position that is going to be requested out of the juvenile court budget.
Which was what? What was the position?
Program therapist.
So you're reducing that 37 to 17.
Correct.
Thank you.
17,798.
17,798.
Or 15. Well, it's 15,000 and I include, oh,
They need each line.
right, okay. So 15,000 for that line. And then I need to add
Wait, actually gotta
1,000.
Reduce it because your FICA and perf is based on a $37,000 salary.
Correct.
If you're reducing that, your FICA and perf.
Correct. Well, so yes, I would be, so the FICA on the 15,000 is 1,148. And the perf is 1,650.
He's saying is that when you go from 17,000 or 37,000 and change down to 15, like a perf will go down in some
Correct.
fashion, yeah. So we're okay. Since it's a downward number, we're fine there.
Yeah, I came up with the totals and then didn't subtract the original.
Got it. Okay. So the next line item here to talk about is the professional services. Recall that request earlier this year for needed services, and that's anticipated again for calendar year 2022.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, drug court started in July and is doing really well.
Okay. Good, it's good and bad, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, there is another line item, 11,400, 100% increase part-time. Is it
So
same thing as animal control? Is
So
it?
so in my other fund, the next fund, we're gonna talk about the 2502. I decreased that part-time line item by 10,000. And then put it into the 2101, not for, I mean. we
yeah,
do
so
have-
sorry, Angela. So the general fund, you took 10,000 out of overtime. And what'd you do with part-time? I don't, yeah. And you picking that up in the fee, I guess, is that?
yeah, Took it out of overtime.
Yeah.
We don't need that much in overtime next year.
Okay.
Comp time coming back and.
Okay, so newbie question, Rob. So alcohol and drug is general fund.
No, it's a fee-based fund.
So we're taking it out of there.
I reduced that part-time line item. It's really dark right here.
Am I looking at the wrong thing?
I reduced that by 10,000. And increased it in the other fee-based account.
So we should move that. Yeah,
Supplemental is fee account.
yes.
Somebody.
Questions of Angela regarding 2101? Any additional questions of Angela on 2502?
I don't think so.
Okay. I would entertain a motion.
Once again, I'm going
And
Figures for FICA and perf.
what's that?
I have the figures for FICA and perf.
Okay.
All right. This is the 2101.
Yeah,
Okay, what is your,
FICA should be 13,639. I don't know, it's calculated first time. But and perf is 16,721.
13,639 for FICA, perp at 16,721, and line item 16935 probation officer is a flat 15,
And the title change.
and the title switch. Thank you.
390,
So
right?
what's that total? Remove the 15,000.
639, 16,
Total. 17,798.
Go
I didn't
FICA
FICA.
again.
Perfect, the
Yes.
whole budget.
FICA
Oh,
13,
gotcha,
639.
gotcha. Never mind. I got it.
16,721. And that probation officer, the program therapist is.
Right.
Those calculations, Amy, any further questions on 2101, 2502? Mr. Ison's going to abstain from voting on both of these funds. So would entertain a motion.
All right. I move to approve budget 2101 supplemented adult probation services as presented with the following changes: 14,200 to 13,639 and 14,300 to 16,721. And 16,935, change the title to program therapist supplemental to 15,000.
Motion.
You want to do,
I'm fine with that.
and also approve budget 2502 as presented on the first reading.
Second. Motion from John Eddie, a second from Jonathan T. Myers involving 2101 and 2502. Any further questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes. Both pass. Thank you. Next up, Sheriff.
Unfortunately, we're out of time today.
Now we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty.
Come right next to you so you can get, go over accounts payable. Dwayne Burgess, Johnson County Sheriff.
Andy
Barnhart, Chief Deputy. I want to go over a summary of what we proposing for our budget. We spoke with our reps. We're looking for 4% for our non-sworn employees on top of the 2021, including the 750 stipend. 7% for the sworn employees on top of the 2021, including the $750 stipend. A $7,500 increase on professional services for our drone insurance as mandated by the commissioners. $17,472 increase on the maintenance contract for our body cameras, our interview room. The old interview room recording system stopped working. It was outdated and there wasn't any way to fix that. New interview room system integrated with our body cameras, our storage, and keeps all videos in the same place where all detectives, prosecutors, and other agencies can get that information or videos. Additional body cameras needed for the jail transport, investigations, and reserves. We have to rename a sheriff's clerk, number 7, to move them to our sex offender registry. Increase that salary to 43,000. All the efforts staff have made are done to streamline operations and automate things, resulted in not needing one traditional clerk. That's where that position would come from. This allowed us to move someone into a position that would handle all our sex registry duties
which has been done by a merit deputy for the last 11 years at a much higher salary. This allowed the detective currently in that position as a sex offender registry officer position to go back to investigations, to handle intelligence and specialize in Spelman and crime analysis. Requesting salary increase on the spot because it is filled with a sworn officer that was previously a corporal in the jail. Additional duties including checking on sex offenders in their houses and filing charges against those individuals that violate criminal law. 10 correctional officers for the new jail of a salary of $42,239 each. The shift differential for half of those at $6,000. Increase in that clothing line at $7,500. Looking at our quality correctional health care for the inmates in the jail, that contract will go up $26,000 next year to increase that line item. $7,200 to increase on landfill or trash due to construction, COVID, styrofoam trays being used in the jail to the inmates will eat off of, PPE disposal or other items, and a dumpster to range. We are asking for 0 increase on all other line items. Rename 5 shift supervisor positions in 124 to assistant corporal. No budget change, just to keep consistent with the positions and the title. And I'll kind of continue on. We've used commissary like no other administration so that we would not have to approach the council for additional. We've done quite a bit of work around the office. If it's us repairing, making drywall repairs in the training center, updating the furniture or replacing broken furniture throughout the jail, defensive tactics items for de-escalation, less lethal options, desktop computers, body armor, office equipment, glass replacement in the jail, which I have another bill today that, or a bid to replace $55,000 of glass that's in the old portion of the jail. Replacing additional Wi-Fi access points so it's easier for us to work throughout the jail with laptops and the officers aren't running around to better have use of our personnel. Software, new jail area, maintenance area. When they were doing the new section, we had the book-in area. The floors done with epoxy to make it a lot cleaner, same as we did for the medical office. Additional taser bays. Replace a fire panel from the other building to put it in a better location. 12 new portable radios, and I've also used commissary money to upgrade every merit deputy's handheld radio that the other ones have just aged and they needed to be replaced. You can't get parts for them. Stair tread in the building, the stairs. Helmets for all the members of the agency for disturbance control. Federal drone authorization renewal. 2020, we spent $620,000 in expenditures out of commissary. Just half of this year for 2021, we're at 622. I will continue to do that and we'll continue to work and use that money. It doesn't do me any good to have a large checkbook with money in it if we're not going to use it for appropriate things or to do good around the sheriff's office. So those are the items that we're trying to do. We're being sound with that money and hopefully everybody understands that. I know sometimes we're asked if we have money that hasn't been spent. COVID has caused a lot of us last year not to empty some of our accounts for other items that we may do. We had to cancel a lot of its training or going out of town for training. We just restricted everything last year due to COVID.
What's he standing up there for?
Just in case I need him. That's my security blanket right there.
He's the drone in the room.
He is the drone. I'll leave it alone.
Andy.
Are you done? Are you done?
This is where you're gonna start on me.
Yeah. I can't see it, can't see it.
Your ball game.
If one were to ask what in here is a direct cost of opening the expansion of the jail, you have, can you say there's $400,000 or there's 100,000? I don't know what the figure is, but, and I know that it's not just necessarily the correctional officers, but expanding the jail cost on an operational standpoint, not anything to do with bond. What does it cost to staff the new jail? I mean, the expansion on the jail.
Are you looking for the manpower? Or are you looking for equipment?
What does it cost to operate the new jail? New section of the jail? And
I might have to go through and look what those numbers were that we.
And the easiest one is manpower, obviously.
Manpower is definitely, and asking for 10, and if you gave me 10, those 10 still are not going to be ready. You know, we're still working to fill the last 10 that you had. You know, we're in the same crunch that every business in Johnson County or the state of Indiana's in right now, that you can't find folks. I mean, we get applications. Is that
Early on, when you guys did the local income tax, I think we projected additional operational costs with the expansion of 2.5 million.
And Mike
That was a-
said that that's built into this. Mike Reuters said that that's built into to the budget. So my question would be, how many of these things can we just pare out of the general fund, pare out of and apply towards that lit? I mean, the state gave us the task of building a new jail a long time ago. And they did it in a manner that they provided us a way to build the facility and then to do the operational costs, just like Ron said. And it was specific for that. So I believe that should be used for this. So is there a way that we could go through there and pull those things out for jail operation?
I think if we were to look at the whole picture, just in the 10 new correctional officers, just the salary alone would be 420,000 for the 10 new that we're asking for. And then 6,000 for shift differential, 7,000 for clothing allowance. And then add on top of that, of course, all the things that don't come out of our budget, like insurance and FICA and those sort of things, that I don't have the answer to that. I don't know the numbers on that. In addition, depending on how much, I think the big question mark was how much was going to come in lit, and nobody knew for sure. And I think that that's some of the gaps that can be filled in where we can move a lot of the existing jail budget into being paid for with that money.
And it's
far above and beyond what we've presented as new items. Now, how long that goes on, how long it continues before it has to go back to general fund, I don't know the answers to any of that. We don't have any.
And that would greatly help to our general fund picture.
And I think it's a conversation we're not going to be able to accomplish in the next 10 minutes or so within the meeting.
We're going to continue and the other group can
Okay. so
stand by.
we're
So
open.
it's not, yeah, we're not going to stop. This is too big a scope.
So we're asking the same question, that you know for sure it's directly $400,000. That's for correctional officers, but you also have supervision staff, you have cleaning staff.
Correct.
You have
operational expenses.
Operational
utilities.
expenses.
Yes.
So it conservatively, could one estimate that it could be 800,000 without even shaking a stick and saying, boy, you're really off?
At least that, and if you add in any of the expenses that we currently have and pay for it out of that, we could reduce that even more. If 2.5 million is the amount that is going to be brought in, that we're saying, okay, you have 2.5 million from lit to spend on this,
we can transfer a significant portion of the existing jail budget. I shouldn't say transfer, that's a bad terminology, pay for it out of that lit and still cover everything that we're adding for the new jail expansion. I feel confident to say without doing the math, everything we're paying for out of the new jail expansion, minus the construction itself, operational expenses, salaries and all that, and still have money available to pay for existing salaries and existing expenses. It's hard to quantify when you're adding an addition onto a building and we don't know exactly what it's going to cost to run it. There's been estimates done and things like that in the project, but we don't know for sure.
So if I may offer this, when you look at, and we're completely skipped over the sheriff and went straight to jail, but if you look at the jail budget in here, the 2019 adopted budget was just over 4.8 million.
Right.
2020, we allowed them to hire, so they started to see the financial impact of hiring and prepping for the expansion. So,
But you can't consider the one without consideration for the other.
So my point of that is, I think you could take the requested 7.1 minus the 4.8, and in theory, that should be the approximate cost of the new operation.
See, when you're talking
Approximate.
about Operational costs, you're not just talking about personnel and utilities, you're talking about food, clothing,
Exactly.
medical, all of those things associated with an increased jail population. That's where you get up to the big number.
Right,
It's
and
not
it's
just the
for,
manpower, it's all those costs. So it costs us what, $75 a day or whatever to house a prisoner. Well, if you increase your capacity by 200 prisoners, just do the simple math, that's a big number right there. $200 or 200 times $75 a day, 365 days a year. So that's where the 2.5 comes in. It's not just personnel, it's not just your hard costs, utilities. It's all those costs associated with the increased jail population that you're going to experience.
and this is money that's coming in the lit and it's going to be there for 18 years. So this is going to be funded and the state intended for us to use it for this.
And
For
I
that
think we
period of
talked
years.
about that all along,
Mhm.
when you guys were proposing the lit, that at some point, you're gonna pay off the bond sooner than later, and then retain 0.02 or whatever the number was percent of that lit collection for operations of the jail. Actually, I think we were talking 2.5, but I think you were gonna keep around 4 million. There's gonna be extra money there, I thought, but that's a different discussion.
It is and isn't. So it's the plan back in 2 years ago or whatever was 2.5 million. That's the number that I took from the 4.8 million, divided it by 2, rounded up because I didn't have any other basis. So that's the plug, and that's the number we asked Mike Reuter to plug in his fiscal plan, and that's what's been advertised. So that's background there. The jail, it's absolutely right. It's 0.2 percent. And the council that passed that ordinance also passed a non-binding resolution that said after that debt is retired, our commitment back to the constituents is that we would take that in half from 0.2 to 0.1, leaving some ability in there to not only cash only in, but recurring income to cover operating expenses and to cover future projects related to the community correction facilities in general. And I may have said that wrong. Criminal justice is better. Criminal justice life cycle of things, right? So think of community corrections, think of other things that impact that cycle that it's allowed by law to pay. That's the intent. That's what was passed by the prior council as a non-binding resolution because we cannot handcuff or condition things in the future. That was the intent.
So make sure you're understanding what you're saying here. What you're talking about throwing a lot of institutional knowledge out. That was a whole lot. Thank you for that. However, the 4.8 is how much we collect on a yearly basis.
We collect approximately $10 to $11 million in the jail lit.
10 million on a yearly basis. And
At
that
point
goes
two.
to debt retirement.
It goes to the construction and operation thereof.
Okay, so
So we
this
funded
year-
construction with
this
debt.
year, somewhere in that 10 million, there's how much going towards that?
There's approximately 5.5 million going to scheduled debt.
Okay, 5.5, so that leaves 5.
I think it's 5.5.
Well, I'm talking about round numbers, at least 5. Leaves a 5 potential. And then we want to save something for future and build surplus for future justice center, whatever you just said. Projects, i.e. things
Community
like
corrections.
community corrections. Then after you think you want to save some of that, then there's still the potential and is allowed for you to fund, quote unquote, back to the question I originally asked, ongoing operations. So the whole process allows for more than just paying for ongoing operations. So 2.5 isn't all that we've got in the savings account. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're taking in over $10 million.
Yeah, we have,
Yeah, so I mean, so we've got more than 2.5 to be able to fund it. I mean, we're not
11 million.
not be able to fund it with 10 million, but I mean, 2.5 is only taking a portion, and then the savings for future projects and everything, debt reduction is there. This is one of those
If you
things.
look at what Mike Reuters gave you, he's shown in 2 years, you're gonna have $24 million in that fund.
Well, this is one thing that would have been very helpful for us to have seen it, for me to have seen what he just said.
I admit I've spoken of that this year, so I can say but understood, and it's in here. It was, yeah. I don't know what else to say to
There's a
that.
simple way to calculate this the way I did. I just took the budget that he's proposed, which is 7,155,488. That's the proposed budget for 2022. Divided by 360, that's about the average jail population right now. And that comes out to $19,876. So it's costing you just right at $20,000 a year per prisoner. Now, then you multiply that times 500, that's where the jail population will get here pretty soon with the expansion. And that gets you up to 9,930,000, which gets to 2.5 million.
I disagree. In 2019, at 4.8 million, I would say our average jail population, inmate population in 2019 was plus or minus 340, 360. So we were operating at that to serve that inmate population at a 4.8 number. If you want to extrapolate it from that number, I'm more on board with you. I don't think it's going to grow at the proposed 2021, divide by, get it per inmate and take the math out. That would be exponential increases. It's more appropriate to go back to 2019. We managed, we got slapped around, but we managed 4.8 million at 340, 350, whatever average daily. I had that spreadsheet somewhere, so I get your math, but I'm saying we're thinking we're going to go from 0 to plus 266 like that. And we have to somewhat prepare for that, but there's a lot of parts of the legal system that come into play here. We're not going to go like that. I don't think we will. I hope.
The sheriff folks not.
Yeah, sheriff has to get people trained. We have to get all those preparations in order. So I'm saying this because I pitched this to the constituents that the jail lit can be used to provide relief to the general fund on record and still believe it. I'm not saying we just take the entire 2.3, the 2.5 or whatever. I think there's some number in there that we can take. That's one piece. The second piece is debating the merits and talking about the merits of the increases that we're talking about in here. That to me is where we should be stepping off. We know we have that lever to pull, but do we agree that it's a 9% for merits? Do we agree that it's 6% for non-merit staff? Do we agree that CO should go to this? Those are the more bigger questions because we can pull that lever at the end of the day to make those other things happen.
Right, and I agree. And the COs, that's a big number as far as population. And when you increase that, it increases the budget a lot. But the whole thing about this option is that it helps us with the general fund in a big way.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we could cover the entire 1 point whatever shortfall by just saying, yep, we're going to take it out of here. But I'm not going to do that without discussing the merits of whether the percentages that are being asked in front of us are real, are appropriate, are fair and equitable.
Okay, and in tandem with that, when we look at that and we're making that consideration, like in the case of this, the correctional officers, where we're bringing them up to $42,000. Do we want to consider? I mean, we need to consider the raise of the existing employee going into the lit.
I think if I was it, you're right. My point is, when you know the solution is there,
Yeah.
it's not, it's easier to not defend a budget or to ask the hard questions because you know you've got an answer back here. We know we have an answer. I still want to go and vet the process of, is this appropriate? And is this fair to other, to these, not only these employees, but to the county taxpayer as whole? I get that we have a lever to pull. First guy to say it, and I'm still saying it today.
Yes, sir. I
Yeah.
agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
And
I have a question. You mentioned some equipment purchases, tasers. It went really quick. What all in the equipment category?
What line are please? What line item?
Talking about a commissary, sir.
That's what you're paying for out of
We
commissary?
paid for the vast majority of our equipment.
No, he was asking
updates out of
for,
commissary.
When I went over the equipment list of like drywall repairs.
The radios, the
glass
12
work,
radios?
Those are stuff that we bought.
You
I
bought,
mean,
okay.
And there's additional stuff where I've purchased.
I just couldn't find them.
Yeah,
That's what.
no, I'm sorry.
The increases that we asked for out of the line items were a few minor things that were because the Axon specifically, we have a contract in our professional services where the Axon is paid for out of that. To lump that all in together, that was the 17,472. That's for additional body cameras, additional tasers, and the interview rooms that we've had to convert over. That was it. It's 17,472 for the professional services, I'm sorry, I would say that, maintenance contracts, not professional services, maintenance contracts.
Okay, instead of jumping around, Rob, can we do what you suggested? Let's want to have whatever debate you feel is appropriate, starting at the top and going down, except for the elected official, which we're going to debate after we get Jim's stuff. So you're looking.
No. That elected official, agreed. We'll start with the sheriff's, the general fund 105. The sheriff's salary has been prior negotiated, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner, but I think that is already under agreement.
So it's 90% of the
Yes.
prosecutor's salary, no matter what.
Yes.
Yes. So moving on through here, the request for a merit deputy is in that eight to 8.5 range. In the sheriff's budget, there are a few folks who are, what's the terminology? Not a sworn.
Civilian.
A civilian, thank you. And those numbers are a little bit less as a percentage increase.
So can I clarify something on that?
Yes.
There's some confusion here for a multitude of reasons. And I think when we spoke the other day, it was, if you go off of with the $750 stipend added in, we based it on the 4% on top of that, which is from what I'm hearing today, that's how we want to continue doing. And we based 7% on top of that for the sworn employees. So while that does reflect on the budget increase 9%, it's actually a 7% on top of, which is when we met with our council reps, the number that we talked about, and they asked me to rework the numbers based on that. So I just want to clarify that when I originally put the spreadsheet together, it was without the $750 stipend. I was told that was incorrect. So we redid it, and it's still down from what we initially submitted the very first time. We've gone in line with the 4% for all non-sworn employees, and then are asking for 7% on sworn employees on top of last year's plus the $750.
And the reason
Thank you.
behind that, as their council liaison, I feel they've made a pretty good argument that the external report on the salary did not appropriately represent agencies similar to theirs. Did everybody get the comparison sheet here? When you look at it, the 2021 approved budget for a deputy was $56,462. What's Hendricks is very similar, which is $10,000 more. Monroe is $8,000 more a year. Bartholomew, $10,000 more. Morgan, $11,000 more. And then, you know, no one likes to compare municipalities, but Greenwood is roughly a little over $8,000 more. So I think this is probably a more accurate comparison to similar sheriff's departments with similar populations, similar run loads. I do believe that they are underpaid to an extent that would, in order to bring them up to what their counterparts in like agencies would take an increase above 4%. Their original ask was roughly 8.5%, not factoring in the stipend, and then an additional $5,000 pay disparity or separation between ranks. We kind of hashed that out and decided that it would probably be beneficial to not ask for all of this in 1 year, maybe go for a 7% pay increase on top of the $750 stipend, which would bring them more in line, and then in a future year tackle the paid discrepancy between rank, because some of the, when you looked at the percentages, some of the percentages, if we added the original ask plus the $5,000 increase for supervisors, was getting up into the 15-16% range. So I didn't think that was realistic to do all in 1 year.
So to clarify, Jim, this that we received did not include the 750.
It does now.
This does, not that. Not
This does.
The new version of that, that's the problem, is there's been like 5 versions of this.
I've got it.
And there's no dates on any of it. So with all these papers I've got, I have the slightest idea which one this is.
Yeah,
We'd be
so
happy to give you the newest. It's,
That's
yeah,
it.
this was just for internal.
Andy, I think
calculation.
Melinda needs one.
Yeah, I need one.
I may not have, I mean,
So the 2022 request salary would be 62,000 for the
which
max deputy,
for which one?
the max deputy,
Max, what's the max? Where is that? Oh, max deputy would be what?
62,000.
Okay, I don't have the updated one.
We're gonna make some copies. I did put the date because of that reason. I did put.
Yeah, what
start
are you
putting
looking
the
at?
date.
I don't know what he-
Avoid
not the
confusion,
same
but
thing as what
she's
I
gonna make some copies real quick and we'll be.
I got 61,200.
It is what's reflected in the, so what Amy put out does reflect the newest updated,
So 61,217,
I'm sorry,
61,217.
for which? Yes, for a deputy, 61,217, that's correct. Which will match then the newest version of the
Okay.
colored sheet, the 2022 salary.
Hold on.
Okay.
I've got two of them. One says 62,000, one says 61,800. I don't have a 62,117.
Okay, we'll get you the newest copies here in just a
That's in the
second.
budget.
It's in the book.
Yeah, it's in the budget book. I apologize. I didn't know this was gonna be used as an official thing, or I would have brought it all.
Okay.
I think
So
it's in the approved.
So the
proposed
worksheets are
budget.
different than
It's
what's
in there,
the
but she'll
budget.
make copies of the calculation sheet that we used to.
Should we be just using the budget?
Yes, but I'd be happy to go into any of those details.
Yeah, use the book.
Yeah, and could you guys refer to the positions by the number, the account number?
Yeah, because I'm,
We don't know what a max tech.
I'm bouncing all over the place.
All the deputies, merit deputies are at 60, or we'll go to 61,217. Yeah.
Okay. All right, can I make a suggestion, Rob, that, this bouncing around, this takes this old bald head a little time to catch up. Why can't we go through line by straight down and, okay, because there's so many police people up here that know what a max deputy is or what all these different things are. Why can't we just go through majors, sheriff's clerk, lieutenant, just go straight down the line instead of bouncing? It would help.
Well, I'll not say no that, but what we heard from Andy here is that it's 7% for a sworn officer and it's 4% for a civilian.
Yes.
Over and above the 2020 plus the 750 stipend. So it's rather straightforward from the calculation perspective.
Okay, a sworn officer is every position except civilian.
Yeah.
Correct.
But there are different positions with different.
I don't know about the.
Yes, that includes our
levels.
civil process deputies, it includes our
There's
correctional
major-
officers, it includes, yes, all those things. I'd be happy to go
Thank
break it all down, but I could tell you as a general thing, like Mr. Henderson just said, is it's 4% for civilians, 7% for sworn. Almost zero on all other line items across the board, except for those things we were forced to raise and those few things that the sheriff detailed at the very beginning.
But on our budget book, it says 8.3%. Or
That was because I added the 750. Okay. So I was told to do, or asked, as we discussed it, 4% on top of the last year's salary with but the problem is then when it says this percent increase, it's based on it without the 750. That's what this is unfortunately a bit misleading. The amount requested is 100% correct. However, the percent increase is without the 750 in, but you're asking us to add the 750 in for the number we're requesting. That's where it's a little, it's where it's confusing.
And all of them are that way.
And all of them were that way, right, right.
Yeah. So the conversation is basically we're going to discuss or should discuss a 7% increase. We know the 750 is built in. We know what the starting point is. And Jim, and we all now have reference to the comparison data that Jim spoke of and referenced earlier a moment ago. Even with the 7%, if I'm going to recap, even with the 7% increase, to the sworn employee, sworn deputy, the number is still below competing counties, comparable counties. And there's probably a greater discrepancy at your rank. Is that the right word? The rank part of that is probably even a higher discrepancy compared to rank at other comparable communities.
I think we were trying to be as conservative as possible. As you all saw, we asked for quite a bit more going in, but it was still below what the other counties are making, below every single one of them, actually. So this is a great start. I'm not gonna, there's no reason to pull punches here. It would be an amazing start. There's still some work to be done, and I don't control what other counties are paying their employees or anything like that. I'm just simply presenting the numbers as they are, and the idea is that we would like these professional positions be paid what their counterparts make and like counties.
And we're starting to see, I mean, I had last week an officer turn in for a drop program just to leave 20 years. I'm starting to see that, start to see my guys sign up for lateral transfers at other agencies. And I don't want to be behind the 8 ball. I want to keep my folks because Sheriff's Department and other agencies in this county, guys stayed 30, 35 years.
And then Jim and I entered council at the same time. So some others came over here before and some others come after. But I think overall, we've had the council as a body has had a relationship with the Sheriff's Department, the use of commissary funds, back to your predecessor as well, Dwayne, and for you. The use of commissary funds has been appropriate. We has been there, and we appreciate that. Back, we had a larger percent increase for the sworn deputy than the rest of the county employees got based on, again, data very similar to what we saw today. What they're asking for, Ron, Melinda, is not unprecedented, and in that we've looked at this in the past.
Okay, Jim, so just to clarify, this I'm comfortable with. Because this is what we had time to review. And this is what you understand. And so where I became confused, quite frankly, is it didn't match what's in the budget book.
Right.
And so it's been explained. So the only debate, Rob, that we're talking about, not the only debate, but I mean, the debate we're having is the 7% accurate for and acceptable for what's on here that's 7%, and then are the 4% acceptable for what's on here, because the buzzwords I'm not familiar with which ones are, merit, which ones are deputies, and which ones are. So looking at this, are we comfortable with this is the question.
That
Yes,
is
I am.
the question. And the budget books now reflect this, so they're interchangeable.
I would add this. I think this body as a whole has been, first, let me say that when Rob and I started at the same time, as he said, I believe over our 7 years, I've calculated, I know we've given the sheriff's department on at least 2 prior occasions larger raises than we've given the rest of the county. If we do it again today, they're still going to be significantly lower than their counterparts at other agencies. So the only thing I would say is we have put the work in, we've gained leaps and bounds, but there's still work to be done. So keep in mind that just because we're doing this, they're still a considerable amount lower than their counterparts in other agencies. So.
Well put.
Okay, so in a secondary issue, Rob, is that if we move forward on this, as far as supporting and accepting the salary increases, then the whole lit thing is another discussion separate from this.
The lit thing would come into play on the next budget, the jail budget, not the sheriff budget.
Okay.
Correct.
But we could pay for some of this out of the sheriff, but. Correct. No.
Most of the things in the sheriff's budget, the 105, could not be paid for out of the lit.
Correct. Yeah.
That's the law enforcement section of the sheriff's office.
But they're both general fund.
Right. The
Funded from the
124
general
would be-
fund, so what we do take out of the jail, if anything,
Yes.
will free up money. It's all out of the same pot.
Right. Yeah. But the 105, we're talking about the 105 right now.
Right.
Yes. And I am fine with the request. It was a bigger number, it's a little bit more broad, I believe, and so appreciate the step back, understanding what you're hearing is this is maybe the first series of steps to get to more. And we're in line with that on the other EOs that we're going to be hopefully looking at. The process will be similar to an EO or the first deputy, chief deputy. I support the 105 budget as presented.
Yeah, I think it's a big statement for our county to show our support for the sheriff and his department, making things right.
I will say this too, I'm a little biased, but I read yesterday, there was an article in Fox News which really surprised me. COVID last year was the #1 killer of law enforcement officers across the country. So that's pretty astonishing. Okay, I'll make a motion to approve 1001-105 as presented in first reading.
Second.
We got full second.
I heard Pete say it first. So I've got a first from Jim, second from Pete. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And that carries. Thank you. We will move on to the General Fund 124, the jail.
Mr. Henderson, if I could, I'd love to say something real briefly, if you don't mind, about this budget in particular. As I'm sure you're all aware, projecting what we're going to spend on something is pretty difficult. I think we're going to know more as the numbers come in. We see how the jail fills up. We still see how much overlap there is in certain things. That's a lot of that is unknown. It's unknown to us, and we live it every day. So it's hard to project that. I know I was asked about the 10 new CO positions specifically, and is that what we need? I can tell you that just based on current staffing levels, according to the DOC and what the Department of Justice recommends, we're under staffing levels, not by a ton, but by a little bit. If you just do a simple ratio of 320 inmates, which is what the capacity is, we're frequently over that, and 12 correctional officers per shift, and then do the same ratio, if we fill 550 beds, the full amount, that equals out to 20 per shift. Okay, so that's 20 additional, I'm sorry, 8 additional per shift. There's 5 shifts, so that's 40 more positions. We're not asking for anywhere close to that. We're asking for 10, and that's on top of the 10 we got last year. So I don't think we're ever going to need that many correctional officers. I think there's going to be a lot of overlap. I think we have done a lot with technology to streamline things, an unbelievable amount. I think those of you've come in and gone through the tour and seen what we've done that will help that. And there's going to be some overlap, but it was asked where we got the 10 from, and it wasn't a number we just pulled out. It's just that we're trying to make our best educated guess based on numbers, what we currently have, and extrapolating that out, what we think we will need. And unfortunately, it does take about almost a year to train these correctional officers up to be where they can operate independently. So we can't say, oh, well, now we're at 550, so we need to hire somebody. We're playing catch up from the year behind. So that was the 10 last year. And I think 10 is a very conservative number for going forward. And then I think we could look from there.
So am I seeing any medical in here anywhere?
Yeah, the medical, it's second I said that there's going to be an increase on the medical, and that contract will be coming up here in the next few months. It's a $26,000 increase on the jail medical. And I will say this council, even under Doug, the people that sat on it, we were behind when JD Richards did his addition. He was several employees behind. Doug come in the office, and I was the jail commander, and I was able to get more personnel as we were going. We never got caught up, but we hired more people for the jail, and that's helped us get through where we're at right now. It goes back to finding folks. So, but we do appreciate that you've looked at that.
Will it make it safer? Will it make it safer for your
I
officers?
think there's a lot of new technology in the jail that will assist us in doing our job. Yes.
The question he was asking was 3,900. Is that what line item 30,900 as the line item? That's what he was asking about.
Yes.
Requested budget difference of 26,000. And that budget, medical, hospital is $1 million. That is, this is, make sure I'm in the right door. This is a LIP eligible expense.
Would it be considered operation of the jail? I mean, that would be for the attorneys, I guess, to look. I would think so.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be bodies. It can be programs. Well, hospital is people too, but. So when you talked about a while ago, $400,000 to $600,000 just off the top of your head.
That was just salary.
That's just salaries, and here's $1 million that is directly related.
Yes, sir.
To the jail and expenses. Am I putting 2 and 2 together here?
Yes.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, he's got a medical provider service that he contracts with. It's just under $90,000 a month.
Yeah, no, I'm not questioning that, Ron. I'm saying it as an eligible expense that is directly related to the jail.
Yes.
You're trying to keep
a
a tally in your mind of how much could be.
Yeah, I mean,
And this is
we're
supposed to
already
be part of that. Yes, sir.
We're already at $1.5 million. just in the, this guy
Salaries
who
and
doesn't understand it all yet, I've already found 1.5 million that's eligible.
Yes, sir.
Thereby shaking their head and saying yes. Right? Okay.
Along with, there's a 387,000, a few below that utilities that would all be eligible as well. That's where I was saying we could,
there's 2 million.
There's quite a bit in the existing budget that could be paid for out of that, but that's not, that's outside of my scope.
Have you talked to other sheriffs that have opened up new facilities or added on personnel? Because initially they said it'd take less personnel to operate the new part.
I know that they traveled to Michigan and went through the jail, and that was their saying there, but I think just having the manpower with the inmate ratio is something that they still need. I don't know that the manpower is decreased, it's increased at a lot of the other jails.
With the new jails.
We still have a lot of agencies or jails right now that are still being constructed. So I don't have that answer, but I know that everybody's still in that hiring frenzy to get manpower in their facilities, even additional manpower.
How many total correctional officers do you have?
We have
Right now, 7.
about 70 right now.
70. And those 70 officers are in the jail,
Yes,
correct? I mean, you've asked for 10 new,
yes.
so that makes 80 that are in the jail.
Right. They're
Servicing.
doing some type of jail, if it's the courts, if it's.
They're related to
transport,
the
yes,
jail.
they are related to the jail. That is their job, is the jail.
All right, so it's not only the 400,000 new ones. We have 80 that are directly related to the jail. I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together.
Right, you're just
folks.
trying to figure out the lid. I get it.
Yeah, that, we got 80,000, 80, that whatever.
80 employees times 42,000.
So
plus.
you said 420 for 10, so 80 would be.
3.6 million.
Yeah, okay.
3.2.
You get 70 correction officers, then you got the sergeants, the corporals, courthouse.
Supervisors.
That's including those.
Yeah.
That 70 is including the
Including
rank
that?
in those. In the jail, yes, that's including those. There's 12 per shift, 5 shifts, it's roughly 70. There's actually more on green shift, but it's roughly 70.
I don't want to interrupt your thought if you're going to do something. Say something.
Okay, because it shows 70 here.
That's with the 10 new. Are you talking about in the budget, sir?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's with the 10 new. That's with the 10 new positions added. Numbers 12,588 through 12,597 are the 10 new.
right, but above that 70, right? You got
Yes, 70 above, yeah.
That doesn't count the sergeants or the
Some of
corporal.
those positions got renamed, so there's not actually 1 through 70 anymore.
Okay,
Right.
gotcha.
So, Sheriff, bless you, the percent increase, walk us through that again. You're at 9%. So how walk us through the math on this?
That's the 7% on, are you talking about for the salaries for the correctional?
Yeah,
officers?
yes, sir.
Yes, that's 7% on top of the salary plus the 750. So again, when that percentage increase is without the 750, that column on the actual submitted budget, not my colorful worksheet, the submitted budget, that percent increase is without the 750. It's on the base salary. So when you add the 750 in and then add the 4% or 7% on top of that, that's why it looks like it's 8.42.
Those 3 coordinator positions, they're sworn officers also.
Yes, they're basically the assistant jail commanders. Yeah, we had to divide up due to the number of people on the responsibilities and the fact that if you remember a few years ago, we used to have a courthouse security budget in and of itself, and we enveloped that into the jail budget. So one of those that's strictly what she deals with is that. So that, yes, those are the assistant jail commanders. They're sworn positions.
The sheriff mentioned earlier, there's an exception. I don't know if this is it, but on page 17, item or account number 12910, sheriff's clerk 7. What was that? Is there a story to that, or Is that the one?
That's the
sheriff
sex, where we've converted a clerk to the sex offender registry
told? Okay, all right. I was just
manager,
wondering.
deputy. Right.
I wasn't able to keep up at that time, so.
Can on the the 10 new COs, is there a ability to stagger the onboarding of those 10 COs?
5 January, 5 in June, same as last time. We could do that.
What is the reasoning behind that, bro?
Yeah, that's what I meant to.
I think the hope is that we could do that and be successful, but I guess the only thing that would be important to keep in mind is if we suddenly did shoot up, we don't know, but if it goes, remember pre-COVID, we were in the 400s sometimes. So yeah, we're 320 to 350 now, but it's not unrealistic that it would shoot up really quickly again to the 420, 450 level.
So you got to get them
if-
trained.
And we have the actual physical facility to man. So if we did that, the only thing I could say is if we get to margin, and we go, oh my gosh, we're drowning here. But we put in the budget that we were going to wait until June. Would it be possible to fund it and then just not fill it until June? And therefore the money would revert. That, to me, that would give us that safeguard. You would have our word. We wouldn't fill it until June as long as we didn't need it. But I would hate to have, otherwise we're gonna have to come back and ask for if it.
Pam, is there a way of telling, I know that we've given money back every year from out of the jail for payroll. How much that we've given back each year? Because it's with the time that we're looking for folks, right now, I believe I have 7 openings in the jail. It goes back to just finding folks, but those have been settings. We're actively looking, so it changes constantly.
We could run a report out financials and see exactly what it is.
That if we see those numbers increasing, and we still both communicate with the judges and they ask where the numbers are at. First question I had today, they know that the jail's being turned over to us. Is it yours now? I want them to get into sentencing more people to be in jail just yet. We haven't moved the inmates yet. We're still having to do some technical stuff.
And what do we accomplish by kicking the can?
Well, we're not kicking the can.
We're pushing it down.
My thought is we're not going to go from 0 to 560 or whatever.
They got 10 last year or 11, 12.
Yeah, that you open the door and the 266 in the new facility will not be fully utilized day one.
Yeah, but he's not gonna have them hired and trained and in there. I mean, he's not gonna have them in there operating. I mean.
I just think there's a ramp up that will likely, I mean, we can't dictate what crimes may or may not occur, or that will be prosecuted and all those other things, but I don't. We're going to add inmate population at a rate that's going to warrant bring it on 10 day one. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just not convinced that it is. So the thought is to stagger it, keep it off the payroll.
Shaves $100,000 out of
Yeah.
this budget.
The only thing I'd like to add is that just keep in mind 5 COs, while it sounds like a lot, is 1 person per shift. There's 5 shifts. That's all it is. So yes, that's great. That 1 extra person would help, but we're below, even with what we have, we could use more than 1 per shift right now. So while the sheriff is absolutely, we'll do whatever you need. If that will help take some of the impact out.
Just give a little history to Ron. When 6 months before I was elected, it was running around 450. And it stayed there for a while until COVID hit. And then I think the prosecutor and the attorneys, and I don't want to speak for you guys, they were very cooperative with you, the judges, in lowering those numbers. And the numbers they're working with now are about all they can do to keep them that low.
We've been as high as 458 with 322 beds.
All right. But you are, if we don't fund 5 positions, you still are going to be taking a year to get those 10 positions in, so that if we don't fund it this year, they won't be in there until 2024. Because
Roughly.
you won't hire them until 2023, and they won't be ready till 2024.
If you were to wait until the
22.
Huh?
22.
No, this is 20. If we don't fund it this year, you can't hire them in 2022. And we don't fund them in 2022, you can't hire them.
We are funding them.
He was saying in June, so it would be, we would start in June of 2022. 5 would start in January if we did the half and half. this is what we did last year. 5 would start in January, would be roughly, if it's 10-ish months, be October, and they would be fully operational, good to go, where someone could, another person could be off and they would be able to replace them versus having to work side by side with a current CO. And then if we hired the others in June, the other 5 in June, then it would be roughly March, April of 2023 for those 5, right? Yes. Yes. So the 10 is that's just 2 bodies per shift is all that is, 2 extra people for about nearly doubling again, we're not going to double it right away. Nobody knows what's going to happen. We've done a lot with video courts. We're hopeful that some of that will, maybe.
And we do that to save 100,000.
Yes, sir.
And I've been writing down here, we're already up at 2 million of potential eligible. So we're saving 100,000 and shorting a shift by 1 person.
For 6 months, it would be, yes.
For 6 months.
Yes, sir.
By making that decision.
So Sheriff or Andy on the jail budget.
So the personnel coordinator, what's that person gonna be doing?
That person's just strictly looking to hire folks all the time.
She's one of the assistant jail commanders. She's supervises all the
options, right?
sergeants. She's a lieutenant. And also basically because of the turnover we've had and the new positions last year and then now new 90% of her job is interviews, hiring, onboarding, FTO, jail school.
Okay, it shows it as a new person.
No, jail coordinator's not.
12601. I'm sorry, it's not it was there. It was there in 2021, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was new last year when we gave it
Yeah,
up. Yes, sir.
Okay. It was here this year.
So about what is effectively a 7% increase. I mean, percentage wise, you see it there, but it's on par with what we just did in the sheriff's office. Does that? Job. I think a CO position is probably one of the jobs.
Well, they have constant, and no disrespect to the road officer.
Yeah.
But they have the constant in your face as opposed to a road officer who is dealing with road issues that may be a peaceful day and it may not, but for a correctional officer, I mean, when I went for my tour, those correctional officers are facing danger every minute they're inside with the mainland.
They had 5 title changes that are not in your budget book. I know Sheriff mentioned them, but I've got the line items.
Okay.
All right, go slow.
No budget change, just title change to get it in line.
Yeah.
And we're on the one, two. One.
Assistant corporal. It's 12509.
Wait a minute.
12509 is now what?
Assistant corporal.
Okay.
12516.
Okay.
12520. 12532. 12542.
Amy, is the change to the SVOR deputy, the name on that one, is that changed in here? I don't see.
That was already listed in the notes.
So all those are all assistant corporal?
They're gonna change to that. yes.
Okay.
They're what, Amy? I can't hear you over.
Assistant corporal.
All of them will become that.
The ones she mentioned are now corporal.
Assistant.
Assistant corporal.
All the shift supervisors that are,
I'm sorry,
that's all the shift supervisors are changing to.
just the name. It's the same thing. As we've rearranged things and restructured, that position was always there and it's basically the backup supervisor on each jail shift is what that is. They were just called in the budget. Previously, they were called, well, actually, they've been several different things. It was OIC at one point. And then, but just to stay consistent with what we call them in our organizational chart. And also, I think what their paperwork, the auditor's office has, just to stay consistent with that. That's the only thing that's happening with the rename. There's no change in funding or anything like that.
Okay. So changes. In addition to the budgetary requests. If we want to talk about the staggering of of when CEOs would be hired, we can have that conversation, or we can entertain a motion.
I think it's bottom line. Sheriff, can we do it or not?
I would like to have it, and I think that you're gonna see a number that Pam, when she runs the reports, shows that we've given a lot of money back from those salaries that we can indeed do it. It's nice having to have a large class or the hires just to get the training done. But I'll be workable with whatever right now.
That is a great point, that with training, we can, with having them all up front, if we can hire them all, that will streamline training quite a bit. You can put 2 new hires with 1 FTO versus 1 now and then 1 later, because that effective, as you know, effectively takes the field training officer kind of out of the equation, because they're so busy focused on training that person. It's hard to count them as a whole person themselves. They're working at 3/4 capacity because they're also trying to train somebody at the same time. So
Sheriff, I respect your response, and I respect those department heads that give an answer that if you cut my budget, we'll make it work. I wouldn't expect you to make any other statement than that. But, you know, the reality is the question that can we fund and should we fund it? And what are we accomplishing by delaying funding it? And yes, you will make it work, and you should be proud of that. And the community should be proud that you do that. But, you know, there are advantages that, in my opinion, outweigh what we're gaining by delaying it. And that's the point that, you know, you just made about the training, the fact that, you know, we're going to have potentially, we have a jail is different than a field of dreams, but the reality is you build it and they will come. We didn't build it and they came anyway, is what I'm hearing. So, you know, the staffing, I believe, and my suggestion is to us on the council, that we don't accomplish much by delaying funding. We gain a lot more by getting them here, getting them ready to go out on that field and to take care of the problems that are going to come with increasing. Because I believe the staffing, not the staffing, I believe the number of inmates in that jail is, you know, unfortunately, we don't want them to come, but I believe they will.
Well, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion.
Yes, sir.
Regarding 1001, 124, and 1155 and 1156. Considering in addition to the title changes that Amy Thompson just read off, I would like to move to approve those budgets as presented on the first reading.
Second.
Have a motion. Second from Jim. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. And that concludes today's first reading. Drainage Board, folks, very sorry for the delay.
John.
John T.